Good morning, Chatty House. What's going on, everybody? You all, everybody. You all, everybody. Ramsey gets a belt. Warren is up in here. Russ Dog, Scooter, hello, Wheezy, Greg Tabers, Zabo, David, Wheezy again, Scooter. Hello, everybody. Kyle's singing. I was singing you all, everybody.
No, I hope I don't lose you.
From the television show Lost.
Stay.
Drew Down, what's up? Cousin Pete.
Ramsey got the belt.
Justin, hello.
What up, Drew Down?
What up, Spencer? I'm trying to John Poles.
Today's show is just for Drew Down. We are spending 2 hours talking about the Warriors' big win over the Pelicans last night.
Yes.
We're just gonna make sure nobody watches.
And James won't mention Jonathan Kuminga getting benched and then having his best game. I won't even mention it. What's up, Casey Tucker?
All right, here we go.
You're a Brown.
Oh, good morning. Good morning, everybody. That's James. I'm Kyle. I'm going to get my headphones adjusted here. There we go. All right, now I'm locked in. It's a Wednesday. James there, Kyle here, Jiffy Lube, omnipresent because they sponsor the program. And we are rocking with you until noon. The Kings got yet another victory last night. They beat the Jazz 113-96. And look, the same way we aren't going to overreact to early season losses, we're also not going to overreact to early season wins. However, the last two nights against Portland and against Utah, both games felt like the kind of game that the Kings might have lost last year, where they overlook a bad team or they're on the second night of a back-to-back or whatever it is. It feels like one of those two games are a game where they might have come out flat, or particularly against Portland, when Portland climbed back into the game in the second quarter, where the Kings never quite pull all the way away. But what we've seen the last two nights, to me, is significant. Not because, oh my God, the Kings are going to win the Western Conference now. It's not that.
Mm-hmm.
But the encouraging thing for me here is that the Kings have gone in to games against lesser teams and controlled both of those games for 48 minutes. They've been in complete control. They've dominated. They've not done anything super different. They've not needed someone to bail them out. It has just been a methodical beatdown of lesser teams. And again, does that mean they're going to go win the West? No, we're not overreacting here on October 30th, but that is a significant sign of a mental shift for this team and growth in an area that last year, we talk about it all the time, probably cost them a playoff spot.
Definitely cost them a playoff spot. Kyle, if we go back to 2 years ago, when this team just had this resiliency to them, they did not lose bad games. They didn't lose games that you thought, oh, here comes the Pistons rolling into town. Kings are going to roll this team. And then next thing you know, they lose by 15.
Yep.
They didn't do that. They were hyper-focused. They lost against good teams on occasion. They didn't have prolonged losing streaks. Mm-hmm. But I also want to point this out, man. When we look at the first two games of the season, the Sacramento Kings came in and it looked a little off, right? Everything felt weird. And, Mike Brown is tinkering with the rotations in the first two games. I always talk about the check-in game. Kevin Huerter's already had his check-in game.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what the first two games of the season were about. It was about getting another player in the fold that can have a check-in game. And we're still waiting for the Trey Lyles check-in game. The second Trey Lyles has his check-in game, and all of a sudden, if you have If you have 8 guys that are rolling, you're going to be extremely difficult to beat. But in order to get there, sometimes you got to, go all Andy Dufresne and climb through 400 yards of filth-smelling muck to get to the other side.
Totally.
And you have to lose some games. You have to make things uncomfortable, because the only way this team moves together fully is if they move together with a group that is all locked in together. And as of right now, we're starting to see more and more of them lock in. And, again, the starters, the only one who I think has had maybe a perfect game here and there is Sabonis.
Yeah.
But overall, we're seeing, these moments from DeMar DeRozan that it carries you through a really bad first half of a game, and then he helps you propel to a win. We're seeing De'Aaron Fox have some moments where he takes over. Keegan Murray has a bunch of points in a game and plays great defense. We're having these moments where you're starting to see this saying what it might look like down the road. And in order to get to the finished product, sometimes you gotta start with, just a piece of wood, and you got to start working on that.
Finish that sentence quick, please.
Yeah, just you know what I'm saying. You have to in order to mold something, you have to start somewhere.
Yes,
and we're seeing the beginning, and so I'm encouraged by what we're seeing.
Yeah, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. How you feeling after the Kings beat the Utah Jazz 113-96 last night to move to 2-2 on the season, back to 500 after starting 0-4 the last 2 years? This is a big step. Big step getting to 2-2.
They're 500.
Look at them go.
Look at how many times in the past that they've been to 500.
Yeah,
it's never.
I think we talk with the 49ers a lot about complementary football, right? That is, your defense is getting stops. Maybe they generate a turnover, short field. That's the offense capitalizing. Or defense struggling. They give up back-to-back touchdowns. Offense stepping on the field, picking them up, and scoring touchdowns and keeping up. That's that complementary football, right? It's just a complete team win. That's the other encouraging sign for me with Sacramento the last couple of nights. It's not they went in and beat Portland 140-138, or they beat Utah, 91-89.
They escaped.
Yeah, they're going out. Their offense is rolling, and defensively, the last couple of nights they've been locked in. Now, again, let's see what this looks like when they play Dallas or Oklahoma City or Denver or whoever. Let's see what it looks like then. But for now, this is growth. These are positive steps where they're dominating against bad teams.
Yeah, I think it's very positive.
Yeah.
And we're seeing it from every angle. Kyle and I talked about this before we got on the show, that this is the first time in the regular season that the Sacramento Kings have, in the Mike Brown era, held a team under 102 games in a row.
You said back-to-back games.
I said back-to-back games.
April 14th, Portland Trailblazers, season finale last year. The Blazers scored 82. And then in the first play-in game, 2 days later, the Warriors scored 94. That's back-to-back games.
But it's not, because a play-in game doesn't exist. Those stats don't live anywhere.
It's the dumbest thing.
No one gets stats for those.
The dumbest thing.
They are. It's like an inning that doesn't go a baseball game that doesn't go 5 innings. It doesn't count.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah. So
just call them extra regular season games.
It's really weird.
Or call them postseason games. I don't care.
Yeah, I think that's what you have to do. You have to call them postseason
games. That's it. Yeah.
But they don't want to call them postseason games because technically it's not the post. It's a postseason, but it's not the playoffs.
Season. It is post-season. It's after the season.
Yes.
Postseason, one word, is the playoffs.
Yes.
That's the first round. Western Conference quarterfinals. That's the first round.
I think we have to make a distinction between what is postseason, what is playoffs. That might be the distinction. If you're one of the top 8 teams, you're in the playoffs. If you make the play-in, you're part of the postseason.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. I'm fine. Do something with those stats.
Yeah.
Do anything with the numbers. On Basketball Reference, they're listed back-to-back. That, to me, says they've done it in the Mike Brown era.
They've done it. They've done it. Either way, it's a good stat that they've held 2 teams under 100. And look, Portland is not going to be good, and Utah is not going to be good. And
Utah stinks, bro.
Yeah, we can get into that. That neither one of these teams are going to be good at all. But they're still NBA teams with NBA players that can bust you up anytime.
Yes.
I mean, again, Portland, the night before the Kings faced them, dropped like 130. They beat
They beat the hell out of the Pelicans.
The Pelicans, like trashed the Pelicans.
Yeah.
So
we'll talk about the Pelicans later.
Yeah.
Kings go 0-6 against this version of the Pelicans. I want to keep talking about the Kings. But Don is on the line. Don, you're on the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen. What's up?
Vibes are up is what I got to say. Red Velvet is back. Samar just comes in, gets 20 in his sleep. I love that Domas is being aggressive so far. And Keon Ellis should never get a DNP, in my opinion. Thank you guys.
That's a good radio call. Nice job. Thanks, Don.
That was a good, concise radio call.
I totally agree. He brought up, well, in fact, we'll just kind of roll through everything our guy Don just talked about. But he brought up Domas. We, before the season, tried to paint a path to one of the Kings players winning an MVP.
Yeah.
And I know we have a mutual friend who has a financial stake in De'Aaron Fox winning MVP.
That's true.
But what Domas is doing right now, and this is exactly what we said, when Mike Brown talked about, I want Domas shooting more threes. It's like, yes, that is something that I and many others have been clamoring for the last couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
Want him shooting more threes. And if he did, can he get his points from 19 a night up to 22? Can he get to 22 a night? And right now he's at 24 a game, 11 boards. Is he at 8 assists?
No, his assist numbers have dropped to 5.5.
5.5. Okay, call it 6.
Yep.
If he's averaging 24, 11, and 6 on 67, 54, 76, and the Kings are a top, and if he does that, the Kings are going to be a top 4 seed.
Yeah.
That's going to get a lot of MVP votes.
Yeah, he's in the discussion.
And I know that, okay, yeah, the assist numbers are down, but I know it sucks, but like points are the thing. Points are, if you're not at 20, it's going to be really hard to go win an MVP award.
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about this so many times. It's like going back to the ESPN commercial, like chicks dig the long ball. Like it is. Like
that's it.
You get paid in Major League Baseball by hitting home runs. You get paid in the NBA by scoring points.
That's it.
Yeah, and you get awards in the NBA by scoring points.
That is the long and short of it. So what Domas is doing right now, while, okay, maybe the rebounding numbers aren't at 14 or 15, he's at 11. And maybe the assist numbers aren't at 8 or 9, he's at 6. But the points jumping to 24.3 a night and him shooting 68% from the field and 54.5% from 3. You get into the top 4, top 3?
It just feels like every single time he walks on the floor, he is so good at what he does.
Mm-hmm.
And if he has expanded what he does, if he's added to his arsenal, man, he's going to be, I mean, all NBA is like almost foregone conclusion.
Yeah.
All-star. Like the fact he didn't make the All-Star team last year is one of the most criminal acts by the voters and the league ever.
Mm-hmm.
Like just absolutely despicable. He didn't make the All-Star team last
dumb.
year. And, you know, I keep talking about this. Like what's at stake for Domas is like a potential Hall of Fame nod versus, you know, he's at 3 All-Star games. If he gets to 6 All-Star games, he's almost surefire Hall of Famer.
Mm-hmm.
And to hold him back in an incredible year during his prime and not give him an All-Star nod and give it to somebody else who, like, clearly there were a couple of guys that you could have left off the list. Yeah, really tough.
But they scored a lot of points.
That's it.
So but during the preseason, one of the big takeaways of the preseason is like, man, Domas is so much more aggressive scoring the basketball.
Mm-hmm.
And that's kind of what we've seen this year. And it's not like he's taking 20 shots a game.
He's still
13 field goal attempts a night.
Yeah, 13.3.
Almost exactly what he was doing last year. But to me, it's the 3-pointers.
Yep.
He's now making 1.5 a game, averaging 2.8 a game, and hitting them at a good clip at 54.5%. That's exactly why we wanted to see him shooting more of those.
Yep.
And that number will come down a little bit over the course of the year. But even if he continues shooting, what did he shoot last year? 38%? 39%?
Yeah, let's see. Last season he shot Yeah, 38%, 37.9.
Even if he lands there at three tonight, he's going to be well over 20 points a game.
Yep.
And if you do that, the Kings are going to continue winning a lot. And that is where you're looking at a true like top 3 MVP candidate.
Mm-hmm.
And he's played like it, man. Like it's not a coincidence that the Kings have gone out and you see this mindset shift against lesser teams where, hey, Domas is putting the ball in the basket, he's scoring, other people following suit. That stuff matters, man. And I love that he's too skilled of a player to get in the lane and immediately look to pass. Yeah, that spray out to Keegan, if you got him wide open in the corner because the defense has collapsed, great. But hey, if you're one-on-one with Walker Kessler, just go through him and score the damn ball.
Yep.
And that's what we've seen, man. I've really loved what Domas has done this year.
Yeah, and I want to point out too, like last year he shot 13 shots per game. This year he's at 13.3, so it's 0.3.
Not a massive difference.
And he's averaging 5 more points per game. And all of those points, right now he's averaging 4.5 points per game on 3-point shots. Last year he averaged 1.2. So there's 3.7 of your 5, right? The other is not only is he gone from 5.1 free throw attempts to game to 6.3, but he's gone from 70% to 76%. Yep. It's literally 1.2 points per game. The difference in his stats exactly are the 1.2 more points per game in free throws and the 3.7 more per game that he's averaging in 3-point shots.
Yep.
Same player, just added one more 3-pointer,
small wrinkle,
and a little bit more as a free throw shooter.
And those assists are going to come down. I think the assist numbers were always due to come down a little bit, having nothing to do with him all of a sudden becoming a guy who doesn't pass it, but more because like DeMar DeRozan off a dribble handoff is going to dribble the air out of the ball before he goes and shoots it.
Yeah, he does kill a couple of assists.
Yeah, there's just not going to be
a
ton of assists to DeMar DeRozan. And he's a high usage player. So I think that was always bound to happen. I honestly have been incredibly impressed by Domantas Sabonis this year. Even more so, like we knew he was going to be a lunch pail guy. We know he's going to come in and he's going to get his double-double. He's going to dish out a bunch of assists. Like we knew that. We know he's an all NBA caliber player. The level that he's gone to this year, that little tick up is one of the things that if the Kings were going to go from good team in the West to a contender in the West, I thought that was going to be a requirement, and we're seeing it.
Yeah.
And that's been awesome.
I mean, it's 4 games in, so we have to be a little bit like
good start.
Yeah,
it's a good start.
It's a good start. But the thing is with Sabonis is his ability to repeat what he does is like unmatched. I mean, the fact that all the double doubles, we can like kind of throw the stat out because okay, he got double, but like 72 double doubles or whatever it was. That's just
the consistency.
It's just bonkers. It means that he shows up every single day and repeats what he did the day before. And so if he's going to be this type of player where he is shooting threes, and also like, look, the offense has been clunky for the first, they've scored, but even last night's game wasn't like, I mean, they scored 113, right? It wasn't just a 127 game. His numbers, his assist numbers will go up as the offense gains like its fluidity. As of right now, it's a little clunky. When this thing is at its premium, he's going to have plenty of assists.
This wasn't something we had planned to talk about, but I'm looking at the Kings season stats right now, and I want to discuss it. I wanted to see if Kevin Huerter was on pace for a 50-40-90 season because he's shooting 55.9% from the field, 41.7% from 3. Do you know what he's shooting from the free throw line? Don't look.
100. No?
0.
Oh, he hasn't gone to the
line. He hasn't shot a free throw. Kevin, get to the line, my guy.
Especially in a game where you shot like 34 one night, 25 another.
Put the ball on the deck and go foul hunting. Your team is up 25 in the fourth quarter. Go get me a free throw.
It's funny. Before we came on, we were talking and I asked Kyle, hey, do you know who leads the NBA in 2-point field goal percentage? And like,
I had no idea.
Yeah, you had no idea. Kevin Huerter is shooting 90% on 2-point field goal attempts.
Sorry, everybody, that was loud.
Kevin Huerter currently leads the NBA in 2-point field goal percentage. And hey, just so people know, he was like top 5 2 years ago in 2-point field goal percentage. When he's in the mid-range or he's around the key, people forget that he's 6'7". They do. They forget. for whatever reason, no one plays him like a 6'7" guy. And when he's creative in the key, he can score all the time.
Yeah, dude, his little floater's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways, let's get to our Jiffy Lube teamwork play of the game from last night. Shout out to our friends at Jiffy Lube. Let's see. I'll learn how to do this someday. How about Keon Ellis last night? Here's our Jiffy Lube teamwork play of the game. Keon Ellis, not really a teamwork play because this is just, this is Keon doing it all himself.
Here comes Colin Sexton, head full of steam. Oh, give me that. Keon with the steal. Kings with numbers. Fox hanging. Keon there for the putback. And the Sacramento Kings crashing the old glass as they build a 12-point lead.
Shout out to our friends over at NBC Sports California for that highlight. Keon's ridiculous. He was really good last night. That's a great pass ahead.
He's got his pop back. That's what the finish there. Like, where did that come from?
Yeah,
because that hasn't been there at all. And so
he looked so slow in that season opener against Minnesota.
Yeah, and the preseason, same thing.
Yeah,
like everything was really intentional, and he was really slow on his when he was defending. He wasn't fighting through screens well. He kept grabbing. He kept getting called for fouls. I mean, he had so many fouls in the preseason. To me, like, look, this is, if we're going to see this Keon Ellis, then he will earn whatever minutes. And this is what I kept telling everyone. It doesn't matter what Keon Ellis scores ever. It doesn't. Like, he can't just be non-existent. But last night he finishes with 5 points, but he has 4 rebounds. He has 2 assists. He has 2 steals. He has 3 blocks. That stat line is a glue guy in a nutshell.
It's exactly what that's why he was so impactful last year.
Yes.
He hitting threes at the clip he did was a bonus. Hitting threes at the rate he did was the reason we were like, hey, should this guy be starting? Or actually, in my case, he should be starting.
Yeah.
Like, if he's going to knock down threes as reliably as he was, that's a bona fide scoring threat. On top of what he brought defensively. And that's where maybe, again, I don't know, I haven't talked to the guy. Maybe that's just kind of where the hesitancy was really in Summer League. He didn't have a great Summer League. And then early in the year he was trying to fit a different role. It was like, no, man, what you did last year was perfect. Everything you need, like growing your game from okay, I can handle a little bit better passer, a little bit better shooter. That's obviously things you're going to want to work on. But he has carved out a really nice role with the Kings, where if he's going to do what he did last night, where he's super active defensively, when called upon offensively, he's going to contribute, but they're not going to run the ball through him. He did it. He's figured it out. This is his niche. This is his role. This is how he's going to be in the NBA for 15 years, by being this guy.
No,
he's really damn good at it.
I totally agree. Like the energy and the pop that he brings to the court. When you watch the Kings play and he's on the court late in the season, you saw him the whole time. There's never a moment where he just blends in. And that's a good thing. You know, like if he can be that player, I think, you know, whatever it was that he was dealing with, you know, coming into the season or whatever was happening. And like, we can look at the way that he was a starter, wasn't going to be the starter, you know, all that stuff. Maybe that messed with him a little bit too.
Sure.
But at the end of the day, like what we need to see from him as a player in the rotation is what we saw last night.
Yep.
Like I thought he was absolutely spectacular. We've got some
breaking news.
Well, some news here that like I
it's
haven't
regular
seen
news,
it.
Not breaking.
Yeah, it's not breaking, but I think it plays into a larger discussion. Scotty Barnes has injured his orbital fracture.
Oh no.
And he'll be reevaluated. Yeah, so the reason I bring it up is the Kings play the Raptors on Saturday. So it sounds like Scotty Barnes might not play. And Bogdanovic also had this is something I dealt with when he was here, a non-surgical procedure, and he is out as well. So Atlanta will be without Bogdanovic, and the next night you're going to play.
That's stitches?
No, it's a surgery. They don't want to call it a surgery. It's exactly what, I literally had
Oh
this
yeah,
problem.
that classic non-surgical surgery. Sure.
Yeah, he had
100%.
a procedure, not a surgery. And so I wrote it, and then I sent it in, and then an editor changed the headline to Bogdan Bogdanovic undergoes surgery. And I was like, man, so I end up getting a phone call. It's not a surgery, it's a procedure. And I had to call my editor, like, hey man, they're saying it's not a surgery, it's a procedure. But this is a second time.
The main difference between a procedure and a surgery, this is via Google's AI bot that is perfect and never makes mistakes. The main difference between a surgery and procedure is that surgery is more invasive and requires an incision into the body, while a procedure is generally less invasive and doesn't require an incision.
Okay. I just, if you're having a knee clean out, that's a surgery.
Yeah, but that requires an incision. So if you're cutting your knee open to scope it, that's a surgery, dog.
I don't know. All I know is that when Bogey was here, and this is agent speak. Whoever his agent is does not like it to be called a surgery.
Right, because if he has 9 of these, you don't want to say, yeah, I've had surgery 9 times.
Yeah,
I get it.
But at this point, it's not like Bogey's a young man. It's not like he's 32. Like he's had some procedures done.
How many is it in the NFL, like a catch 1 knee equals 2 feet? How many procedures equal a surgery? I think 3 procedures equals 1 surgery.
I think it's probably less than that. It's probably 2 procedures equals 1 surgery.
Yeah. We got more to get into from last night's Kings game, and we will. Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee, who is on the road trip with the Kings, he was there last night. He will join us coming up here at 10:30. But before we get to that, there was a World Series game last night, Game 4. The Dodgers looking for a sweep of the Yankees. The Yankees won 11-4. Shout out to Anthony Volpe. Had a huge, grew up a Yankees fan, was at the World Series parade in 2009. Has a massive grand slam after the Dodgers had gone ahead. I believe it was 4-1. He hits a grand slam, gives the Yankees the lead. They never look back. They win 11-4. Jack Flaherty going for the Dodgers tonight in Game 5. 4 p.m. coverage begins right here on ESPN 1320. I don't want to talk about the baseball game. I want to talk about this. I want to talk about the most insane thing I've ever seen a fan do at a baseball game, and I've seen a lot of insane things.
This is crazy.
This is the wildest thing I've ever seen a fan do. This is Joe Davis on the call for Fox. If you are listening, we will describe the play if you did not see it. Here's the call.
Fly to right by Torres. Betts in the corner. Does he have room? Fights with the fan. And they're going to say that it's an out and fan interference. So an out. 1 gone in this first. It's the second time that Gleyber Torres has hit a ball that has ended up in fan interference in this series. He had the home run turn into a double back at Dodger Stadium.
Look at this idiot.
Yeah, Betts has that ball in his glove.
This
fan literally
What's he doing?
tries to take his glove off.
The other fan grab his hand.
Right.
Tries the ball out of there.
Those 2 fans, and I'm not, if you're listening, it's a short wall in right field. Mookie Betts reaches up into the stands to grab it, and the fans are grabbing his glove and trying to yank his glove off his hand and pull the ball out of his glove. Mm-hmm. And then the fan sitting next to the fan doing the glove pulling puts his hands on Mookie Betts to try and push him away because he's trying to pull his glove away from this guy. Here's what these guys after the game weren't like, oh my God, we're so sorry, we were drunk. Here's the quote after the game. This is from ESPN. Austin Capobianco, a Yankees season ticket holder,
not anymore,
said he knew he would be in trouble, but chose to grab and open Betts' glove nonetheless, telling ESPN that he and Peter, that's his buddy, often discussed this exact scenario. If a foul ball comes their way, they're going to do what they can to help their team. I patrol that wall, and they know that. Eject this guy from every sporting event that ever happens for the rest of time.
Done.
That is unacceptable fan behavior.
He literally has like a bank robbery plan tattooed to his chest.
If you want to reach up, again, foul ball and opposing team going over, and you want to put your hands up to try and grab that foul ball and it's in the seats,
yeah,
don't reach over the wall, but it's in the seats, go for it, dude.
Yep.
That's your right. When it's been caught, it's caught.
Don't ever touch
play's
the
over.
player.
Do
ever,
not touch him.
Don't ever touch a player.
That is insane. And the fact that afterwards is like, yeah, I patrolled the wall. They know that. That's how the guy talks in my brain.
I agree.
No. You patrol nothing. You do not get to go to games anymore. You've lost that privilege.
Yeah, you're done.
Anyways, completely insane. The World Series continues tonight. Game 5, 4 p.m. Coverage begins. Dodgers-Yankees right here on ESPN 1320. All right, Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee. He's going to join us next. Let's talk some Kings Jazz right here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center. Meow.
What
up,
up?
dog?
What's up, guys? How's it going?
It's going great.
I promise you I'm not as red or sunburnt as I look in this visual right now.
Are you in the red area? Is that what's happening?
I think it's about 40 degrees in Salt Lake.
Oh, it's balmy.
And,
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh. What's up, man? How's Salt Lake?
How's it going?
You had some good eats last night?
Of all the cities I've been to, it's definitely one of them. No, it's fine. I haven't had an opportunity. Flew in early yesterday morning and then went just tried to sleep as much as I could and ate at the hotel. So I haven't really gotten to like see the city. But it's also 40 degrees, so I've been staying inside.
Any big plans in Atlanta? Because you have an extra day in Atlanta, right?
Yeah, I have an entire day. It might be a day to catch up on work, non-Kings related stuff. We'll see. There's
got to be a cool museum there. I'd be a museum guy if I traveled.
Yeah, there's I know there's like the College Football Hall of Fame is right downtown.
Ooh, that'd be sick.
Which might be fun.
If you go to that and there's any sick hoodies in the gift shop, let me know.
Okay. I will let you know. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe see a movie. Pull a Nick Wagner and go see a movie by myself.
Dude, solo movie trips are great. Drew Down in the Chatty House. You're live in the Chatty House, by the way. Said you should go to Magic City and get some lemon pepper wings.
Had been considered.
I kind of love this idea very much.
Had a family reunion in Atlanta over the summer, and my cousins and I almost went to Magic City for the wings.
Isn't that what what's his ass? Lou Williams? Didn't he get in trouble for that during the bubble? Like he went to
that sounds familiar.
That sounds familiar. An internet joke?
No, that's possible. I mean, we had Rashawn Holmes go get the chicken wings.
Are we, Chatty House, are we pro or anti lemon pepper wing? Chris and I are staunchly pro.
Anyone who's anti lemon pepper wing is wild. And none of their opinions should be taken seriously.
Chris is out on you.
Warren's anti-lemon pepper? Come on, Warren. Securing a bet. Oh my God, this is outrageous. I'm blocking every single person. Blocked. Venmoing $20. Ramsey gets it. When Ramsey likes a thing, that's how I know I'm in the right. Because Ramsey doesn't like any food.
That's very true. How much time do we have?
We still got a minute 20. I broke so late. That's my bad.
Yeah, you've got Chris. You've got some cold weather stops this year. It sounds like.
Yeah, I got Minnesota next month, New York in January, and whenever the Boston, Chicago, Milwaukee trip is also going to be. So I think that's January also.
Yeah.
So those are mine.
I went to New York for All-Star Weekend, and I think it was 17 below
Yeah.
at one point with wind chill factor. It was the coldest I've ever been in my entire life. My face was so frozen, and I had to go from like one coffee shop to the next, like every half block. Like,
Yeah, 2 years ago, the Kings had that. They had consecutive home games in Minnesota in the middle of February, and I think that was the coldest I've ever been, or at least it was on par with like. I've been to a couple Niners playoff games at Lambeau. On par with that. Minnesota's wild how cold it gets.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
MLB is not allowing those guys in for Game 5. A stunner. Here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James Ham there, Kyle Madsen here, and Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee live from Salt Lake City, getting ready to head to Atlanta, following the Kings around like a weirdo. Appreciate you jumping on, Chris. Nice little win for the Kings last night. For me, the big takeaway is not that they're better than the Jazz or that they're better than Portland, but that it felt like either of those games are games they could have lost last year, and neither game was really in doubt. They kind of went in and dominated 2 games they should have dominated, and to me that shows a little bit of a shift in mindset for this year's team. Is that your takeaway, or are you chalking this up as early season bad teams?
Yeah, I mean, Portland and Utah are both seem like teams that are squarely in the Cooper flag race. So, but I do think it's a fair point to make that we have seen the Kings over the last couple of years play down to their competition, and those games would either be a lot closer than they should be, or the Kings would even lose a couple of those games. But last night, I just think overall, and last night's included in this, just DeMar DeRozan adds a level of stability that he's not really going to let them have those type of letdowns, because even if the rest of the guys are struggling and there's an off night from 3, collectively, you can dump the ball to DeMar and he can get you a good look, or he could get to the free throw line, or he could even play make for somebody else. He had 8 assists last night. And a point that Mike Brown made before the game is that, Domantas Sabonis assists might be down this year overall, because DeMar DeRozan is going to command the ball a lot more than anybody else since Mike Brown has been here. So that creates opportunities for the Kings, I think, to have a little bit more variability in their offense. They don't always have to be the up-tempo, fast-paced, high-volume three-point shooting team. When that's not working, they can go to a different club in their bag and dump it down to DeMar DeRozan, or let him go one-on-one or play make for somebody else. So and that's something that that Will Hardy, Jazz coach, talked about before the game. He coached DeMar DeRozan in San Antonio as an assistant on Greg Popovich's staff, and he mentioned, like, when he first found out DeMar DeRozan was going to the Kings, his thought was, oh no, now they're going to be able to switch up their offense and not just be that up-tempo, high-volume three-point shooting team, which, when you shoot a lot of threes, there's a lot of variability in that too. If you have an off night, you can lose to anybody. And so what DeMar DeRozan adds is somebody who's going to consistently get you, 18 to 30 points and could provide that stability that insulates you from some of that variation you can have with your three-point shooting.
Yeah, Chris, I kind of noticed I think, you hate to say it's a good thing to lose a game, right? But I think the way that they lost to the Lakers kind of shined a light on this fact that when things go south, you need to feed DeMar DeRozan and he needs to get to the line. He needs to take control in those situations, as sort of like, especially when he was on the court, like the senior guy on the court. And I kind of feel like we saw the game against Portland start off very clunky, very weird. And DeMar, it clicked in his head, like, okay, I need to get to the line. I need to figure out whatever it is and get us moving the right way. And it seemed like that helped pull the team out of the funk. And I think that maybe that Lakers game where they did lose a game that they probably shouldn't have. But I think it may have opened up the room for DeMar to feel like it's his place to do what we're asking him to do at this point.
Yeah, and I think it's going to take time, right? Like it's been, it was obviously clunky in the opener against Minnesota. And, everybody on the Kings is fully aware of the fact that it's going to take time to incorporate DeMar DeRozan into the offense because of just the contrasting style that he plays with. That being said, like the Kings have, I think they're 6th offensively through 4 games, and they're at, 115.6 points per 100 possessions, something like that. So even though it's still not where they want to be, it's been pretty successful. That said, their last, they've only played 4 games and 2 of them have come against teams that we presume to potentially be tanking for Cooper Flag. So I do think it's trending in the right direction. I think Mike Brown's talked about how, not having Kevin Huerter throughout training camp kind of threw a wrench into things, and there's still an adjustment for Huerter playing off of DeMar DeRozan and Trey Lyles to a lesser extent. So this is going to be a work in progress. But I think even that being said, like they're off to a promising start, and they're doing things that would indicate that this could be a more difficult team to play in the playoffs than it was previously, because they do have a guy who can score in different ways in DeMar DeRozan. I think that's all by design. That's why they got him.
Chris Biderman of the Sacramento Bee joining us now, also host of the famed Candlestick Chronicles podcast on the Blue Wire Podcast Network. That's I've heard that. Domantas Sabonis this season, and we can talk about DeMar DeRozan and Keon Ellis having a great game last night, and Kevin Huerter looking like he's getting back to form. But Domantas Sabonis through the first 4 games, averaging 24.3 points a night, 11 boards, 5.5 assists. Is how much of an impact has his uptick in scoring? How much impact do you think it's had, and how much impact can it have on this team moving forward?
Yeah, I think it's pretty substantial because, I mean, one thing, when obviously the Warriors series a couple years ago, it was their game plan was play off him, basically play in the restricted area, let him shoot anything further away than that. And the Kings didn't really have a counter. And now you do have that counter, right? You do have DeMar DeRozan, and you actually have somebody who's better at setting up Domantas Sabonis than the other guys have been. While you're also taking some playmaking off of his plate. And I think overall it just makes for a healthier diet of offense and shots for Sabonis, instead of relying so heavily on him. I think, what was he, 2nd or 3rd in the entire NBA in terms of how much he had the ball last year. Obviously he was good in that role and DHOs and those types of things. But now he is a good finisher around the basket. And so now you can optimize him in those ways a little bit more with DeMar DeRozan's playmaking. So I think that's a net positive for sure. But the counterpoint to that is his assists are going to be down. Like his assist numbers, I think, are just going to be down throughout the season because DeMar DeRozan is going to have the ball in his hands a lot, to Mike Brown's point. So yeah, I think one of the things that you're getting with DeMar DeRozan is potentially a more maximized version of Domantas Sabonis from a scoring perspective, because you rely less on him to facilitate for everybody else.
Yep.
And I think that's ultimately a long-term positive for the Kings.
Yeah, I think it is a long-term positive. Chris Biderman from Sacramento Bee joining us here on the Insiders. Chris, we saw Keon Ellis come in, and he's worked his way back into the rotation. But watching him last night, the energy, the effort, the stat line is wild. 5 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, 3 blocks. Like, that's the glue guy this team needs. Did you see a little more bounce in his step last night? And how do you think they're going to figure this whole thing out with him in and out of the rotation, or do you think he's earned his way back into Mike Brown's good graces?
Yeah, it sounds like Mike Brown is pretty comfortable with 9 in the rotation, and obviously Keon is part of that 9. The 4 coming off the bench and Alex Len, Trey Lyles, Malik Monk, and Keon. I think there's, the Kings are still working a lot of stuff out, frankly, right? Like it seems like, Mike Brown has a pretty young assistant coaching staff. Like losing Jordi Fernandez, I think is no small thing for them because of how much responsibility he had during games. And I think, Jordy's was the defensive coordinator. Luke Locks is in that position now, and Luke's never done that before. He hasn't been a defensive specialist assistant coach before. But one of the other things that Jordi Fernandez did was when Mike Brown was wrapped up in the game and, coaching the game, sometimes he would lose track of their substitution patterns, their planned substitution patterns. And that's one thing that Jordi Fernandez would take care of. And, I think there's been some clunky substitution patterns. I think in the season opener, when you had all those guys play 40 plus minutes, I think that was a function of Mike Brown being wrapped up in the game and the assistants not necessarily doing what Jordy did, which was just sub guys automatically when Brown was busy doing other things. So I think there's a transition period going on there. And I think Keon might have been, that might have been part of the issue with Keon. And also it was a Kevin Huerter. Like Kevin Huerter, the Kings view Kevin Huerter's spacing is integral to what they want to do. And Mike Brown said that he thinks Kevin Huerter's playing well on both sides of the ball right now, and that they need him to, right now be that starting shooting guard. And that's kind of put Keon Ellis in sort of a weird spot to start the season. But now, to your point, James, I think Keon's settling into that role, coming in with Malik Monk, in the back half of the first quarter, being that sort of super sub combo guard and providing perimeter defense. I think that is ultimately a really good niche for him. And, we've seen it before. Like if Kevin Huerter struggles down the road, then maybe Keon will get back into the starting lineup. But for now, I do think Mike Brown is pretty settled on his 9-man rotation. And I think as things get moving forward, the Kings coaching staff is going to be better at handling those substitution patterns while they get used to Jordi Fernandez no longer being there.
Chris Biderman covers the Sacramento Kings for the Sacramento Bee, live from Salt Lake City right now. I know you got to run and catch a flight here in a bit, but I guess, James, we haven't really gotten to talk about this. So if you would like to also answer this question, feel free. But Chris, we'll start with you. Do you think that Trey Lyles at the 5 is just going to be the thing we see moving forward, or was that a specific matchup thing with the Jazz, or will we start seeing him be the 5 in this kind of 9-man rotation?
I'd have to go back and look, but I think it was kind of specific to the Jazz matchup because the Jazz had first spells in the game John Collins playing the 5, and he's pretty small for a 5. So I think that's what the Kings were doing. They just wanted Trey Lyles' mobility out there to match up with Collins. But I mean, you guys remember like a couple years ago when they went to Minnesota and they had that overtime win in Minnesota, a big part of it, Domantas Sabonis fouled out. Trey Lyles played small ball center against Rudy Gobert, and he spread the floor, he rebounded well, he used his physicality. I think that's something, while Trey Lyles gets further removed from his injury and gets back into a rhythm, using him as sort of a small ball 5 to stave off or be a matchup issue for bigger, slower centers. I think that's something that can always be in the Kings' bag. Because they can play 5 out with 5 shooters, and that can be. I think you need to be able to do that at some level and not lose too much defensively to win in the NBA. Particularly, you look at what the Celtics are doing. You look at why the Knicks traded for Cat. Everybody wants to play 5 out now, so I think the ability to do that is going to be important for the Kings at some point. But I think last night it was more specific to the Jazz just because John Collins was playing small ball 5 for them.
Yeah, I'm going to agree. Yeah, the small ball 5 is something that is integral to like good basketball teams at this point in the NBA. And if the Kings are going to take a big step, there are going to be nights where Alex Len doesn't play. And Alex Len is a trooper. He understands what's going on. And he's more than willing to accept that some nights he won't play. Last night he played 5 minutes all in at the end of the game. I do think we're going to see more and more of it, but I also feel like Mike, at this point, his job was first to get Kevin Huerter going. Now it's to try to find ways to get Trey Lyles going. And sometimes that means giving him an opportunity to play against bigger guys that he can go out and drag those guys outside and really, find his own game. And so it's a process to get these guys back on the court. Missing, 5 or 6 weeks leading up to the start of the season isn't ideal for anyone. Missing 7 months leading up to the season isn't ideal. But we're seeing Mike having to figure out ways to get these guys on the court and in game shape on the fly. And in order for this team to be optimized, Kevin Huerter has to be great, and Trey Lyles has to be really, really good. And the only way to force these guys out there is, again, you just look, they just played 4 games in 6 nights. You got to get them on the court in game action because there is no practice time.
Yeah, for sure. Chris Biderman, Sacramento Bee, we got a couple more for you here. My thing with the Kings, I said 51-31 before the season. Nothing has happened through the first 4 games that have moved me off of that. Has anything happened through these 4 games that have made you feel better or worse about the Kings than you thought coming in?
That's an interesting question. I don't think so. I mean, maybe I do feel a little bit better about the way that they're relying more on DeMar DeRozan to either get buckets and change up the pace of the offense versus I think the Kings were probably over-reliant on Domantas Sabonis the last couple of years offensively. And I think that was a big reason why their season stalled out in the playoffs and in the play-in tournament the last 2 years. I think teams just figured out ways to defend it. And I think the Kings are just frankly a whole lot more difficult to defend now. So I'm expecting as the season goes on for that to look better and better, barring injury, of course. But I think what DeMar DeRozan does complements what the rest of the guys do. And I know, it's not necessarily a super easy fit because he's not, the high flying, fast-paced guy that we associate with the Kings typically. But I think it's a good counterbalance. It's good, it's good to have another club in the bag. Like I said, like whatever sports metaphor you want to use, like a changeup or an off-speed pitch, right?
You are a golf guy, so
I try to be. But yeah, so I think that's positive. And I think when you can incorporate DeMar DeRozan to a point where it's taking less off Domantas Sabonis's plate, like I said, I think that's a positive.
Chris, you're on the road with the team. How much do you think they needed this early season road trip to get away? It's 8 days, but like teams bond. They go to the movies, they go to dinner, they have little planned events when they're on the road. And it does feel like, you're at home for so long, you're trying to work together here. And sometimes you do need to get away from family and you need to get away from real life in order to sort of find your balance as a group. Do you think this is a good thing?
Yeah, I know they went to dinner last night. They, obviously a couple days between games. I think they're probably in the air right now on the way to Atlanta. But yeah, as far as I know, everyone in the traveling party went out to dinner last night in Salt Lake to an Italian place. And yeah, camaraderie is good. I mean, I think, I've asked around a little bit about incorporating DeMar, and everyone's like, he's easy. He's the most non-difficult addition any team can make because he's been on so many teams. He's seen so much in the league. He's so constant. He's just steady, right? Everything you hear about DeMar DeRozan is some synonym for steadiness. So I think all that helps. But this is also a group, even aside from DeMar, there aren't a ton of new faces in terms of the core. Like the rotation has pretty much been intact here for a while now. So yeah, they needed the road trip. I think maybe more important than the road trip is just kind of the schedule. Like to get Portland and Utah to get your first 2 wins, for that to be your first back-to-back, I think is, beneficial for the Kings. Atlanta has struggled out the gate and they're banged up. They play tonight, so the Kings will have a little bit of a rest advantage against the Hawks when they play on Friday. Toronto's not great. obviously. And then, Miami will be a tough game on Monday, but I think even more so than the timing of the trip, I think it's the opponents of the trip, because the Kings have an opportunity to get some wins under their belt before they return home.
Chris Biderman covering the Kings for the Sacramento Bee, doing a great job. 60 seconds here. If the 49ers make one trade, I got to ask you a Niners question. You host the world's finest 49ers podcast, Candlestick Chronicles. If they make one trade, what position should they address?
I would say defensive line. And I know a lot of people would say edge, and I wouldn't have any problem with edge. But if you can get somebody who could play both interior and the outside, I think that would be super beneficial. The Jaguars stink, and they're selling off some players. Why not bring back Eric Armstead? Like, I think it would. Sacramento legend, obviously, but somebody who can play outside and inside, be obviously a really good run defender for them, which they need, and provide a boost to the pass rush. I think that would make a lot of sense. I don't know if that bridge has been burned because of, what happened in the offseason and the 49ers wanting him to take a pay cut and then releasing him and all that. But I mean, he's exactly what they need. So that's a type of player I would go get.
He's Chris Biderman. You can read him at sacb.com. Doing a great job covering the Kings for this entire road trip. Appreciate your time, man. Go catch a flight and fly safe.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
See you, Chris. There he goes. Chris Biderman, Sacramento Bee, Candlestick Chronicles podcast. Shout out.
It's a good podcast.
Really good podcast. Real quick before we move on here, I don't want this point to get. This is separate from the Kings conversation we're having.
Okay.
The Jazz stink.
Oh yeah.
That is not a good basketball team.
No.
I don't know what is going on there.
What?
You have 32-year-old Jordan Clarkson. You've got like 20-year-old Keontae George. I don't the
age arc is all
Lauri
over the place.
Markkanen's 28. Like everything we talked about on the Purple and Black pregame show yesterday, like everything we talked about, like, hey, this team just doesn't make any sense. All just happened on the screen last night.
You know what, man? I got to be honest. It's the same thing with the Portland Trailblazers.
Mm-hmm.
It is the same thing with the Atlanta Hawks.
Mm-hmm.
These are teams that are lost in their build. Why you have a Clint Capella and a Reece Sachet in the same starting lineup, it is like, I know they're trying to blend this thing and all that stuff, but there are teams around the league that do not have a clear vision for where they're going and who they are right now. You can write off Toronto as another team that's just really young and they're just not there yet. But the other teams, you got a 27, 28-year-old Trae Young, and then you get, or 26, whatever he is, 26-year-old Trae Young, but then these super young guys, and you're trying to bank draft picks. Like, it's a lot of weirdness.
Yeah, and I understand. Like, I get why the Jazz wanted to extend Lauri Markkanen. I totally get it. But at the same time, that should also be paired with like a Brandon Ingram trade. And then you're bringing it, and at least that now you have two guys who are all-star caliber players that you put, you see kind of the... Lauri Markkanen is by far their best player, and I am not impressed with Lauri Markkanen. There was never a point last night when you're getting paid what Lauri Markkanen's getting paid. There should be at least a couple of possessions where you're like, dang, that's the best player on the court right now. Oh, the Kings might not have an answer for that guy. And that never happened last night.
He didn't look like he was moving well. Like, I did not like the look and the feel of Lauri Markkanen. And I've always been a huge fan and thought that he would be a perfect fit next to Domantas Sabonis. But what I watched last night was, oh no, that's not, I've said this a million times. People within the walls of the Kings organization for years said we wouldn't trade Keegan Murray for Lauri Markkanen. We think Keegan Murray will be a better player.
Yeah.
I have, like, early in this season, Keegan is the better player.
Yeah.
And it was like very odd to see Lauri Markkanen not look like a legitimate NBA, like near all-star level player. Just not at
I know
all.
he left with the back, left the game.
He had a back or a hip or something. Yeah.
So maybe that was bothering him and has been bothering him, but man, not impressed with him or the Jazz last night. Wanted to fit that in. All right. We've got more Kings coming up. Of course, after their win over the Jazz, we'll take a look around the NBA scoreboard because a lot of interesting stuff happened in the NBA. Only 4 games last night, But some intriguing NBA action around the league. We'll also get to that. That's James. I'm Kyle. We are the Insiders, sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Center. I need a place that this can sit that isn't in my way. My rundown.
I like to slide it like what I do with box scores at the game. I slide them under my laptop. And then I can, move it back and forth, or if I need to fold it. Yeah. I feel the same way. Over there, there's 2 mouse pads. It's very cluttered on that side. Hey, Secure and Bagley. I get it that Keegan is a 4th or 5th option and Laurie is a first option. Laurie Markkanen is not a first option though on a good team. I would make that point. And he's probably a 2nd or 3rd option on a really good team. I would say probably a 3rd option on a really good team. And I don't hate Laurie Markkanen still as a player. I think he's really good, but that's a dude who makes $42 million this year, goes up to 44 the next couple of years, 46, and then $53 million. And I looked at that. I'm like, I don't know that at this point, he didn't look like that player. And then he got hurt. I don't know. Yeah, Lucky Trickster. Oh, I think John Collins is a little bit of fool's gold. If you could get him for, say, I don't know, like 10 million next year, sure. I would be A-okay with him being one of those dudes coming off the bench. And he's looked really good against the Kings. But I don't know if it's because he looks good or everyone else on his team just doesn't look like they're playing hard or doesn't look like they're playing well. Will Hardy's in a really tough spot right there because I think he's a good coach, but I don't think, again, he's dealing with Colin Sexton. I don't know if they benched him or what happened yesterday where all of a sudden Jordan Clarkson started, but then Colin Sexton responded by going 0 of 7 from the field and 0 and 5 from 3. That team is a bit of a mess. So John Collins is nice, but also look at John Collins the last couple of years. Every time he steps on the court, his team gets worse. So I think they would give away John Collins at this point. Not that they dislike John Collins, but again, I think he's in the final year of his contract where he makes around. No, he has a player option next season at $26.5 million. So no. He looks motivated right now. Maybe it's motivated to get the hell out of there. That's possible. The idea of John Collins and the functionality of John Collins have always been at odds. And he's only 27. Just turned 27. He leads the league in free throw percentage. He hasn't missed one yet, John Collins.
Wow.
And he's taking 3 a game, so it's not like he hasn't taken any. I mean, he's 12 for 12. Yeah, 22-year-old John Collins averaging 21.6 and 10 rebounds with 1.6 blocks per game and shot 40% from 3. Talk about a dream player to put next to Domantas Sabonis. But I don't think he's that player anymore.
One of my favorite online bits with John Collins every year was just him being worth, or not being worth, but being on the trading block for 2 first-round picks.
Yeah. I mean, that's
right,
he's a dude who's been on the trade block for years. Yeah, on the court, they're a 116.6 offensive rating last year and a 123.9 defensive rating for negative 7.3. When he was off the court, their defense dropped to 115.4, so 1.2 down, but the defense improved to 118. So they're a negative 2.6 when he was off the court. as opposed to a negative 7.3.
Ugh.
I keep getting questions about
10
Orlando.
seconds.
Like, Orlando's probably a week away from being back in the fold. I don't know how much he'll play, though.
Here we go. 10 seconds. Hour number 2. That's James Ham. I am Kyle Madsen. We're hanging out with you till noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC. Talking Kings Jazz. Kings got a 113-96 win last night in Utah. We'll also take a look around the NBA. James, let's reset the game last night real quick before we do that, though. Sack Filmer on Twitter does an outstanding job. Salute to Skylar. Posted Keon Ellis's defensive stats from yesterday. The Utah Jazz, when guarded by Keon Ellis, 0 for 7 from the field. Of course, he had the 3 blocks and 2 steals. He had 3 deflections and a 59 defensive rating. That means the Jazz, per 100 possessions that Keon Ellis was on the court, that's what the offensive defensive ratings are. An estimated number of points scored or allowed during 100 possessions. His defensive rating was 59. That means per 100 possessions with Keon Ellis on the court, the Jazz were scoring 59 points.
Yeah. No, he was
That's
excellent.
insane.
He was absolutely spectacular, but in all honesty, that's not who he was in the preseason, unfortunately. And like, this job was there to take. And now he needs to find a way to work with everybody else. And that means he needs to learn how to bring the ball up so Malik Monk can play off ball a little bit more. It means he's got to be, ready to shoot on that second unit that is really struggling to put up points. Like, he's got to do more. And it'll be interesting to see how he evolves and how he learns from this process.
Let's dive a little further into that, as well as some other aspects of last night's Kings win with James Ham. So it's 3-2-1. We'll fix that in post with James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
How'd yesterday's Kings game go? Kings insider James Ham has 6 notes you need to know. Here are James Ham's 6 quick thoughts.
James Ham, number 1.
Sabonis snatched Walker Kessler's soul. I just think for me, this was such a huge advantage swing at one position on the court. 28 points, 11 rebounds, 4 assists. I thought Domantas Sabonis continues to be great, but also he neutralized one of the great shot blockers in the game. Just absolutely took him out of the game.
Yeah, man. When he's played really as well as he has defensively this season, or particularly last night, that's a heck of a player, man. Not driving, but I'm early season. I'm on the Domas MVP bus.
Okay.
Why not? We're 4 games in. Let's get wild.
Let's get
weird.
Let's get wild.
Yeah, he was awesome last night. And I continue. I don't want to spend, we're not Utah's sports leader here, but it feels a little to me like the Jazz are trying to turn Walker Kessler into John Collins from hey, he can be had, 2 first-round picks.
Yeah.
You can have this guy, rim protector, and then you watch him and you're, he's a good player, but am I giving up first-round picks to get Walker Kessler in my rotation?
Is he a good? I don't know.
I think he's fine.
Okay, he's fine.
Yeah.
Again, Greg Ostertag-esque. And I'd even say that Ostertag was at least a little more of an offensive lob threat, weapon that you had to defend because he could dunk with his feet on the ground.
And I get why he was part of the Rudy Gobert deal, and they really want to swing. Oh man, we got this guy in the Rudy Gobert trade, and we flipped him for more. But no, he's a legit 7-footer. He's 8 points, 8 boards, 2.4 blocks in his career in 23 minutes a night. Like, yeah, good player.
Okay.
But it's not like he's going up there and putting up 25 and 10 a night.
Yeah, it's not like he's a defensive player of the year candidate.
Yeah, good defensive player for sure, but
yeah,
like, man, he's probably coming off the bench on a good team.
No, totally. And Jay Oliphant in the chat says he's basically Gobert. I was telling Kyle before, I think what they're trying to do is create another Gobert so they can trade him again. It's like they're trying to make like the Gobert factory there. And it's like, okay, well, he's he's just not very, very good. I mean, he's okay, but again, he's a starting center on a.
I am not a Rudy Gobert fan.
Yeah.
I think Rudy Gobert is one of the most overrated basketball players of my lifetime.
I don't disagree.
Walker Kessler is not close.
No.
Not that guy.
No, but I also I was there when Rudy Gobert was coming through for the draft process, and like his legs were little sticks, and he was just like this really, really tall guy who had very little game, and he developed there to the player he was that he is still today. But it's not like those style of players. Like I don't know that they truly fit in the modern NBA. And I think we've seen it with Gobert. He gets played off the court in every single playoff series, and it's just really tough when a guy's limited like that.
6 quick thoughts. Number 2, James. Oh no, wait, here we go. Number 2, James.
Fox got cheeky.
I'm sorry, what?
He threw the ball off of Walker Kessler's behind, and then grabbed the ball and laid it up. I thought Fox is having a little bit of fun. And he was good. He wasn't great. 19 points, 6 assists. I think he's still trying to figure out who he is and what he is with DeMar DeRozan. And so there is this little bit of he's really good for stretches and then he kind of disappears for stretches. I think we'll see this sort of even itself out throughout the season. But for right now, I still think he was really good. He just wasn't he didn't stand out as the best player on the court. That has been Domantas Sabonis in every game.
Yeah, this is if I'm picking out something that concerns me through the first 4 games as a potential long-term issue, it's Fox shooting 29.2% from 3 on 6 shots a night, on 6 attempts a night. That's a little bit concerning to me. He's averaging 21.5, 7.5 assists. If he's not averaging close to 30 because he's dishing out more assists, okay, fine. But like you said, it still feels like in the preseason, it felt like he was taking a back seat, letting DeMar DeRozan and everybody else figure it out. This is De'Aaron Fox's team. When he needs to step in, he'll step in and kind of take over. And it feels like a continuation of the preseason where he's out there and he's contributing. He's a good player for sure.
Yeah, he put up, I think, 28 against Portland.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he has looked like, to me, too much of an afterthought. I need De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox, for my money, is the most talented player on this team. He is capable of going for 30 a night. I know he probably doesn't need to with this group, but he is that type of player. And for him to be as passive as he's been, I don't like that.
Yeah, I think that there's going to come a point where he takes over for a stretch.
I hope so.
And that could be it could take a month, whatever it is. I think he is going to slowly build who he is into this. But at the same time, what you don't want him to do is take such a back seat that this becomes DeMar DeRozan and Domantas Sabonis' team.
Yes.
And I don't think that that's happening, but I certainly think it's on the table and he needs to be more assertive. And I kind of, we saw this with him and Tyrese Halliburton, where he just didn't look like he was 100% sure.
Yeah.
And, when he is when he's got the ball and he decides to start making his move, he had a play last night where he cut in and out of 3 different Utah Jazz players on his way to the basket. And I think he got fouled. It was just remarkable.
Right. It's there.
Yep.
And I thought against Minnesota, early on, Kings up 5-0. Minnesota goes on that, was it 8-0 run, 8 or 9-0 run, whatever it was. And then Fox came down and back-to-back buckets.
Yeah.
Just easy. Got to his spots. I mean, shots he's gonna hit 80% of. And I thought, oh, that's gonna kind of be what he does this year. It's gonna be the Kings offense, and then when they need to settle down, when they need a bucket, it's gonna be Fox time.
Mm-hmm.
And it just hasn't felt like that. I know his shooting percentage from the field is about on par with what it was last year. But he's taking 3.5 fewer shots per game.
Yeah,
that's a pretty substantial amount. I would like to see him get back up closer to 20 shots a night.
Yeah, and I think a part of the function of that is that the last 2 games have not been highly competitive.
That's true. That's fair.
So I think we'll have to wait. He had 20 against the Lakers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I do want to see 20 shot attempts. I want to see what he looks like 3-4 weeks in. And look, I think everyone in Sacramento knows, if he should be the other All-Star.
1,000%.
And he needs to, DeMar DeRozan's a Hall of Famer, but his years of being an All-Star are pretty much over. He's 35 years old. If he made an All-Star team, it would be what in the world just happened?
Yeah.
After not being an All-Star.
It'd be a reputation thing.
Well, yeah. It would also be if the Kings were winning a ton of games and he was averaging well over 20 a game.
Mm-hmm.
But my point is that De'Aaron Fox is the All-Star.
I agree.
He should be the guy who feels that way and plays that way and is putting himself out there in that way. And DeMar should be a really good third guy.
Averaging a career high 7.5 assists.
Mm-hmm.
Also, De'Aaron, 93.8% from the free throw line. Whew. That's big time. That's also a career high by a lot. So yeah, hopefully he starts to figure this out and looks a little more like De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah,
the rest of the way. Number 3.
DeRozan posted his 4th straight 20+ point game, plus points per game. Mm-hmm. This is his he's just going out there. He's just a walking bucket.
He's doing exactly what we all expected.
Yeah, it just looks really, really easy for him to get to 20 on every single night.
Mm-hmm.
Not any night, every night.
Yep.
Yeah. He's very, very good at putting the ball in the basket. And also say he's way up there in steals, averaging 2 steals per game. He gets a ton of deflections. He's more disruptive defensively than I thought. I don't know that I can't say he's better defensively. I think he's been more disruptive, and he still has a lot of game on both ends of the court.
Yep, definitely. Number 4.
Keegan Murray shut down Lauri Markkanen before Markkanen got hurt. He was all over him. He made Markkanen look slow and plodding.
Yeah.
And so I like what Keegan's doing. I need him to continue that early season aggressiveness. The 14 points on 6 of 14 shooting. Again, I was surprised to see that he shot the ball 14 times. But I need him to continue to be around that number. Mm-hmm. And, if he's hitting a couple more, maybe getting to the free throw line like he did not do last night, but hitting, 1 or 2 more threes, he'll be right where we think he'll be for this season.
He is basically, from a attempts perspective, exactly what he was a season ago. 12.7 shots a night last season, 12.8 this season, 6.6 3-point attempts a night last season, 6.8 this season. He is just doing exactly what he was doing, which is okay. But like you said, that early season aggressiveness, night 1, mm-hmm. This is a different Keegan. And since then, he's just kind of been the same guy. I need him to be a little more assertive consistently.
I think so too.
But if you're going to go do stuff like just kind of shut down Lauri Markkanen defensively,
mm-hmm.
and be as good as he's been defensively, you'll take that right now.
Yeah, I totally agree.
Number 5.
Keon Ellis shines.
Yeah, he did.
Again, we've talked about his stat line a couple of times, but 3 blocks, 2 steals. I mean, he was all over the court. He dove on, he got the ball. Somebody stripped it from him. He dove on the floor, got a jump ball. It's those energy plays. And I think that's the biggest thing. His activity level and his energy is different. And it's different in the same way that Malik Monk is different, where Malik brings just his totally different energy to the court, except for one of them does it on the defensive end, one of them does it on the offensive end. Mm-hmm. The Kings need that. They need that guy who comes in and becomes a catalyst defensively. And so I'm hoping that he's growing from, whatever's going on and getting through, sort of the trudge of preseason and into the, what's happening early in the season. And I'm hoping that he's building that trust with Mike Brown.
Yeah. And I think he is. Whatever was bothering him early on, looked like it was behind him last night.
Yep.
Locked in. Number 6.
Number 6, final one. Kevin Huerter looks like 2022-23 version is loading. And to me, Kevin Huerter, again, it might have been rough and it might have upset fans and whatever. The Kings are a better team when Kevin Huerter is rolling. And that's just it. Like, they're a better team when De'Aaron Fox is rolling. They're a better team when Trey Lyles is playing well. But Kevin Huerter has an ability to space the floor like nobody's business. And so for me right now, I think he is doing an excellent job of not only, shooting the ball, shooting 41.7% from 3 on 6 attempts per game, shooting 90% from 2. He has not been to the free throw line yet, which is weird. But again,
don't draw a foul, man.
Yeah, this is the type of player that if you didn't have, you would be searching for if you were the Kings. And so, look, the Kings are a better team when Kevin Huerter is playing well. Whether it's a starter, whether it's off the bench, I don't care. Just they're a better team when he's playing well.
Yeah, man. Volume about the same as last year. He's just connecting more often. His effective field goal percentage is 70.6, which is by far his career high. If this is what it takes, then great. If the 8.5 shots a night and 6 threes a night, if that's not going to jump back up to closer to 7 threes a night and 12 shots a night, I'm okay with that. I need him to be efficient. I need him to be a threat. And he has been.
Yeah, it's really tough to find more shots. The way this team finds more shots, they got to start playing faster. Like that, you need to go create more. They need to go get offensive rebounds. Like, you want to create more shots. If you want to score more points, if you're in the rotation, then go manufacture a couple of buckets.
I also would like to point out that Kevin Huerter is looking like he's back to his more normal self. He's currently shooting a career high 41.7% from 3 after removing the headband.
Oh,
I have been on this since last year.
Oh.
I was on game 9 last year. That headband's got to go.
Blame the headband.
Headband gone, shooting a career high from 3. Salute to Kevin Huerter for doing what needed to be done. I understand it might have been tough. I understand you don't always want to make that change, but the headband had to go so Kevin Huerter could thrive.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Headband Huerter is a thing of the past.
It is. Salute to Kevin Huerter.
That's right.
What have we learned about the Kings so far through the first couple of games? Here, let me just ask you this. We had a little bit of a discussion in the offseason about, hey, Keegan Huerter, Jesus, fix that in post. Keegan Murray has grown. Okay, are you paying him a max rookie contract? Like, this is a max rookie scale extension. Like, dang, this is, if he's not going to be more aggressive, if he's not, I don't know, man. It's a lot of money. You're paying Domas. You're paying. Through the first few games, he looks like the kind of player that you're wanting to give that max extension to.
Yeah, I think if he's going to sit around like the 14 point per game mark where he is right now, 14 and 7, then maybe you're a little bit below max money. But I think we all can see the outline, and we can also see all the players that got paid over the last, in the last 3 weeks.
Yeah.
The rookie scale extensions for the crop of players before him, the year before him, like a lot of players got max money.
Yeah.
And I don't know that all of those players deserve max money, but I certainly know that Keegan Murray is careening towards max money, rookie scale max money.
Sure.
Which is like basically $30 million a year.
Sure.
Coming into the season, I don't know if I thought he between 20 and 30, he's somewhere in that range. And maybe he doesn't get a full max. Maybe he does. But at this point, and you're watching his impact on this team specifically, man, he is right there. He's in line. And a lot of players around him in that draft are not.
Yeah.
Like Jaden Ivey went to pick behind him. There's no way he's getting a max money. Jabari Smith Jr., it's tough to see him getting max money. Chet Holmgren getting all the monies. Paolo Banchero's getting all the monies. But the other guys around them, not really. I think Keegan is worked his way into being a top, a plus starter. on,
Yeah, man.
on a playoff team.
He's come back and been as good or better defensively than he was last year, which is a huge component of this for me.
Yes.
But we've seen the flashes now. I think we've seen more flashes this year that there's growth to his offensive game. I think we really saw it against Minnesota. And that's a very good defensive team where he was not shy about putting the ball on the deck and creating a shot for himself.
Mm-hmm.
He was letting it fly from three. I think he had 10 3-point attempts that night. And go 5 of 10. That's kind of more what I want to see him be. And maybe he's not that consistently this year because it is De'Aaron. We've seen Domas be more aggressive offensively. DeMar DeRozan's going to put up a ton of shots, but DeMar DeRozan, that's a 2 or 3 year window.
Yeah.
With DeMar. And then after that, it's got to be the Keegan Murray show.
Yeah.
I've seen enough from him offensively that maybe it's not going to be as consistent as I personally would like, but you see a world where if DeMar DeRozan after this year says, okay, I'm done playing basketball, I'm hanging him up, where Keegan could pick up a lot of the slack left behind by DeRozan.
Yeah, I think you're going to have DeRozan for all 3 years at this point, but I also think that as DeRozan starts to fade a little bit, Keegan's got to come up.
Yeah.
He's got to be the guy who's taking more and more of the scoring load over the next 2-3 years. And again, look, DeRozan is as advertised, but I'd also point out, we talked about this before, he shot over 21 shots a game last year, 20 shots a game. He's at 14.5 field goal attempts per game. And the biggest difference, he's getting to the line like 8 times per game, which is absolutely wild. But we're seeing sort of like what DeMar DeRozan can look like, and he's becoming more and more efficient for the Kings. By the end of the season, I could see him being at 13.5, 14 shots per game, but averaging around the same, maybe 21, 22 points per game.
Sure.
Just because I think he's going to get more efficient in this offense as it continues. And I think it will prolong his career playing in an offense like this. But I also think that there will come a point where, you see Keegan Murray take this leap and DeMar DeRozan will start sort of handing some of this like offensive scoring load to him.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's to me why I'm comfortable giving him a max extension. As of right now. We'll see. Call me at Christmas. But
yeah,
for right now, through the first 4 games, I feel pretty good about it. And then the other thing, do you think that this little scoring outburst from Domas, where he's averaging 24.3 a game, are we going to continue seeing that?
Yeah, I think 22, 23. The thing I would point out, I haven't one time felt like he forced anything.
Yeah, man. In fact, there's been more times where I've been like, dog, shoot it. Like, I know he's shooting, he's being more aggressive shooting threes and stuff, but there's still been a few times where he like starts it and then he puts it on the deck and does a thing where he's like probing. It's like, bro, let it fly, man.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, I don't know if he can keep up shooting 67.9% from the field and 54.5 from 3.
Yeah, he might go a little cold here at some point.
But. Yeah, but I still like the way he's scoring is just, it's effortless. I mean, not really, because he's getting hit still, but even that is calmed down. He's not getting hit nearly as much. And I think part of it's early in the season, part of it's the opponent.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think he's going to be a guy who's averaging over 20 a game, probably over 22 a game this season.
Yeah. All right. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. The Kings weren't the only game in the NBA last night. There were 3 other contests going on, and all of them had something a little bit interesting. All of them involving the Western Conference. Which was fun. Yeah, literally. It was 6 other teams playing last night and 5 of them in the West. We'll talk about that coming up and what it means for the Kings. He's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders, and we are sponsored by Jiffy Lube here on ESPN 1320 at Sacramento Sports Enterprise.
Let's see. Where is Houston? Jabari Smith is shooting the ball very poorly to open the season. 11.5 points, 9 rebounds, 0.8 blocks. I think he's getting, eaten up. He just kind of swallowed up in a whole group of young players. Even like Alperen Şengün is only averaging 14.8 points and 12.5 rebounds per game, as opposed to what he finished last year at 21-1 and 9.3. So he's got way more rebounds, but they're not running the ball through him nearly as much. He had 5 assists per game last year and only 3.5 this year. I think Houston's they're in figure it out mode, which isn't easy when you're dealing with a whole bunch of really, really highly talented young players. Yeah, Keegan hasn't shot the ball perfectly from 3, but again, I almost feel like Keegan, you need to, like, if he's going to shoot 8 threes in a game, it's got to be 2 per quarter. It can't be this huge first quarter, second quarter, and then you forget about him completely. It's very weird. John Poles, you're all over all of this today. I think maybe it's the rest of the Rockets are looking over at Jalen Green, averaging 28.8 points per game, but on only 43.2% shooting. If I'm his teammates, I'm like, hey, bro, calm down a little bit when you're shooting 43% from the field. Although he's shooting 41.1% from 3 on 11.5 attempts per game. Van Vliet is shooting a ton too. Well, he's just shooting a ton of threes. Yeah, that Rockets team, they've got so much talent that I think at a certain point you might have too much talent and not know what to do with it. Reed Shepherd is only averaging 9.5 minutes per game. Tough look.
Yeah, but he was awesome in Summer League.
Yeah. I'm going to go fire up the other computer.
Okay. Oh. Yeah, I'm really excited to see the Kings play like a good team. Or another good team. September 08.
Yeah, build on who you are during this stretch where you have a bunch of games against bad teams. What's up, Emmy?
I don't think I'd take 3-1. I think you can go 4-0 here.
Yeah.
Like maybe you drop that one to Miami.
Well, you got to remember though that Miami one, if things play out the right way, you could be 3-0 right there and looking at, getting a little hungry right there for that 4th win.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And then don't they have something silly like Toronto the next day or something?
Raptors on Wednesday, 2 days later.
Okay.
Yeah. Then you get Clippers, Phoenix, San Antonio, Phoenix, Minnesota, Utah, Atlanta again. Then you get the Clippers again with the Nets, but then Thunder and Wolves Monday and Wednesday. We might have to we can talk about this off air, but that Minnesota game is the Wednesday before Thanksgiving.
Oh.
Depending on how that goes, maybe we just jump on the live stream for a few minutes on Thursday. Maybe like halftime of the first football game.
Oh, like during the day?
Yeah.
Talk to people?
Yeah. Depending on how the game goes. If it's just a kind of nothing burger of a game.
Yeah. My Thanksgivings are a little chaotic because
you have people. Maybe I'll talk to D-Long.
I don't go anywhere, but no one comes to my house.
If you're cooking and stuff, that's a lot.
No, I go to my mom's house and then we leave and go to my mother-in-law's house. So I have 2 Thanksgivings.
I'm sitting it because my cousin who lives in SoCal is a nurse and she's working on Thanksgiving. So Thanksgiving we're just chilling, and then Friday we're doing like Thanksgiving dinner. So I got time to kill on Thanksgiving. Maybe I'll jump on solo and just talk to the people.
Okay.
All right, here we go.
Now, back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen, brought to you by Jiffy Lube on ESPN 1320.
James there, Kyle here. The handoff with one of D-Lower KC coming up in about 12 minutes. We take you up to noon. We'll hand it off to those guys, and they'll take you up to 4 o'clock, and that's when coverage of Game 5 of the World Series between the Dodgers and Yankees begins. Coverage 4 o'clock right here on ESPN 1320. Do not miss a pitch, because if the Yankees, check this out. I saw this stat yesterday. The Dodgers were up 3-0 in the World Series, and then the Yankees, of course, won 11-4 last night. Major League Baseball has come out and banned the fans who interfered with Mookie Betts last night. Not really interfered, tried to assault Mookie Betts last night.
Yeah, not great, man. Don't grab a player.
Yeah, if the ball is in over the wall and in foul territory, you can put your hands up and try and grab it. Once the player has caught the ball, leave him alone. Like, that's ridiculous. But anyways, banned for Game 5, but only Game 5.
After that, they're allowed back in.
Season ticket holder again next year. At least that's how it sounds right now. If the Yankees win tonight and force a Game 6, it'll be the first time in World Series history that a team has forced a Game 6 after going down 3-0.
I think last night they said it's been 54 years since somebody has won a Game 4 when down 3-0. Yeah, it's like something crazy. Like, no one has done
a lot of sweeps.
Even one. Yeah, usually when it's 3-0, it's like it's over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if the Yankees win tonight, we get a Game 6 in LA, and it gets a little tight.
Yeah.
I don't know. I want games. I don't have a rooting interest. I don't care. Like, I don't want either team to win particularly. So I just want games. I want as much drama as possible.
I agree. Just
That's
like
kind of what I'm rooting for.
I want to see this thing, get dragged out a little bit. Like, let's play.
Yeah. Should be a really good series. Maybe Aaron Judge will start hitting. I don't know. It'd be really cool if he showed up.
Doubt it.
Anyways, let's take a look around the NBA as the Kings were mollywhopping the Jazz in Utah. Dallas beat Minnesota 120-114. Hoops Hype. We love the homies over at Hoops Hype.
Mm-hmm.
Tweeted out that the game gave off West Finals vibes. I wonder why. What about Mavericks Timberwolves could have possibly given off West Finals vibes?
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
A mystery. A real mystery. Do you think the Mavs are just a bad matchup for Minnesota?
Yeah, I mean, maybe. I also think Minnesota right now, again, they're 2-2 like the Kings are. They aren't who they're going to be. It's going to take a little while for them to figure out like their path forward. And I think it's so much easier for a team like Dallas to integrate a player like Klay Thompson, who has a specific role and who did not shoot the ball well at all last night.
2 for 7 last night.
Yeah, it's easier to integrate that than to integrate a true number 2 scorer. And, not only that, but a guy who typically has a ball in his hands a lot, a big assist guy in Julius Randle. And so I think, again, the Timberwolves are going to take some time, and they may not reach the same heights that they did last year. I mean, it's very possible that they don't, just because, you lost a big player and, maybe you don't. And I think even last year, I felt like they caught lightning in a bottle a little bit, and, a little bit like the Kings did the year before. Like, whether they're going to be there or not at the end, I don't know. But I certainly, just because they make it to the Western Conference Finals one year does not mean they're going to make it there a second year.
I just don't know, and I will say this until I'm blue in the face. I don't know that Naz Reid and Nickeil Alexander-Walker and Dante DiVincenzo, that's their 3 primary guys off the bench. They all played 24 plus minutes off the bench last night. I don't like the Kings. It's Fox and Domas and DeRozan, but man, you have to. Keegan Murray is a legitimate threat. Kevin Huerter is a legitimate threat. Malik Monk is dynamite off the bench. I don't know that Anthony Edwards and Julius Randle doing a bunch of one-on-ones while everybody else stands around. I don't know that Alexander Walker and DiVincenzo and Reed are like. I know Naz Reid's a very good player. I don't want to, but I just don't. Maybe it all fits together eventually. but I don't like the way those pieces work, and I don't know if that's enough of a threat to have a team where it's a my turn, your turn, Anthony Edwards, Julius Randle thing work.
Yeah,
And
because
I just kind of think they're fatally flawed in that way.
no, I see what you're saying because, like, look, if you look at the Kings, we all know that Keegan Murray in a different system, like where he was asked to do more, would probably be at 18 points per game.
Yeah,
Like
I would agree with you.
He averaged 15 last year. We can easily see how he could be an 18 point per game scorer. He might be that by the end of the season. But the Kings have Fox, they have Sabonis, and they have DeRozan, which are like in most playoff series are going to go for 70 to 80 every single night. On top of that, they have all of these other pieces that can give them, 20 or 30 if they need it, whether it's Monk, whether it's Keegan, whether it's Kevin Huerter. The depth of scoring on Minnesota took a hit. And I don't know that they're going to be, and it really does feel like it's two dudes that will have the ball all the time.
Yeah.
Right. And I think that's where having like more of maybe it's the fact that they're two dudes. One of them I think is great. The other one I think is like slightly inefficient and okay. He's a good player. He's not an all-star typically in Julius Randle. And so I'm a little put off by like their overall ability to, like, for an 82 game season, to really have like a lot of oomph.
Yeah, and at some point, like you need those secondary players to be involved. And I don't mean involved as in Anthony Edwards drives and the defense collapses and he's going to kick it out to Nickeil Alexander-Walker for 3.
Yeah.
It just doesn't. And I think Chris Fincher's a good coach, and maybe they figured out. Anthony Edwards, 7 of 13 last night from 3. Julius Randle, 3 for 3. 62.5% from 3 this season.
Jesus.
If Julius Randle's going to have another year where he's shooting 40+% from 3, okay, maybe the calculus on all this changes. But I think at some point he's going to come crashing back to earth. And if they're not knocking down a ton of threes, I don't know that they can hang with a lot of teams.
Well, that, and I think the other problem is that they were like not just good, they were outstanding defensively last year. And I don't think they're the same team. Like they're like, can they be a good defensive team? Yeah. Right now,
they're going to be the number 1 defense in the league, though.
Yeah, their defensive rating right now is 15th in the league at 113.8. Last year it was, what do we look at, 108.4? Like they were outstanding, and I don't know that they can get back to that level with Julius Randle.
Yeah.
So intriguing.
Yeah. The Wolves about what I thought they'd be. The Mavericks about what I thought they'd be. The Warriors beat the Pelicans 124-106 last night. No Steph Curry, no Andrew Wiggins, no DeAnthony Melton. The Pelicans led by 20 in that game. And Buddy Hield went off. Buddy Hield, 28 points, 25 of them in the second half, 19 in the fourth quarter. He was 7 of 11 from 3. I think he was 6 of 6 from 3 in the second half. I just took over. Lindy Waters III, 21 points for Golden State, 8 rebounds, 4 assists, a steal. That's nice for the Warriors. They moved to 3-1. Really, really quality win for them. Moses Moody, 5 of 6 from 3. If the Kings can't beat this version of the Pelicans, I give up.
Yeah. I mean, we're talking about a team that had two star players go for 30.
Brandon Ingram, 30. Zion Williamson, 31. Efficiently. 24 of 36 they were combined.
And how much did they lose by?
18. And they were up 20.
Yeah, that's not good.
They gave up 77 points in the second half to a Warriors team that had no Steph Curry and no Andrew Wiggins.
Yeah, I look at when we step back, and like I know a lot of fans. Oh, Steve Kerr inherited a great team, and then they went out and they got Kevin Durant. But man, with the team he has right now, the Warriors' offensive rating is 3rd in the NBA, and their defensive rating is 2nd in the NBA.
Insane.
Like, I don't care like what they're doing right now. I think some of it's smoke and mirrors. Sure. But at the same time, man, he's a hell of a coach.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The fact that, I mean, they got outscored 31-14 in the first quarter last night. And I think that's another one of Steve Kerr's kind of, I don't want to say superpowers, but one of his skills as a coach is I think a lot of teams are just kind of punting at that point, going, hey, we don't have 2 of our 4 best guys. We're down 17. Okay, we're done for tonight. The fact they battled back, I was super impressed. But as good as Golden State was, like I said, the Pelican 24 turnovers. It just that's not a good team right now.
Yeah, and
they got a lot to figure out.
And again, like Steve Kerr has his team like ready to play every single night, and everyone is getting a look. You know, he's already had a ton of different people in the starting lineup.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you've got 13 guys playing 11 minutes or more.
Mm-hmm.
Like everyone's getting a shot to play. Even Steph Curry's averaging 26 minutes a night.
Yeah, he sat 2 consecutive fourth quarters.
Yeah, it's just absolutely crazy. So I don't know, again, how long this lasts or anything else, but I do know that when you have 13 players who are getting a shot every night, they're going in there and they're playing hard for every single minute they're on the court because they know that if they don't, somebody else is going to be coming in, taking their spot in just a minute.
It's the exact opposite of what we just talked about with Minnesota.
Yeah. Minnesota's
like, all right, these 3 guys are coming off the bench and they're going to stand there and wait for the ball to come to them. And that's just not a super effective way to go about playing basketball. I also want to talk about Denver. Denver beat the Nets last night. Jordi Fernandez's Nets. 144-139 in overtime. And dude, I was a little bit down on the net. I was down on the Nets to start the year. No, I was a little bit down on the Nuggets to start the year, but not in any way that was, they're not a title contender. I don't think they're a title contender.
It's early, but their over-reliance on Jokic at this point in the season, out of necessity, is a bit alarming. They've played 2 teams, a little bit like the Kings, 2 teams that are playoff teams to start the season in OKC and the Clippers. And then they've really struggled. They lost those 2 teams against those 2 teams to open the season, like the Kings. And then they go against the Raptors and Nets, and they get the wins. Like the Kings got wins against, Portland and Utah, but to need overtime in both of those games against bad teams, that's not a good look. And so I would be, if I'm, if I'm the Denver Nuggets, I'm a little concerned about what's happening and what my team looks like right now, and just the depth that they've lost over the last couple of years. You cannot survive with Jokic playing 39 minutes a night, and with him averaging 31.5, 12.3, and 9.3. And then it's a steep drop off after that.
Yeah. Jokic had 29, 18, and 16 last night.
Yeah. I know. My son kept looking at it. Like, he's like, are you seeing this stat line? The night before he had 40 in a triple double, I think.
I mean,
yeah.
I get what, and Denver let Bruce Brown walk, and Bruce Brown got a bag.
Yeah, they had no choice. They didn't want to let him walk.
Yeah. Kentavious Caldwell-Pope goes, and I understand the idea. Like, Nikola Jokic is that dude. He can turn water into wine, right? But I'm sorry, man. The starting lineup is really good. Jokic and Porter and Murray and Gordon and Christian Brown's been fine. But their bench, like Julian Strawther, Russell Westbrook, Peyton Watson, and Dario Saric. Like the depth in that, just because we talked about the Nuggets last year, we were like, man, this is just a machine. Like they are just they know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly what they want to do to you, and they're just going to impose their will on the game. And they are just this relentless. It's like Michael Myers. No matter how fast you run, when you turn around, they're going to be there.
There he is.
You might be up 19 in the second half. It is not going to matter because they are just going to churn, and you're going to make mistakes, and they are going to take advantage, and they are not going to make mistakes. That just is not there anymore. A couple years ago, the Nuggets are beating this Nets team by 40, and the Nets are taking them to overtime.
Yeah, and I mean, you beat 2 really bad teams to get to 500, and you barely beat them.
Yeah.
Yeah, like really tough.
Dennis Schroeder, 28 and 14.
They've made some mistakes too.
Nick Claxton, 16 and 12 with 3 blocks. Cam Thomas, my favorite player in the NBA right now. I love Cam Thomas, dude. I'm just all in on what he is. 8 of 22 last night, 1 of 8 from 3, 9 of 9 from the free throw line. He had 26 points.
Yeah.
He's just going to go in and chuck.
He is like Mad Bomber. Yeah. He's making Karis LeVert look,
He's averaging 29.5 points a game on 22 shots.
Yeah. Hey,
I don't enjoy watching a player more than I enjoy watching Cam Thomas.
Jordy has that team playing hard. That's all you can ask.
What?
I knew you were talking about Cam Thomas.
He's the best.
Just by hearing the numbers.
He's the best.
We're probably talking about Cam Thomas.
I love taking Cam Thomas. Kenny Caraway's here. It's the handoff. Kenny Caraway of D-Lo and KC coming up here at noon. There's not a more fun on Prize Picks.
Mm-hmm.
I had such a great time putting Asia Wilson in my lineups.
Okay.
Because more than pick a stat, whatever number you want,
right,
it's going more.
She's going up.
It was ridiculous. Her points, rebounds, assists.
Mm-hmm.
It was like 11 of 12 games she went more. And it's so fun when you're Cam Thomas right now.
Yeah.
Pick the points, pick the shot attempts, pick the shot makes, doesn't matter. I'm taking more.
Cam Thomas.
And I'm having a great time watching it.
Cam Thomas, he's a bucket. I wonder if he ever figures some things out and matures a little bit and then becomes a little bit more dynamic. We gotta forget how young he is. I think he's 23.
23.
Yeah, he's a young dude.
He's not like a seasoned vet. He just buckets right now.
I think there's a world, and James, you and I have talked about this before, where Cam Thomas does what you're talking about, and maybe he's just this for his whole career.
Mm-hmm.
But I think there's a world where he harnesses his abilities a little bit. Because like you said, it's not like he stinks and he's just throwing shots at the rim.
Right.
When he wants to get to the rack, he does.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And he can shoot a little bit from outside. But if he does harness that, does he fall into the perfect sixth man role?
Absolutely.
Where he is the kind of maximized version of Jordan Clarkson or Lou Will or Malik Monk, or pick your favorite sixth man.
I mean, we kind of see that from Jordan Clarkson. After it took him a while, but by the time he got to Utah, sixth man of the year on the number one seed in the Western Conference.
Yeah.
I wonder if Cam Thomas ever gets there.
Yeah.
I'm wondering though, can he be more? I mean, again, we can laugh that he's averaging 29.5 a game, but he's also averaging 2.8 assists and 4.8 rebounds and 1.3 steals. He's shooting 38.2% from three and 44.8 from the field. He's getting to the line 7.3 times per game. He's shooting 93.1 from the line. Why not? And I think the cool thing about having a guy like Jordy Fernandez come in is if Jordy gets figures out how to get through to him and say, look, man, you can be our guy, but you have got to play defense. If you don't play defense, I'm not going to let you do this. And if you don't pass the ball ever, we're probably not going to do this. I need you to be more. Can you slowly turn him into somebody, again, Buddy Hield with the Kings, where he started at the shooting guard position for a long time, a couple of years. There are guys around the league that, Gary Trent, other guys, even Norm Powell, where they can stay in the starting lineup as just a mad shooter. Right. But you got to put the team around him, and, I don't know.
But I just walked in on you saying those numbers. I was like, that's probably Cam Thomas.
Got to be Cam Thomas.
I had no idea what the conversation was. Just heard the numbers. I was like, oh, it's probably Cam Thomas.
And he just turned 23 just a couple of days ago.
Come on.
Go ahead. He came into the league at 19, I think.
Getting a Cam Thomas jersey. Real quick, we got 2 minutes here. Have you learned anything about the Sacramento Kings through the first four games? Has there swung you either they're going to be worse than I thought they were, better than I thought they were? Because I've not
learned. I don't know if I learned, maybe confirmed. They're good.
Okay.
They're good.
Yeah.
They're a good team.
Mm-hmm.
I think I tweeted it out last night. I said, I'm going to give it 10 games. And then this offense is going to be like shooting fish in a barrel.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be easy work.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't mean they're going to win every game or nothing like that. But that offense is when DeRozan closed the game out. They were up by 17. But the way I know you guys saw there was they ran offense through him for 6 straight possessions, and it was either he got whatever he wanted, or Malik got something, or Kevin Hart. It was just easy. It was get him at the elbow and let him orchestrate everything.
Yeah.
And it was man, they're a problem.
Yeah.
And I think they're gonna get to the point where these teams that are lesser than the Jazz and the Trailblazers, I do think this year they're gonna beat the hell out of those teams.
Yeah, that's the mindset shift that I've learned. like, oh, okay, they're not overlooking these teams. They're not going to play down to them. They're just going to squash them and move on.
That's where it feels like 2022-23. They might have had like 1 or 2 games the entire season where they let you down in a game. You know, you can lose to a good team, but they didn't lose to bad teams. Right. And that was a really, really every night they showed up, and that was a good vibe.
There last year, middle of the year, there would have been like a sense of dread about this road trip, where it's like, oh man, this is a bunch of games they should win, and can you get 2-2?
Yeah.
And instead we're going, hey, can you get all 4 of these?
Come on,
because I think they can. D'Lo and
no
KC
Scotty
coming up
Brooks
next.
Either.
What?
I'm
sorry,
Scotty
what?
Barnes, not Scotty Brooks. No Scotty Brooks, but no Scotty Barnes.
Oh my gosh,
No
they're
Bogdan.
so unserious.
No Bogdan,
Yeah.
Kings.
What do you guys got coming up?
Kings. And I'm probably the only person in America who found the Yankees fan hilarious last night.
Oh no, that's been the prevailing thought.
Really? They talking crazy about me because I thought it was hilarious. They're like, no, it wasn't. He could have hurt him. Okay, but he didn't. We'll talk about it.
I'm surprised at you.
I want him ejected. Don't come
He
back.
did.
Ban
He got
that guy.
ejected.
Yeah, ban that guy forever.
Ban.
All right. D'Lo and KC, who likes fans assaulting players, coming up next. ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. That's James and Kyle. We're sponsored by Jiffy Lube. We're the Insiders. Back at 10 a.m. tomorrow. Until then, drink water. Be nice to people. Appreciate y'all, chatty gang. Have a great night.
All right. What's good, baby?
What's good, y'all? What's
Wait,
good? What's good?
What is happening here? That was weird. Let's see.
Yeah. Oh boy. First 2 episodes of The Run are out. All right. Gotta watch it.
Well, that's got to be DeMar, yeah?
I would think so.
Or Malik. Or Malik and DeMar.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Let's go, baby. Let's get this day started. Let's get this Wednesday started. One more time. Y'all know what it is. Hey. Y'all know what it is, man. Back-to-back wins for the Sacramento Kings. We're going to talk about it.
They do not know what Sacktown brings. When on the low, that's a Sacktown thing. Talking about us, it's a bounce out thing. Must they forgot we some Sacramento Kings. Whole squad going crazy, yeah, we back with it. Northern Cali going crazy, one sack winning. If you doubted us, then ain't no back spinning. This is real right here, ain't no catfishing. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look towards the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now.
You can tell them like the beam now. Hey.
Tell them like the beam now. You can tell them like the beam now.
Tell them like the beam now.
Back-to-back dubs.
You can tell them like the beam
Starting the road trip off right.
Tell them like the beam now.
Domantas is killing it. We're going verse 2.
Sack crowd, make sure everyone knows. Let me tell you how this thing really goes. Yeah, we travel deep, whether we home or on the road, we lit. You don't want that smoke, we the team of the year. We shaking things over here, don't doubt, we believe over here. We don't bleed over here. And let me just speak real clear, I only deal with real kings over here. So tell me what you see now. Coming down the lane off the rebound. It's 9-16 now. Look toward the sky like the beam now. Tell them like the beam, like the beam now.
Shout out to that boy, Young Zell, or as Mark Jones calls him, Denzel Jones. Welcome in here to the Wednesday, October 30th edition of D-Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself. I'm in God mode.
You already know what it is, man. He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are live.
From the worst slums of Sacramento.
The worst. We are happy that you're here with us. We feeling good. Goddamn right, we feeling good.
We feeling great around here, man.
Kings get a win yesterday. Kings look good yesterday. 29-14, third quarter kind of put that one away. That is exactly what the Kings needed. It's exactly what Kings fans were hoping for. And now you've got 2 games in a row where, at least we believe, that the Sacramento Kings have played lesser opponents. And now we've got 2 games in a row where the Sacramento Kings have handily taken care of business here. 2 games straight where the opponent's been held under 100 points. We'll talk about that. But the Kings get the win last night, man. 113-96. I do not know any other way to start this conversation other than to say Domantas Sabonis is eating.
My goodness.
He is having an all-NBA first-team start to the season.
Dominating performance last night and dominating performance over the first 4 games.
Right now, Domas, AD, and Nikola Jokic are all first-team All-NBA. These guys are crushing it, man.
And last night was just, I'm just watching that game, and they ain't got no answer. They have no answer for this man. And that's what we've seen all year long. We saw it against the Lakers. We saw it against Portland. I mean, the scoring numbers weren't there, but he was eating whenever he wanted to in that game as well. And now he's added the component of he's hitting 50-something% from beyond the arc, and he's taking 3 of them a night. And yeah, he's the truth. He is the truth right now. Wow.
Yeah, he has not. Man, I'm just. I asked him to shoot a couple more times. Y'all got mad at me, and damn it, the man did it.
They almost threw you out of Sacramento that day.
They really did. And this dude shows up a day later and jumps me.
He said, "Get him."
Well, wait a minute.
No, I don't know. Get Doc. Hey, Doc, you got bigger problems to worry about. Get the hell out of my studio.
Well, no,
Doc, you ain't welcome
settle
here.
down. I mean, you see the roster that I have. I don't know why you're acting like you see who I have.
Doc, you got Dame Lillard and Giannis Antetokounmpo. What are you talking about?
That's where you need to tell the whole story. I mean, I've got Torian Prince. He's playing all the time. But
The hell's Doc Rivers got to do with any of this?
We should tell the whole story. Because in his dominating games, which is all 4 of them.
Yeah.
Only shot the ball 13 times, 14 times, 8 times. And then last night, he lost his mind.
Shot 18.
Shot 18 times.
Man, he getting to the foul
But I
line.
was going to say, I do agree with you. Like, you get to 16 shots a night, the way he's producing. Yeah, I'll take that. Absolutely.
Domas is bad, man. That boy is bad.
Mm.
Absolutely love it. Kings dominated in the paint yesterday, too.
Yeah.
58-38 in that one. Domas, 28, 11, and 4. He's averaging 37 minutes per game, 23 points, 11 rebounds, 65% from the field, 55% from three. And this question might be dumb. I don't think that it is. But we know kind of, Jason Jones talks about narrative awards. Narratives exist, right? And obviously, we're 4 games into this, not trying to frame a conversation for awards. But I do wonder if the player, is a little bit more on people's radar because of starting 5.
For sure.
And when
it's got more, yes. How
Yeah.
much more? I don't know, but for sure more.
Yeah, I mean, just in the sense of, I think I think there were a lot of Katie's reality show watchers who were like, oh, okay, I'll look at this. But I think most fans were us. They were basketball fans.
Yeah.
And I do wonder how many people saw Domas, saw the way that they played, heard his numbers, heard people talk about he just does not get the love that he deserved. Saw the montage of reactions when he didn't make the All-Star team. I wonder how many people saw that who weren't paying a ton of attention to Domantas Sabonis last year, or maybe weren't paying attention the year before. Saw that and were like, I'm gonna keep an eye on this dude. Yeah. And you look up and you see that the man is 23 and 11 right out the gate. That he's dropping 28. He's one of 3 20-point scorers on the Sacramento Kings. You're looking at a lot of different teams right now that are kind of trying to find their footing. It feels like right now, one game into this road trip, in a couple of wins into this, maybe the Kings are starting to find their footing. But to me, as great as DeMar has been, as good as De'Aaron has been, I'm going to stop short of calling him great, but he's been good.
Yeah.
Domas has been great. He's been the one to me. And it's hard to not look back at the preseason, man, and think I know it's dumb, but I kept saying, man, everybody looks like they're coasting except him. He never looked like he coasted. He never looked like he wanted to get the preseason over with. He never looked like he was playing in a game that didn't matter. It looked like to me, and I could be wrong, that Domas was playing all out for all 5 or 4. I don't remember if he sat one or not. All of those preseason games, and it's just carried over right here into the first 4 games of the regular season.
Well, the other thing that you see with Sabonis is, and this isn't an indictment on anybody else, it's just what I see with him, is you see that he put the work in.
Yeah.
He put the work in on his game. And it didn't have to be on Instagram. It didn't have to be, on Hoop Central or anything like that to show he's been working on his game. He's been working on his moves. He's been working.
The only
on
time
his
he
hands.
wound up on those was when he was with DeMar.
Yeah.
And the DeMar video showed up and everyone was like, is that Domas?
Right. And even then he's, hey, we got a new player? Okay. We'll go down to LA. We're going to work. We're going to get this work in. And that's what I see from him. I see the commitment to getting better over the summer flourishing now. And you see it with this shot. Like I said, he's ready to take the 3-point shot. He's hitting it at a good enough clip right now. He's been working on his game.
Yeah.
He's been working on his game. And that's what I always say. People can have whatever little clips that they want on Instagram, or they can tell you whatever as far as working. The proof is going to be in the pudding. The proof is going to be when them lights come on. And the lights are on right now, and Domas is shining bright.
Yeah, he is, man. And I could not be happier watching him play the way that he is. Assist numbers down a little bit, but De'Aaron's are up. Malik is continuing to do well. Man, there's some I think there are some interesting things to talk about in last night's game. Okay. I think there's a handful of things that we could discuss. The rotation being one. I think Mike again was aided by the flow of the game, or really by the way that the Sacramento Kings were playing. I think that helped him with the flow of the game. But we'll talk about that. That's going to be a season-long thing. Like I know Mike talked early in the season after the first couple of games about, I gotta find that rotation, got to settle into, got to find the right distribution of minutes. It's going to vary. Like if you're in a tight game, Domas isn't going to leave the floor very often. DeMar isn't going to leave the floor very often. De'Aaron, probably Keegan isn't going to, like, there's a lot. And then some of the observations from people outside of Sacramento regarding last night's game were interesting. People that we like, by the way. I'm not trying to make a smart-ass remark. I'm talking about people that we like. People like Keith Smith. Keith Smith wrote a pretty extensive, for Twitter, layout of what he saw in last night's game. And I think Keith is no joke. Like Keith,
he watched the league.
Yeah, he was like, hey, Keon's got to play. You've got to find minutes for Keon Ellis. He's too important on the defensive end for the Sacramento Kings. So those are all different things that we could talk about, man, throughout the day.
And I'll say, I'm sure Keith Smith watched the Kings before that, but if you just watched that game last night, he's not wrong. Keon was fantastic last night. Fantastic. We'll talk about it more at length. And the other crazy thing about that, though, Keon was fantastic. We'll dive into this. I think Kevin Huerter's been fantastic.
Talk about it.
He has been sensational in these first 4 games.
I don't know that was but
sensational.
He absolutely has, man. Shout out to our boy TD right there. We'll come back, man. We're going to dive into all of these storylines. We're happy that you're here with us as the Sacramento Kings. Get to 2-2. Got a couple of days off now before they they're heading to Atlanta now, but a couple of days off before that game is played on Friday night. So plenty to talk about, man. We are thrilled that you're here with us. It's Steele and KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Sorry, guys. I'm just kind of gathering stuff for our team here. Hang on.
Miss P. What up, though?
Miss P with one of the greatest run-ins in history.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Thursday.
That was
jet landing on the top of the Golden One Center.
That's what happened.
Red carpet rolled out. Ric Flair's music started playing. Miss P came out and said, "Woo!" Like, yo,
that's exactly how it went down.
Yeah, Mrs. Mac 10, that's a good call. We'll get Keith on this week. That's a good call.
Miss Mac 10 is the lick. West Side is the click.
Yeah.
Can't get enough of that gangster.
Shout out to the Discord. I know y'all saw the video dropped. The Kevin video. The fun delivered video we were talking about yesterday.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Yeah, it dropped.
It dropped.
Yeah,
okay.
It dropped.
Right.
It was making its way around the Discord this morning. That's a good call, Katrina. Tasha, that's a good call. We should clip that. Put on some of that Denzel Joyce. I think a good bit would be to see if we can get Mark Jones to reference D'Lo and KC every game since Trapes references Sackdown Sports.
Mark would do it too.
I know, man. Boy, would he. Boy, would he. Let's see.
Oh, man.
Let's see.
Yo, that's crazy.
What's that?
The wake up call video.
Oh, that's wild, right? The funny part, because you don't have the sound on.
No.
The funny part is Katie, when she sees it, she's like, ah! And Kevin's like, what? That is a sex toy.
Well, I also think Kevin had it upside down, because the box, it's clear as day on the box.
Yeah, he did. Yeah.
So when he opened it, I'm gonna have to go watch this. Listen to it. That's crazy. That just be hanging around the post office. Somebody mad too.
Oh,
somebody mad. Baby. Nah, David, no, man. It's not, they don't cost enough.
Oh, yeah. Unless we got
put a zero.
Kenny's people at Louis Vuitton to. All right, man. Let's dive into this show a little bit.
Yes, sir.
916-909-1320 Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. If you want to be a part of the conversations, we, as always, would love to have you. As the Sacramento Kings get a victory last night, 113-96. We mentioned that third quarter. Kings had played pretty well in leading into that third quarter, but that 29-14 quarter that they had really kind of put things away. Of course, coming out of halftime, Markkanen was out with back spasms, so he was kind of done. And the Kings took advantage. They went out there, they had a big quarter, and they really did put this game away. It allowed Mike to kind of chill a little bit in the fourth quarter. In terms of his rotations, De'Aaron had a really big third quarter, and that was just part of the story of the game, man.
Yeah,
that's part of the story of the game. I'm really happy with the way the Sacramento Kings played yesterday. I think having one of those games where, it feels like last year, maybe even the last 2 years, we're just like, man, they're not very good, man. Just put them away. Like, don't let this be a thing where everyone. I mean, in the end, if the Kings, win, 113-112, you get the win. Like, you're fine.
Mm-hmm.
But how often did we hear, they win those tight games like that against bad basketball teams? They're like, yeah, man, there's a lot we got to do better. There's some things we're going to work on in practice. And I'm sure they feel that way today. There are things that they got to work in practice. There are things that they got to do better. But overall, man, that's the way the game should have been.
Absolutely.
Made a run, blitzed them, put them away, and closed the game out in the fourth quarter.
And honestly, that's how I'm looking at what this team is going to do all year against subpar teams. I think they're going to be like, what are those, like the cobras or whatever, like a snake. It just suffocates you. You know what I mean? I think that's what they're going to do to these teams that don't have the personnel to keep up on the offensive end and don't have the personnel to defend everything that they've got. One of the things that I want to keep an eye on moving forward, especially against these teams that aren't very good, is what we've seen the last two nights in the third quarter, coming out and blitzing these teams in these third quarters and creating separation during that quarter. And is that going to be a staple of what they are all year long? Because if it is, I'd love to see that.
Mm-hmm.
Love to see that.
Mm-hmm.
But that's what they did last night. I mean, it was let me see. I think it was a 9-point game going into the half. And yeah, it was a 9-point game going into the half. By the end of the third quarter, it was almost 30.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they started to lock up a little bit on the defensive end, and then they started to have their way on the offensive end. And I think I was telling the insiders this.
Good show.
Think very good show. I think they're gonna beat the hell out of these bad teams all year long. I think.
Well, I wish you hadn't said that.
Ass.
I hope you're right. Are there varying levels of bad? Like, what do we mean? Because like Utah is tough.
Utah's one of the worst teams in the game.
They very well might be, and the fact is, Portland might be too.
Yeah.
I didn't think that going into the season, to be honest. Like, did I think they were a bottom, like surefire, not making the playoffs, pushing? Absolutely. They might actually be worse than that. Like they
don't have a lot there.
They like Cooper Flag, like they're going to be in position to, fight for those top 4 odds type things. Yeah,
absolutely. So those teams, I mean, there's not like there's 20 of those teams, but
for sure. There's like a couple.
Yeah, there's 7 to 8 of those. They're gonna beat the hell out of them.
Okay,
they're gonna beat the hell out of those teams.
Oh, you're right.
And that's that's gonna be. I'm sure they'll drop 1 or 2 of those type of games, but that's gonna be, off the top of my head, maybe 15 games that they just handle business. And that's not taking into account they'll beat the Clippers like that sometimes. They'll beat the Rockets like that. They'll beat the Nuggets like that maybe a couple of times. So I'm just saying those particular
Nikola Jokic, poor man Domantas Sabonis. Needed overtime to get 18 rebounds.
This is a really good team. And the other thing that I said last night that I was watching, I tweeted it out, say it again on wax. I'm gonna give it about 10 more games.
I really should unblock your Twitter. It sounds like
that would be nice. Yeah. That would be nice.
Kind of unblock it a day at a time.
Give it about 10 games. Mm-hmm. Let this offense get under control, and it's gonna be.
So you saying 10 more or 6 more?
10 more.
10
14. I'd say about at the beginning of the season, I'd say about 15 games.
Okay.
So we're getting 14, 15 games total. And this offense is going to be a problem. Oh, man. This offense is going to be a problem.
I'm not sure that the offense isn't already a problem.
Oh, it's already a problem.
Like we look at the, the 113 doesn't, it's not like, oh man, that's not a thing. That's even below the markers that we've used in years past for like where it feels like that they're unbeatable. But they put up 61 in the first half, and I don't mean this in a negative term. They had the ability to kind of coast in the fourth quarter. But I mean, if you just look at the first 3 quarters, they put up monster offensive numbers. And we see this a lot in games like that. They didn't need to in the fourth quarter. I don't want to say they took their foot off the gas, but a lot of guys, like guys kind of came out, and you just in those games, you just kind of trying to close out the game.
So here,
I think the point in that, sorry, Casey, the offense was probably a lot better than the 113.
Absolutely
gives us the thought that it is.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's what I mean by that, by what I say. This game, I'm looking at this game right here, and I think it's the same for the Portland game. They had 1 30-point quarter. The first quarter, 34 points. I think a lot of times they're going to have at least 2 in a game moving forward. At least 2 30-point
quarters.
That the game against Portland, they had 1. They
had the 29 in the third.
Last night. Yeah. And then they took their foot off the gas.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think they're gonna. If there's an average, if Will Z wants to look at average for this, I think they're gonna average 2 30-point quarters a game.
Okay.
Like I think
Will Z with us, by the way, later on.
They're gonna, and it's gonna be different. It's not gonna be something that they necessarily blitz you with all the time. But I looked at the end of that game, and for about 5-6 possessions in that fourth quarter, they went to DeMar DeRozan, ran the offense through him. And every time it was a good look. It was DeRozan getting the bucket. It was him kicking out to Huerter. It was him kicking out to Malik Monk. They just sat him at that elbow and let him go to work and ran the offense through him. And when they get a feel for the spacing and everything they're doing with that, I'll use the term I used on Twitter.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be like shooting fish in a barrel.
Well, why would you do that? Why wouldn't you just grab the fish out of the barrel?
I'm not sure.
Oh.
But that's what it's going to be
Has
like.
anyone ever shot fish in a barrel?
Yeah, I'm sure they have. I have.
Like, what do you use? You don't use like a.
In the cartoons, they use a revolver. that's what Elmer Fudd would use.
Is he really the best guy to take advice from? Shooting fish in a barrel. AI's response. Can I also just remind people, because I don't think everybody knows this. When you type something into Google now, the first thing that pops up is an AI response.
Yeah, I know that.
That AI response is not accurate.
Yeah, we all need to make sure we scroll past that.
Scroll past the AI response. I have heard this mistake made live on the radio. Dude, not you. Did that happen to you today? Okay, that was not a shot at Kyle Madsen. I didn't know that happened to him today.
AI overview.
That is, yeah.
Come on, man. Give me an article. Stop playing like you. Give me an article like you used to. Snippet of an article.
What does it mean to be shooting fish in a barrel? It means it's ridiculously easy. No, I get that. What I'd like to know, okay, great. Oh, this is going to go well. It's a Reddit thread. You ever wonder where the expression shooting fish in a barrel came from? I mean, did someone actually do it? That's the question. I love this person. Like, surely you must have wondered. Seriously. Oh, this is great. And there's no answers because everybody on Reddit is just a smartass. No, well, Kenny said it. Shooting fish in a barrel.
That's what this offense going to be like.
Just get a net. I don't know why people do that, but
yeah, I don't know either.
Reddit is a spectacular place.
Reddit's great. I've never really dove into Reddit.
I did it once.
It's too crazy.
I did it once live on the air, and the only thing I found was a post that said, "Why does D'Lo hate Carmichael Davis so much?"
I remember.
Like, wait a minute. This is being discussed on the internet. What is happening?
Yeah, man.
Shout out Dave. He's probably taking his nap. He's going to wake up to a bunch of notifications, and he's going to text us. The hell is going on here?
Yeah, well,
that's fine, David.
It's like shooting fish in a barrel.
Apparently. Apparently.
Will Z in the Matthews Chatty House gives the Kings have 30-plus quarters in 6 of the 16 quarters so far. Won each game other than 3 against the Timberwolves.
Oh, that stings. That stings.
Mm.
He had 30 against the Timberwolves and didn't get that, or 3 against the Timberwolves and didn't get that one. Man, that surprises me about LA. They put up 127.
My guess is that, well, I'm doing the math. They had 1, 1, 3. That's 5. They only had 1 against LA. Huh.
Maybe Will Z typed that wrong. It was 3 against LA.
Oh, that's what he did. There he is. He says, whoops, Lakers not Timberwolves.
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Well, it makes sense because I'm looking at it. 34, 34, 33. That was the second, third, and fourth, and they had 26 in the first quarter. A lowly 26.
That's going to be the norm. That's going to be the norm. I don't know about 3, but I said they're going to average 2 a game.
Okay.
That's what I'm looking at. That's what I was looking at the beginning of the season. And I just wondered how many times they could do that, get a 30-point quarter. And about 15 games in, we're going to see 2 of those on the regular.
Well, those types of games help Mike, and they help with his desire to not play these guys, to not play the DeMars and the Keegans and the so-ons for 40 minutes a game, 40-plus minutes a game. And last night was another night. That third quarter happens. It changes the way Mike can play guys in the fourth quarter. They had like a lead, like they were comfortable in this game. And you mentioned the 9-point lead headed into halftime. That can help the way that Mike spreads out these minutes. And the more games you have like that, the more, Keon Ellis played 17 last night. Trey Lyles played 20. Alex Lynn only played 5. But still, you had DeMar at 34. You had Keegan at 32. Remember, those guys had hit the first 2 games at 40-plus minutes. You had De'Aaron at 30 last night. You had Kevin Huerter at 26. We'll talk about him in a minute. And then Domas was at 34.
Yeah.
All of those guys, except for Kevin, have played 40-plus minutes in at least one game this year. So Mike being able to stay away from that, I'm sure helps him. And it gets Trey Lyles back on the floor more, who needs to be on the floor. And while I don't think Keon has to be out there on the floor to get better, it does get Keon out there. And I think the more that Keon is out there, the more that he shows his worth.
I agree. I agree. And you talk about what we saw from him last night. He was everywhere on the defensive end.
He
was really, really good. Stood out.
I agree. If I were to pick, so there's some weird things in this game, right? The Kings didn't shoot the three very well, and they decided to not make free throws yesterday.
Now I said, come on, guys.
I know what Casey's going to say too. That's how averages work. It's all going to balance out, and they,
they should shoot 90%.
I don't disagree at all. They did not do that yesterday, and they also didn't get to the foul line as much as they had in games past. But and those are things that, like, okay, like that's fine. It's a one-off. It's a game that you won. It's a game you won by double digits. It's a game in which you held the team under 100 points. I'll take that. Please don't do it again. Please don't make this regularly. But I'll take that. It's whatever. One thing that did kind of raise my antennas a little bit, because I do think, you talk about what the Kings might look like the next 10 games or so. You give them 15 games to figure out. I think a lot of that's probably Trey too. Trey Lyles getting back there on the floor, finding his groove, just playing basketball again. Might be true for Malik as well. Excuse me, not Malik. Well, maybe to a certain degree Malik, but Keon Ellis. One thing that I felt was kind of glaring yesterday was Malik didn't shoot well. And I looked at Malik not shooting well, and then everything that happened with the other bench guys, and thought, oh, this might be a glaring reason why Mike just will not waver on Malik's role on this team. Because with Malik missing, the bench didn't have much in terms of the offensive end. On the offensive end, they did not have a lot. You didn't get a double-digit game from Trey Lyles. You didn't get a double-digit game from anybody. You didn't get Keon getting sharp from behind the arc. And while it's a one-off, it did kind of, man, without Malik, hitting 3-4 threes or driving to the bucket a bunch of times, the bench scoring does look a little thinner than it does on days where he's the pizza guy and he's cooking.
Yeah. No, that's the truth, man. I mean, nobody in double figures last night off the bench. And Malik had opportunities. He got 11 shot attempts up. You would expect him to, get to the point where he's, got 13, 15 points in that situation, but he just couldn't hit. 2 of 8 from beyond the arc. And when he doesn't hit, right now at least, there's nothing on the bench to kind of pick up for that. I think Trey Lyles will get to that point, but Trey is still working himself into game shape and getting a feel out there. This is literally his 4th game. He didn't play any preseason or anything like that. So he's trying to find his groove a little bit. But yeah, their main bench scoring is definitely coming from Malik Monk. And if it's not there, it's scarce on that bench.
Yeah. And again, one off, but against the Bucks or the 76ers or Denver. Did you see any of Denver last night?
I didn't. Just the highlights.
We we caught the highlight of Luka earlier. Jokic is sick, dude.
That boy bad.
He's not my favorite.
Dropping dimes again.
He really is not my favorite. I don't like sitting down and watching the Denver Nuggets. Yeah. I really don't. But every time I do, I walk away with oh my God. This dude. It's not that different than Luka. I don't enjoy watching Dallas.
Right.
But we did. And do you see the move by Luka? This ridiculous like him and Jokic are just ridiculous.
It happens.
Just ridiculous.
It happens every time.
Every single game.
I see them on the schedule. Oh, I don't want to watch.
Yeah, right.
Guys. Like, not interested.
Right.
And then I watch because we watch basketball, and it's like, damn, these boys is bad. Can you believe what he just did?
Yeah.
Can you believe it happens every time?
I don't believe what I just saw. What's that from again?
That is, oh man, what is
Isn't
that?
that Kirk Gibson?
Is it Kirk Gibson? That is Kirk Gibson.
Yeah.
My first instinct was that airtime? No, that's not airtime. That's something else.
Everything starts with airtime.
It's what it feels like. Was Kirk Gibson in airtime anywhere?
Kyle Madsen throws an Ozzie Smith homer, but
go crazy, folks. Go crazy.
Ozzie Smith?
Yeah, not Kyle. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was go.
I think it's Kirk Gibson. I went to WrestleMania for some reason. I was like, that's got to be Bobby Heenan or something.
Now that would be more on brand.
I was like, that's Shawn Michaels against Brett or something.
Yeah. No, that's the boyhood dream has come true. The most charismatic. Sorry. Bryce alerted me. Hey man, watch NXT. I didn't. He said NXT was really good last night. I was just like, I can't, Bryce. Like, I'll try. Like, I did record it. I was like, I'll try.
RVD came back.
What?
They're setting up that ECW thing next week.
Oh, stop it.
Oh, sorry.
No, they're doing that again.
Well, they're doing a little ECW at the little arena next week or whatever. Come on, man. It's fun.
The only thing that Eric Bischoff has ever said that was accurate is
That's not nice.
ECW is a pimple on the ass of professional wrestling. That's all it is. You know it's there. It annoys the hell out of you. But in the end, it's nothing.
RVD versus John Cena was a classic.
Yeah, that's because of John Cena in the crowd, though. RVD wasn't a bad wrestler.
No, RVD wasn't a
RVD wasn't a bad
pretty
wrestler.
spectacular.
No, he could go.
Yeah.
He could go.
I don't remember any of his matches, but he was pretty
Well,
spectacular.
you remember the Cena one.
Yeah.
Did
I don't
you see
remember
actual
the match. No, I remember the setting.
Does anyone remember what happened immediately after that?
Yeah, that's the one where Edge gets him, right?
No,
and then Paul Heyman counts
So
it.
he gets after the ECW thing. That was for the title.
Mm.
So he beat Cena for the title at the ECW arena. Unless maybe 2 weeks later, he gets arrested. He gets arrested, and Vince has him lose to, I don't remember if it was, maybe it was Edge. I don't remember who it was, but he loses the title like 2 weeks later because Vince is like, you got to be kidding.
Oh, I didn't remember that though.
Yeah.
That-
RVD's title run was less than a month long because he messed up.
Oh, bad. That what they were able to do, I don't know if you could always do it in wrestling and it would work, but they tapped into, with that particular match, the home away dynamic that we see.
Oh,
in
for
sports.
sure.
Like,
Yeah.
oh, Cena's going to
Oh, yeah.
ECW. He's on the
Yeah.
road now to have the, and it was great.
But I maintain to this day the reason it worked the way that it did was Cena.
He was great.
Because Cena, instead of doing his big elaborate thing, he knew what was going to happen, and he walked out, did nothing, pulled his hat down, put the belt over his head, and walked straight to the ring. That was brilliant. Even when he threw out the shirt, he just tossed it. The guy in the front row catches it, throws it back at him. You could see the light bulb over his head go, boom, and he grabs it and he throws it further this time, and then it gets thrown back. And John's one of the goats, man.
He is.
He
No,
understood. He understood the business as good as anyone.
I agree.
I wonder how John would feel about the Sacramento Kings.
Well, he likes them. You can't see
Jesse,
them.
get John Cena on the phone.
Can't see them.
Actually, we got John Cena here. Come on, Jesse, that's funny.
I'm in the studio. I laughed.
Sorry for the radio audience who has no idea what's going on. I just put up the empty
That's
chair.
Cena. That's Cena.
Well, you can't see him. I legit made myself laugh with that.
That's what
Goodness
made it even
gracious.
funnier, though. The chuckle.
You think Cena does media next year while he's wrestling and all that?
Yeah.
Like maybe we can hit the WWE guys up. Like, hey, maybe we miss Cena.
Cena just did. Oh,
Is he too
like
big
old,
time for
like
that?
old D'Lo and Casey?
Yeah, is he like too big time for
I
that?
don't think so. Like he just did something relatively big. I can't remember what it was.
He did Kai Cenat.
That's what it. Yeah, he
Yeah.
did. Yeah.
He saw Kai Cenat
Yeah. He
randomly.
just did that.
Where's popular as Kai Cenat?
I think so.
I think so too.
Do you believe it?
Yeah. That's what I keep.
What I'm going to tell the
That's what
WWE guys.
That's what I keep telling.
Well, that's
people.
what I'm going to tell New Aaron.
Yeah. You seen these YouTube numbers?
Yeah, man.
I wonder if New Aaron's ever listened to this show. He said he was listening on the app. He didn't say that to us. He said it generically. Probably listening to Abe, pocket watching champion of the
That's
world.
so scary. Can you imagine New Aaron's like, oh yeah, let's see what these guys are talking about. Yeah, I don't know why Bret Hart's always so bitter.
You know what the truth is? It could be so much worse than that. Like the things that we do on the show, it could be so much worse if New Aaron tunes in at the wrong time.
Like I said, Tribal Chief telling them, got to, if you want to familiarize yourself with the region, listen to 98 Rock.
It's 100% what it would be. Okay. All right, pal. Settle down, old Aaron. Relax, buddy. Does it say anything? So the Kings missed free throws. Couldn't hit the 3. But still put up 113, which is it's not far. Like our barometer, but I think it was 115.
Yeah. I think it was too.
Yeah, like they're 2 points off of that number, hitting single-digit threes and shooting 60% from the foul line. Granted, they didn't take a lot of free throws.
Yeah,
but still,
and taking their foot off the gas, like we said in that fourth quarter.
And when you talk about this team being something, watching out for that offense in the the next 10 games or so, and we'll take this 15-game sample size. I'm starting to like this. This is the DeMar DeRozan effect to me. This team, it used to be Sacramento will live and die, sometimes die painfully behind that 3-point line. 4 games in, I do not feel like that is the case anymore.
And that's why the offense is going to be so crazy.
And I'll go one small step further. The takeaway from those 2 Warriors games in the preseason, they hit a few more threes in the second one. They hit none, figuratively, in the first one, talking about that first half. And I think I always forget the number, but Golden State hit like 9 more than they did. Or maybe it wasn't that. It was a lot more than they did in that first half. And the Kings were up 2. Yeah. That is the DeMar DeRozan effect on the Sacramento Kings team.
100%. And this is why they're going to be so dynamic offensively, because they've got a number of different ways that they can beat you. It doesn't have to be with the 3-point shot. It doesn't have to be with De'Aaron Fox. It doesn't have to be with Malik Monk. It could be with Sabonis. It could be with DeMar. It could be with Kevin Huerter. It could be with DeMar ISO at the high post and let him make decisions right there. It could be De'Aaron Fox on the pick and roll with Sabonis. There was a time in the third quarter when they were running that high pick and roll with Domantas and Fox to perfection. It's just they can give it to you any way they want it, any way you want it. We can play up and down and start hitting some threes and shooting that, or we can slow it down, and we've got the weapons now in the half court where we're devastating in the half court. And they still don't even really got a fit. That's why I say 10 more games. They still don't really have a feel for everything they want to do all the time. When that comes, it's going to be scary hours. Oh, I just saw Lucas pass again.
Nasty.
Wow.
You mentioned Kevin Huerter a couple of times. I think he deserves a significantly longer conversation. And you had one job. One
No, this really pissed me off.
Job.
No, yeah, we'll talk. This really did piss me off.
And you failed, and it's why the entire industry of regional sports networks needs to die. We'll come back. Steelin with KC, brought to you by Sky River Casino and Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Yo, P-Dub, chill, bro. Hey, chill, P-Dub.
Yeah, you can run the rest of class, bro. Just go ahead and fence and back the rest of PE, bro.
Wow.
That's crazy.
There. Man.
Kings win a couple games and people don't know how to act.
Well, I understand. What's the next line? gonna break niggas off in the coffin. Oh no, you know what? Our region OVO niggas, the dick riders. That was the line I immediately went to, but there's a line in between. I'm a 6 cents telling me to awful. Yeah. No, it's not that one. I like that part because it's the first time where he gets like, oh, he angry. Oh yeah, Mike, let us be obnoxious. We ain't even there yet. We ain't even there yet.
It's gonna be on and popping. It's gonna be on and popping if it's like January and we the 3 seed or something. It's gonna be on and popping, bro. Bonte gonna be so mad at us. Actually, Bonte don't get mad. Butch be getting mad at. Butch be getting so disgusted with Kings fans.
Warriors aren't terrible.
They're not.
Warriors aren't. That was a good win last night that I was
gonna
watching.
Be some good games.
I was watching because Kyle was at the house. I was like, all right, we'll leave it on. And Buddy, like, Bonte texting, Buddy got a bag. I was like, motherfucker, he ain't never done that in his life. Y'all keep that clip forever because you will not see that shit again. But he cooked, man. He had
took off.
He did, man. He was a big reason they pulled away from the Pelicans last night. That was good stuff from Buddy. He didn't even look comfortable doing that dribble drive move. I was like, oh God.
He didn't know he did it.
I don't think he did.
Buddy doing that was like it was like Mike. He just had he's like, wait, what? The shoes.
Man. Yeah, Johnny. Buddy's Warriors. Oh, Miss P's not liking it. Let's see what he does tonight. You're right, Miss P. Miss P, what time did the jet pick you up?
And where's it going next?
Where are you now?
That's a good point.
I told Miss P she needs to come back for
that's just. I mean, that's.
I just forgot. We haven't said that date publicly, but we've told a couple of people privately. Yeah,
she knows, and
Shannon knows.
Yeah.
Miss P knows, and the world will find out soon.
Mm-hmm.
Prize picks here. KC, tell them about Prize Picks, baby. They need to download that app.
Prize Picks. Those are my people over there, man. I didn't have a winning lineup last night, and it's okay. It's okay. One of the things that happened, and they didn't charge me for this, was marketing was on my Beam Money, and it was on the Beam Money lineup, and he got hurt.
You see why that makes us all uncomfortable?
Well,
right?
I mean, that's what it is, and like I said, I gotta say something. I can't say Sacramento Kings out here.
Who said it's something that it sounds like you take to Vegas? That was Jesse. I thought so. This Beam Money.
We on that Beam Money, man. So they didn't put that against me, but at the same time, I didn't get everything that I needed last night. So no win, but I'm back at it today. No issues. And here's the thing. You can be at it too. All you got to do is download the app today. Use the code KIFM to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code KIFM to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 lineup. I'm going to have, for sure for every Kings game, I'm going to be posting that Beam Money lineup. You know what I mean? I'm going to have that sometimes, some random NBA nights like tonight. I'm going to take a look at the, what's going on out there and put a lineup together tonight. Check on my Instagram, check on my Twitter, and you'll see what the lineup is for that night. But
I'm looking at some of these for tonight. LeBron James, 24 points more or less against the Cleveland Cavaliers.
The family's going back home.
He averages 28 against them on his career.
That's a good game too. Lakers, Cavs, Lakers 3-1, Cavs 4-0.
Ja Morant versus Brooklyn, 26 points plus assist.
Kyle gave us a pro
get
tip
in on that one.
Kyle gave us a pro tip earlier. He's just whatever Cam Thomas is for, just go more. So take a look at that. But
Tyrese versus Boston, 18.5 points.
Less.
I already took that. I ain't even got the rest of my plays, but I took that one.
He hopped on that, made sure he locked that in for the
Yeah.
lineup.
Yeah, let me get this turned in before they change it.
So yeah, man. Promo code KIFM. Prize Pick. Run your game. Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for more details.
I think I'm gonna take LeBron more.
Yo, wait a minute. Hold on, man. Hold on. I'm
What
just
happened?
just noticing this.
Uh-oh.
I don't know if it'll come across. Sorry for the radio audience, but why
Should be
is
our
this?
slogan.
Why is this ref sweating so much? Let's see. We'll get here. It's Mavs,
Yep.
Timberwolves
Mavs,
on the.
Timberwolves.
You see Luka complain.
Yep.
Look, oh, you
Oh
can't.
my
Ew,
God.
gross.
Oh, buddy.
What?
What is wrong?
Well, wait a sec. Well, wait a minute. Let's be fair to the officials. They're running up and down the floor too.
No,
Well,
that's
why have we never seen
unnecessary.
a coach, the
Yeah.
referee like?
Well, there have been a couple of officials.
Gucci 2.0 has never looked like that.
Well, that's because are you gonna make me point this out?
What?
Well, my brother was white, so like
I've never
he
seen Joey Crawford look like that.
No, then now wait a minute. You've never seen Joey Crawford sweat?
I've seen him sweat, not like that.
Well, that's so okay. It's a mind trick. Brother's hair was all messed up. He looked disheveled. He looked disheveled. We've seen Joey Crawford sweat before. He looked
It looked like he just got mugged or something.
He looked, man.
That poor guy, man. Damn. Get him a towel. Get him a towel. That's so hard. While I'm looking at the replay, hey, hand me a towel. Hey, Mo, you got a towel? Scott, Mo, do you have a towel for me real quick? Thanks, bro.
That and a liquid IV or something.
Add some water. Get him some
Yeah,
water.
give him in a water bottle.
Buddy, do you want some Gatorade?
Oh man. You know, I'm still locked into this Kings game though, man. We talked about yesterday, can we learn something if they win or lose? And I said, and maybe it was playing it safe, but I really believe this. I'm not going to learn a whole lot just yet if they were to lose that game, because I was looking at the whole 6-game, spell that they have coming up. I could learn something if they won. And I feel like I learned a little something. And it's maybe it's not as much learn something, or is it confirm something for me? Oh, they're legit. This is a good basketball team. This is a good basketball team. And it's not necessarily the win. It's the way they've gone about their business in these past 2 games. They needed the wins. They needed to make sure they took care of business. And they did just that. They weren't messing around. They weren't really letting either one of those teams hang around. They buckled down on the defensive end. They got the ball where it needed to go on the offensive end. And they took these teams out like they were supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
That's something that I was looking for, and I'm still going to be looking for with some of these games coming up. You've got a Toronto team that I don't think is very good, and their best player is going to be out for the 2 times you play them. Atlanta, they're trick or treat. You never know.
You want to elaborate on that for a second?
Yeah, my bad. Scotty Barnes, I think he got broken orbital bone.
Yeah.
He's going to be reevaluated in 3 weeks.
Yeah, and the first thing I thought of is the Kings. First thing I thought of, salute Scotty Barnes.
Yeah,
get well, brother.
Yeah.
And then it crossed my mind pretty quickly.
Absolutely. We don't see him this year.
Yeah, Kings got 2 against Toronto coming up here real quick on this road trip. And then the first game back is Toronto.
Yep.
So yeah, we won't see Scotty Barnes at all this year.
Yeah. So, and they already weren't that good of a team with Scotty Barnes. So I'm looking for them to take care of business. The other one that we learned later in the day, and it's maybe not as significant, but it still matters, is Bogey's going to be out when they play Atlanta. Bogey's had I think they said a non-surgical procedure or something.
Yeah.
And he'll be reevaluated in 3 weeks.
Okay.
2 or 3 weeks. So he'll be out. So, they showed me last night they are capable. I'm not saying they're going to do it every time. Well, I guess I am, because I said that earlier. I think they're going to do it a lot of the times when they play these lesser than teams, but nothing's a guarantee. But they showed the capability of handling business when they needed to against teams they needed to in these past 2 games. And I love seeing that.
Absolutely. It's what every Kings fan wants to see. And in addition to that, play of Kevin Huerter. Kevin didn't have the best opening night against Minnesota, but we've got a 3-game sample size here where it feels like he's settling into year 1 Kevin Huerter.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't look forced. It doesn't look like a stretch. It looks like he is I hope he looks comfortable.
Yes.
Like he looks completely comfortable. And he was one of the guys who, after the Portland game the other night, said, yeah, we're still learning each other. There's still a lot to figure out. And I believe him because, as we talked about yesterday, they all said it. They all said the same thing at the same time on the same day. So I'm going to believe him.
Mm-hmm.
But Kevin looks comfortable out there.
Yes.
He looks, well, once he hits his first shot, it felt like once that first 3 went down against
the Lakers.
Yeah. It felt like it was I wish that moment had happened at home because the home crowd wanted it so bad against Portland. But all right, settle down. Yeah. And
I'm healthy. I'm back out here.
He is. I think he is.
And he had the move. You probably remember this on the break where he got the ball. He had leaked out, and I think DeMar got it to him up the court. He kind of had to wait for the ball, so it wasn't like a clear path. He got it, controlled the ball. Jordan Clarkson's right there, and this just stood out to me. Kevin Huerter big-bodied him with the left shoulder. Just big-bodied him with the left shoulder to create some space, and then had a nice little left hand up and under with the finish. And that was, I think he's perfectly fine. I don't think he was ever favoring the shoulder, but I'm good. I'm good. I'm back to playing basketball now because that was the surgically repaired shoulder. That was that side. And he didn't even think twice. He didn't hesitate to body up in that situation. And he's playing really good. I don't want to overstate it and be like, oh, people, he's MVP. I'm not saying that. He's playing really good.
Mm-hmm.
He is shooting the ball well. He is active on the defensive end. It's been a thing since the season started about him with deflections. Now that that's, something on people's radars, it seems like he's getting 3 or 4 deflections every game. He did it again last night, and he's just being active. He's being present on the defensive end and as a team defender. And I'm so impressed with how he's playing. I'm so glad to see this for him, man, because I know last year was a tough season for him. And to have this type of start can only be encouraging, man. So big ups to Kevin Huerter.
Yeah, and I love this. 26 minutes so far through the first 4 games, 12 points, 55% from the field, 41.7% from 3 rebounds and assists, a steal and a block per game. Of course, he had 3 in one game, so that skews things a little bit. But 12 points per game. Rewind to last year, 10.2. Rewind to Beam Team 1, 15.2. How often did we talk about could Kevin find a sweet spot right in the middle?
Yes.
And through 2 games, he has found that spot right there to where that 12 per looks easy for him. Remember that 12 per is based off the rough first night too. If he continues to play the way that we've seen in the last 3 games, which it feels, it's not like he's gone, 5 of 5 or 8 of 9 in a game that's skewing all of these averages. Last night's game looked like the Portland game, and it looked like the Laker game. Like he's starting to settle in to a version of Kevin Huerter that we all recognize.
Yeah. It's just a solid level of play every time he's out there. Just solid. And I think it's sustainable. That's the good thing about that, right? Like the way he's playing doesn't seem over his head, doesn't seem out of body or anything like that. It seems like it's just, this is who he is. This is the type of player he is and can be. And sure, just because he's a jump shooter, there are going to be some nights that he's going to be off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But just being involved in the game. That's what I'm really looking at. He's being involved, and I guess that's typically looked at as something on the defensive end, which he's doing a great job of. But offensively, he's not hesitant. He's not shy. He's looking for a shot. He's staying confident on the offensive end, whether he makes or misses. And I can't say enough about how impressed I am with him after the first 4 games. I know he didn't have a good first game, but I guess these next 3 games, he's bounced back in a real way.
Yeah. Kevin deserves a lot of praise for the way that he's playing because he got a lot of heat for the way that he played last year. And there were 4 game stretches last year where you'd be frustrated with Kevin Huerter, 2 game stretches, 1 game stretch where you'd be frustrated with Kevin Huerter. And, now that it's flipped here a little bit, I think he deserves his praise.
Yes.
And he is off to a terrific start this season, as is Domas, which we started the show with, as is DeMar DeRozan. And we'll talk more about DeMar moving forward. But what about De'Aaron? De'Aaron, I actually thought the start that Domas is having, which feels like super aggressive, locked in, extremely high level. That's what I thought De'Aaron was going to be to start the season. And again, I don't think De'Aaron is playing bad at all. I think De'Aaron is playing good to really good. I thought he might play at a different level to start the season.
Understandable.
And as I say that out loud, maybe he's like, why would I do that? I did that last year. I'm going to turn it on late.
Yeah, it could be the case.
I'm going to turn it because everybody forgot what I did at the beginning of the season.
Right.
I'm going to make them remember what I do at a different point. And I don't know.
That could be the way he's looking at it. I mean, he's also looking at it, I got so many weapons around me. I'm going to make sure I do my job, but I don't have to force it. I don't have to do nothing crazy. And I've always thought that's who De'Aaron Fox was. Does he have the capability to score 28 a night? Absolutely. Absolutely. But I always thought, this goes back to how I felt and the drafting of Marvin Bagley. Look, I make mistakes too. I make mistakes. I'll express, because I always talk about my Barry Horowitz where I pat myself on the back. I will tell you my mistake.
When you shouldn't, but you did.
I looked at that situation as, Bagley going to come in. He's going to be the number 1 scorer. He's the bucket getter. De'Aaron's going to be the second guy that averages like 19 and 9 for his career, something like that. And he's going to be the heart and soul of everything. But as far as like actually getting the buckets, that's going to be Bagley and Bogey, I don't know, or something like that. But
Harry Giles, sir.
Harry Mason, Frank Mason.
Mark my words.
But I think that's kind of where he's at. Like, I think that's where his mindset at. When I need to turn it up and I need to get 28, 29, I can and I will. But on a night-to-night basis, DeMar will run the offense through you in this fourth quarter. Go to work.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Sabonis is killing. Why would I not set things up for him? He's a point guard. He is a point guard that can score at a high level. But I think at his core, he's a point guard. And the way the roster is right now, it's conducive to, I think, how he approaches the game of basketball. That's just my thought, too. I didn't talk to nobody. I don't know. But just the way he plays basketball, I think he's more of a true point guard than he is a super scorer.
916-909-1320, the Elk Grove Kia talk line. Manny, what's going on, baby?
What's up, y'all? I think what gets lost in some of this sometimes because people did so much of the, Ellis versus Huerter is we need both of these guys. Both these guys, when they both contribute, it's a very good team. It's a really good team. Like, not that everybody else, we need our stars and everything, but those two guys are very critical together in being successful moving forward. And at this point, like, I'm back to the whole, whatever Mike does, he does. Like, I just want to see them both because I like them both. I want to see them both successful. So the better those two play, the better this team is going to be. And I'm curious what you guys think about that. And I'll ask the same question tonight to Coach JT, who will be on the Cherry House after party, 8 p.m. on ESPN 1320 Twitter or on YouTube.
Now get your stuff off. I was waiting for it.
Keep cooking. Keep cooking.
That was good. No, he got that off. Coach JT coming through to talk with Katrina, Manny, and the crew tonight, man. Tasha and the crew tonight, man. Good stuff.
But I agree with him. That's what we've seen in the last 2 nights. If you can get playing time from Keon and Kevin Huerter, and they're both playing well, it just adds another layer to this team. Like I said, we mentioned it. We didn't really dive into what we saw from Keon last night. I don't know if the numbers are there or whatever. I thought he was fantastic last night. I thought he was everywhere defensively, steals, block shots, rebounds, just active hands. I thought Keon was really, really good. And that's what you want from a guy in that role, in that position. He wasn't a starter last night, and that's fine. But 17 to 20 minutes of that, that's game-changing production coming off the bench. And if you can find a way to get him in the game for 15 to 20 minutes a night, it might not even be that many. It might be 12 to 15 minutes a night. But find a way to get him in the game. You may take away a little bit from Malik. Like Malik hasn't hit that 30-minute marker in a while. Maybe that's what it takes to get Keon in there a little bit. But when you get Keon and Kevin Huerter playing at a high level, this team is dynamic on both ends of the floor when Keon's out there.
I think it's the Laker game, but I want to be sure. 27-50 versus the Lakers, 26-24 versus the Timberwolves. Those are Malik's two biggest minutes.
So he hadn't gotten over 30 yet, huh?
No, not yet. Not yet, because he was, what was it, 18 the other night? Yeah, when they were running away with it. And then last night was that's not right. I got the wrong. Stand by. Everything's fine. There's nothing to see here. Last night was 26 minutes. That's actually a little more than I thought, but 26 minutes for Malik. So yeah, he hasn't eclipsed that marker yet.
Yeah. And that's kind of what, so this is what we were talking about the other day. Like,
so do you agree with Keith? Like, Keon's got to be on the floor for Sacramento. I'll go grab Keith's tweet and read it verbatim so I don't misrepresent what he said.
I think I do. And I think that the way that you get him on, we talked about it the other day. You're going to have to come off of something. You know what I mean? That we talked all summer about 2 of the 3 guys need to play and, at all times. And Malik Monk, there's no reason he should be less than 30 minutes. Well, something's got to go if you want to get Keon on the floor. And, Malik, that's my boy. There's going to be plenty of times when he gives you 32 minutes and, he's closing out the game and all this other stuff. But the notion that he has to play 30 or bust every night, I think you got to get off that a little bit if you want to get Keon in the game.
Keith Smith said, I'll touch on a couple of things that he said about Sacramento before I get to the Keon part. Ball movement and shot distribution were keys for Sacramento. Everyone get touches, but nothing felt forced. Came in the flow of the game. Extra efforts were there for the Kings on defense, especially closing out the shooters and active hands for deflections and steals. Got to keep Keon Ellis in the rotation. He just does stuff that other Kings guards don't do. Then he broke down a couple of thoughts on the Utah Jazz, obviously the loss of Taylor Hendricks and so on. So we'll leave that stuff for Twitter if you want to go see it. But Keon Ellis has to be in the rotation. He does stuff that other Kings guards can't do.
He's right. And namely his activity on the defensive end. It just, I don't know what the number said necessarily as far as like deflections and all this, but I'm just watching the game and he's just all over the place. Help defense, one-on-one defense, playing the passing lanes. Like he was active. He was active and it stood out. And yeah, I'll get off the fence. Like, yeah, you got to find some minutes for him. You got to find some minutes for him to be a part of that rotation. I don't know. He doesn't have to play a gang of minutes, but I don't know if he's a little bit more for this team. He's a little bit more than a situational player.
I agree. And I'm glad you used that terminology because it's kind of a word that Mike used the other day. And that does not feel like what Keon is. I understand the Lakers are a bigger basketball team. There might be a couple of other bigger basketball teams out there, especially at the guard position. I don't think there's very many, but yeah, I don't think he's a guy where it's we play him against them. Oh, but not against them. Oh, we play him against that. No, man, he's a guy that it feels like affects what other guys do on the floor. And I mean, he gets after it.
Yeah.
Like he'll dive on the ground, like he'll wrestle for a ball, like he does it all. And those are the players that Kings fans love the most.
Yeah. We see the outpouring. We see the outpouring on Saturday night. People were upset that Keon Ellis didn't play in that game. And you said it best. He's one of those guys that appeals to the city and to this fan base. And it's not just overly romanticized. Like he's good at what he does. He's vital to what this team is trying to do and who they're trying to be. And the minutes may fluctuate from time to time. It's not always going to be 17 minutes or 20 or whatever. Maybe it's 11 on some nights. But I think he's got to be part of that rotation.
Let's get TC in here. 916-909-1320. TC, what's up, baby? Elk Grove Kia Talk Line. What's up, man?
Yes, sir. What's up with my two brothers? Jesse in the back.
What's up, big dog?
Oh, man, just vibing. Hey, look, before we get started on the Kings, hey, D-Lo, I'm going to answer you. Fire Kyle right now, bro, immediately.
What?
All right, he asked me that question.
Let him cook.
Yeah, hey, he asked me that question, so I had to answer him, and we got cut off.
What question did? Oh, cook. You tell him.
When did this happen?
No, Kings get a win. We're firing Kyle Shanahan.
Listen, Velvet, hey, look.
Yep.
Hey, I told y'all, Velvet found himself, D-Lo, right? But Keon, I'm with you, Kenny. Keon, we've been saying that. Keon has to find minutes, whether it's 2, 3, 4. He has to be in a rotation like every night. Is that asking too much to say every game he has to play, or am I tripping?
No, I don't think
you're asking too much at all. I don't think you're asking too much.
You know who might find time for him?
Talk to me.
Kyle Shanahan will find a way to play. Yeah, Kyle Shanahan will find a way to get Keon Ellis out there. We appreciate you, TC.
TC, appreciate you, dog.
That boy said, fire Kyle right now. I'm going to get to the Kings in a minute.
These guys on a bye week, and the Kings won, and Kyle just got to go.
Got to go. Let TC live.
Got to let him cook, man. Got to let him cook. Shout out to our guy, Sac Film Room on Twitter.
That's a great account.
It is, man. They do a fantastic job. He had some numbers from Keon yesterday, some defensive stats. 0 of 7 defending field goals, like when he was guarding the shot. 0 of 7, 3 blocks, 2 steals, 3 deflections, a defensive rating of 59.
Good God almighty. 59?
Yeah, 59.0. For a point of reference for those, I saw the number earlier, but like the rest of the team, which played good defense, was like in the 100 somewhere, like 108 or something. Like it's like a 50-point difference. Keon Ellis compared to everybody else. It was crazy.
My goodness.
Yeah.
He's different.
Mm-hmm.
He's different. Note from producer Jesse here. Keith Smith going to join us tomorrow at 1:00.
Sweet.
Jesse in there cooking. I see you, Jesse. I see you, boy. That's producer of the decade right there. Did you get John Cena?
We're still working on that.
Step your game up, bro.
I'm trying.
It'd be lame to run the same bit back, but for those watching.
Wow, he's already here.
It's good work by Jesse.
Wow, sorry.
His boy Jesse cooking today. He cooking today. We'll come back. No John Cena, but we got Will Z.
Ooh.
Will Z joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. No, my bad, Jesse. Sorry.
Oh, there's Cena.
Dun, 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 dun.
Drew down and changed his Abbey to Buddy Hield. Is that who that is?
Did he? Oh, yeah. Looks like it. Yeah, I ain't mad. Boy played well.
I hope Buddy succeeds.
Well,
I hope the Warriors succeed.
Yeah, I was gonna say I won't go that far because I think if Buddy's playing well, the Warriors might be in a good spot.
Warriors still a little too small.
I don't know.
Warriors are a good team though. I mean, they
feel
play
like
well.
it. Yeah, I feel like it. My computer's not. This bitch just is gonna die.
Oh no.
Shoot. That's not gonna go well.
eardrums. I love like Megan Thee Stallion and Cardi B.
Randy Orton.
Glorilla.
Bro, what?
That's for real. That's Glorilla, Ken the Man, Sexy Reds from St. Louis. I'm talking like I've got an extensive female rap artist playlist on my phone. They get my blood pumping.
All right, Randy. Randy HBK Orton over there. What's up, William?
What's up? What is going on over there?
Just a little sexy red, Will. That's all.
Mm-hmm.
I like all those.
I guess doing.
Lotto. That's my girl too.
Did he mention Meg?
Mm-hmm. That was first person. Ken the Man. I've heard a song or two from her. She's actually pretty dope. I don't understand her name, but no.
Man, I absolutely love this time of the season because it's like so many fresh stats and trends to look at. And it's still small sample size, but you're starting to kind of see everything come together after a few games. It's great.
When does it not become a small sample size for you?
10 games, I feel like. My keyboard is not here.
How was Disney and
man, it was great.
Yeah.
Seeing Kennedy just get comfortable with the rides and everything was
How
so
old is
fun.
Kennedy now?
17 months.
Okay, hang on, Will. Fresh off a trip from Disneyland, our man Will Z here with us. I was just asking Will during the commercial break how Disneyland was.
Yeah, it was great. So Kennedy, 17 months old now, which is
I don't know
just
if you know
wild.
this, Will. We're big Disney guys around here.
I know.
Me, Kyle Madsen. I believe they call us Disney adults. I believe that's what we're called.
Yeah, it's been like 7 or 8 years since we've gone at all. So, but seeing her, like, we went on Pirates first because she can go on. There's a limited amount of rides, but she was a little nervous at first, and by the end of the time we were there, just how excited she was for the rides, and she like got the concept and what was going on. I was a little nervous that she would be sad or mad getting off of rides because she just wanted to do more, but she was a trooper. She hung in there. She was great. Got to meet some characters. It was awesome.
Norm asking a great question. Were you guys wearing matching shirts?
We had one day where my mom got us all matching shirts.
There you go. Yep.
Yep.
You did it right. Yeah, you did it right. Were you and Hannah fighting by the end of the trip?
No, we weren't.
No.
It was
I
great.
heard,
Yeah.
Because I heard Heather's Kyle's wife was watching the video of me and Katie. Said that's how every trip with me and Kyle ends. It just ends in a big fight. That's what I
Just
heard.
long days. Like there's so much going on, and it's a lot of walking, a lot of figuring out what to do.
Yeah,
it's a lot. So I get it.
Yeah, no, it's confusing. Like I don't know how anyone could ever like learn how that works. It's terrifying. But glad you had a good time, man. And I'm lying. I'm just glad you're back.
Yeah.
We miss you when you're back.
It's good to be back.
And Kings won a couple of games over the last few days. Will, man, there's a lot to. I really think there's a lot to talk about with this team and what we've seen over the last couple of days, and maybe over what we've seen, through the course of these 4. But let's start with someone you wrote about, who we started the show with. Domantas Sabonis is having a hell of a start to the season.
Man, he's been just so good, like so impressive. Where what stands out to me is just his efficiency and just the look on the court too. So I think you read the numbers, but his 60-something, pulling it up,
65% from the field.
Yeah, 65% from the field, and the way he's shooting the ball all over the court. In the restricted area, 80%, floater area, 57.1, mid-range, 66, corner 3, he's 2 of 2, above the break 3s, 4 of 9, like literally everywhere on the court, he's shooting with confidence. His drives look more confident, like he's going up strong and dunking. He's not pump faking as much, I think, and just everything about his game looks and feels strong and confident. And I know I've said that word a few times, but it's what stands out to me. And I think it comes off of a very strong preseason that didn't get talked about enough with the way the Kings played as a whole throughout the preseason.
And it goes back to something that D'Lo's talked about a number of different times. Yes, he can take a shot or two more. You know, he's still not. He's playing at a high level, super efficient, but he's still not really forcing things. At least I don't feel that way when I'm watching him. He can get a little bit more aggressive. I don't think he will, but he still has room for that. Even though the numbers are going up, his shot attempts seem to be staying around the same.
Yeah, he was at 13 last year, 13.3 this year. And you see just with that efficiency and the added 3-point shot, 19.4 points jumping up to 24.3. So I think we were all worried about spacing with DeRozan, and that to me has gone out the window completely. Like Sabonis, he could probably take more threes, but it's his lack of hesitation when he does take them. Like he catch and shoot, no quick little like, oh, I think I'm going to shoot it and then shoot it, which we saw last year. Like it's quick decisions for him shooting.
Will, you talking about Domas, couple of more threes this year. Talk about spacing. One thing that's at least has stood out to me, particularly last night, Kings didn't shoot the three well, which we've talked about a lot since the start of training camp, since the start of preseason, really. Kings didn't really take a ton of free throws, nor did they make a ton of free throws. But they still put up 113, which, given those two numbers, feels like a lot. It's right below the barometer that we've used over the last couple of years, to where once this team hits this number, man, they win games. What does that tell you about the way that this offense has worked here through the first 4 games, that they can lack in what has been one of their most valuable categories over the last 2 years, still beat a bad team handily, and still approach that number where we feel like you're going to have a tough time beating them when they get there?
Yeah, they are absolutely cooking inside the arc. So 2-point field goal percentage, 58.8%. And again, it's the way that they're doing it in multiple spots. So if you look at the breakdown, this is one of my favorite things to look at, the breakdown of like restricted area, floater, mid-range. The Kings are taking the most mid-range field goals in the league, which I think is about expected with DeRozan. They're at 14 mid-range field goals per game. That's up from like 8.9 last year, which I think was last, or like 26, somewhere around there. But they're making them at a 50% clip, which is great for mid-range, especially as a team. And in the restricted area, they are not taking many shots. They're averaging 17 field goal attempts inside the arc. That's second fewest in the league, but what they are doing is maximizing those attempts, making them at a 76.5% clip, which is 4th highest in the league. And then same in the floater area. They take a lot of shots in there, 20 per game at a 50% clip. So you see they have so many different areas on the court that they can make you pay, where if they aren't hitting their threes or if they aren't getting to the line, they're going to score in other ways, which is really reminiscent of what we saw 2 years ago when they led the league in 2-point percentage and had a similar kind of breakdown. So long answer, there it is. Short answer, just 2-point field goals are going really well for them, really for everyone on the team.
Long answers are good, Will. Just go ahead. long answers are great.
And, it just kind of proves one of the things, the numbers prove out one of the things that we all looked at when they got DeMar DeRozan. It's just going to make them more versatile. It's going to give them another option to be an efficient scoring team. I think, and we've said this for a number of different times today, I think in about 10, maybe even 15 games, they're going to be unbelievably dynamic on the offensive end. It comes from having so many different ways that they can attack you on the offensive end. It's not just a barrage of threes. It's not just De'Aaron Fox getting to the basket. They got the mid-range. And now, not last night notwithstanding, now if you foul them, they're knocking down free throws. And it's just, I'm not going to say how do you stop them, because maybe somebody will maybe Boston has the answer to some, but they're going to be tough to defend, really tough to defend. And if you're not a top flight defensive team, I think they're going to give you the business.
Yeah, and they are just playing so smart on offense. Like you see, they're still kind of figuring out how and where to operate. But already game 4 looks so much better than game 1. Just so many backdoor cuts, and they're cutting hard with intent, and they're getting those passes. Like Sabonis has so many backdoor passes to like Keegan or whoever it may be, but they're looking for those opportunities. I had a number I wanted to look up, but I don't remember what it was. Oh, the other part is they're taking just smart shots beyond the arc too. So I tweeted this out today. They're catch and shoot threes versus pull up threes. They're taking 28 catch and shoot threes and only 6.8 pull up threes. So they're really limiting their looks beyond the arc to those catch and shoot opportunities, which is generally just a higher percentage shot. And you see that with their percentage. It's like 35 on catch and shoot or 29 on pull-ups, like something about that for splits. So everything they're doing looks not forced. And that's, again, only game 4. But the philosophies of their offense looks really good. And I think we have to go back and give them some credit for preseason and kind of forcing everyone to play in the flow offense of not calling set plays. I think it might have hurt them in those preseason games, but it helped them build that type of chemistry quicker by forcing them to figure each other out and learn those actions.
Will, any defensive numbers to take away from the first handful of games here?
I really like how they're guarding the rim as well. So, like I was saying earlier, just flip those stats to opponents. For the restricted area, they're limiting opponents to 19.3 looks in the restricted area. That's the fewest in the league. So they don't have a shot blocker, but they are not letting teams get going inside. 68.8% on those shots, which is a little higher than you want. That's like 10th in the league, give or take. But limiting those looks, I looked at Kenny, your stat, the wide open threes. I don't remember it, but I can pull it up and see how they're doing on allowing wide open threes. I know it was pretty good. And they are about 20th or so in terms of wide open threes allowed at 16.8. And that's with some, I think one game they were at like 29.
Yeah,
So they're doing a better job, I think, than the eye test reveals at guarding the 3-point line. And just, it's always going to come down to if the opponent makes it or not. But I like what they're doing on defense. You can see the focus on deflections, and it's like the hot topic word right now,
Well, you
where
heard it
they're
here
just
first.
in the
It
passing lanes.
It all just comes down to if the other team makes it. That's
Yeah.
That's the Will Z defense right there. It's just all comes down to whether the other team makes it. Man,
Yeah.
Hey,
Who needs
well,
numbers when you have that?
well, there you go.
That's like when Kenny says, if you make baskets, I
You'll
mean,
win.
You'll win.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's true.
Me, Will, and Trent Dilfer.
Boy, we got the smartest group here, boy. I love it.
Oh, man.
Well, numbers aside, I mean, and maybe the
Mhm.
numbers bear out what we're seeing. Last night, it definitely bared it out. What are you seeing from Keon Ellis when he plays, man? He seems to make a difference when he's out there on the
Mhm.
floor. They had the numbers that I read from Sac Film Room last night
Yeah.
about what he was doing when he was guarding a shooter, the deflections, the block, all this other stuff. He really feels like a game-changing defensive player out there.
Mm-hmm. He just has high impact minutes, which when you're getting the rotation squeezed down, like we're seeing, you have to have that type of impact in a smaller opportunity. And he's doing exactly that, where he's just always in the right place. His instincts on the defensive end are just off the charts. Like the strip where he came down, someone was backing down and he came around the other side and like got the ball. He's really good at baiting players into passes. Just he knows where to be, and he has the hands to Can't say that.
No.
Yeah.
Sorry, Will.
He is very just active with his hands, and he doesn't get called for fouls when he reaches in, which is great. Like his accuracy with his, you know what I mean. He gets to the ball.
We're adults. We're
Go
adults.
ahead.
Don't listen to the
For
chatty
love of
house.
God, just
We're
say it,
adults.
Will.
He's handsy in the best way possible.
There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with handsy. Who's not a little
You guys are
handsy?
killing me.
Well, no, it's fine. Yeah, all of this sophomoric behavior has ruined Will's ability to talk about the Kings on the
Will
radio.
is a professional. All right, he is a professional national writer. Let him cook, man. Let him say whatever he needs to say.
I can't lie though. I can't wait for Kennedy to say pause for the first time.
Oh yes.
Kennedy is placed in front of the TV watching D'Lo and Casey probably longer than any child should.
Yeah,
And
that's true.
First time she hits you with a pause.
Pause.
Yeah. Pretty fantastic. You know what?
That's incredible.
And Will, I think you wrote about this leading into yesterday's game. Is the Kings won on the second night of a back-to-back?
Yeah. A reminder, they went 0-4 last year. Everyone was freaking out about it. Like, it really was a huge talking point, not for only us as fans, but for the team as well. Like, they were talking about it and how they needed to come out and be aggressive on the second night of back-to-backs. And to see them kind of squash that right away was great. 2 years ago, they also lost their first two, and it started to become a talking point, but then they won the third one. So just seeing them not only win on the second night of a back-to-back, but win the first one and pretty easily as well. I know DeMar DeRozan, that's one of the things I think he was brought in for, in his consistency, and it shows like he is going to play hard and play right every single night, whether it's a game after 3 days rest or a game after 0 days rest. And hopefully that bleeds into the rest of the team.
Probably it was worth pointing that out because the Kings' next two games, back-to-back.
Yeah.
They play Friday and
Two
Saturday.
sets of back-to-backs in the first 6 games.
Yeah.
Brutal.
That's crazy, man. But I'm with you with the DeMar DeRozan thing. What are the numbers bearing out with him? He what was the stat where he was the first King to make, or excuse me, like the third
Yeah,
King
something like that.
to make their debut with 4 straight 20-point games in their first 4 games. I think it was Chris Webber and Oscar Robinson. I think might have been the other two. But I mean, what are we seeing from him? He looks super efficient out there. Him getting to the line is just a breath of fresh air to see somebody be able to get to the line almost at will in the half court and in the open court as well. We talked about the offense a little bit earlier. He just adds another level and another dynamic to an offense that was already pretty good. But yeah, his ability to run the offense through him and do what they did at the end of that game yesterday, it's next level, man.
And you see, just looking at his field goal attempts, he's doing it not super, actually pretty efficiently. So 18 field goal attempts, 12, 14, 14. So he's not taking a ton of shots, which the free throws help, especially. But 2 of those games, he's had 3 and 4 free throw attempts. So he's still getting over that 20-point mark without the need for the ball to be in his hands so much. And really the steals in his defense has been so much better than I thought it would be. I thought that he would be a at best average defender, but he's got 8 steals in 4 games. He is in the right spots a lot of the time. I really like what I think Mike Brown credited Luke Laux for the defensive scheme and the way that they're playing on defense and their rotations. I thought have been really good to start the year. And he, just like the rest of the team, is just kind of getting handsy.
Okay, now well, now you're
that one was intentional.
Now you're just getting. Now you're just celebrating.
Put it on a shirt. I'm getting handsy.
You all said it wasn't that bad.
Will Z's getting handsy. That's what it is. It's been a fun. I mean, really, like even with the Laker game, despite even with the 2 losses, we pointed out like there's 2 really frustrating points in those games. But overall, this team has been really enjoyable to watch.
Yeah,
there haven't been any lulls, any dead periods in the offensive end. Like I can't remember the Timberwolves run as well. But you just had the GOAT doing GOAT stuff. Like LeBron hit some shots that he might not hit for the next 4 weeks.
Right. He has
Anthony Davis took 2 threes that entire game, made one, and it was that one. That's why you praise him. That was such a big shot. But like overall, man, the Kings have been really enjoyable to watch this year so far.
Yeah, and you just see like they, I think, are having fun, and that lends itself to the watching experience as a whole. And I'm not even super mad about the 21-0 run against the Lakers. What really stood out to me in that game was how DeRozan kind of brought them back into the game, and I don't think that got talked about enough. Where that's a game where last season I think the Kings get blown out, like they don't come back and make that a competitive game. Where DeRozan, he got going. He said, I got it. I got you guys. And he did. So losses are losses, but early season takeaways, like it's been, like you said, a ton of fun to watch. Really looking forward every time they've got a game day. It's like, all right, let's go.
And the DeMar questions are over, right?
Yeah.
Those are over.
About the fit.
Yeah, the concerns. Like, I mean, some of these guys just got to start taking L's at this point. Like, yeah, got that one wrong. DeMar works. Like, if he got 3 20-point scorers right there, De'Aaron is still De'Aaron. He's assisting. I don't. Well, maybe it is at a higher level, and Domas is playing out of this world. That trio is absolutely working.
And I've got some. I noticed last night that DeRozan, how easily he draws help defenders, just opens up so much for the Kings offense. Like he'll be posting someone up, someone will come over, and he just flips the ball out to Kevin Huerter for a wide open 3. So I'll probably write on that either tonight or tomorrow morning. But his ability to open up more space for the team, like we're seeing it come to fruition, where it's the exact opposite of everyone's worries when he signed.
Will, do you have anything that statistically you see that you're like, I don't like that. Like, I need that to be better. I need them to pick it up here.
That's a good question. I honestly don't think so. At this point, let me pull up. I haven't updated. If anyone hasn't seen the pregame graphic that I'm putting out, go check that out. I'll do it again on Friday. But I have to update it every day. Every
that graphic
that I use.
Yeah,
it's a lot. Like there's so much going on it. I just leaned into like it's busy, but it's got literally everything I look at in one spot. So it makes my life easier. So
this, as someone who's been around this franchise for since 2016 or so in a media capacity, this is more detailed than what they do.
That's what I was going for. Like,
yeah, this is more detailed than
Yeah.
if you choose, you can get a big booklet when you enter the media room that breaks down the Jazz, the Kings, the last game, the players, all of this different stuff. This is that on like Arnold Schwarzenegger 1970s level steroids.
That's right.
I love to hear that. Like seriously, that makes me so happy. Because like I don't know, we always talk about like what I'm trying to do and stuff, and I don't know, but like being that kind of level is something I'm trying to continue to grow at. And it felt like this was me getting back to my roots in terms of like numbers and especially pregame. Like that's how I started with you guys, was like pregame talk. So it was a really fun project for the off season.
Yeah, no one will ever look at Will's pregame notes and go, "Hey, I wonder how the Kings match up against the Jazz in this category," because it's literally all right.
It's all right.
Yeah. But yeah, Kenny, nothing super stands out right now. I think it'll just be interesting to see what the 3-point trends continue to be, both for what they make and what their opponents make. But so far, those are both looking pretty good, which I think in the era that we are with a 3-point shot is probably the most important thing, where it all comes back to, can you make shots and do your opponents make shots?
Simple way of evaluating basketball right there. The amount of shots you make versus the amount that your opponent makes.
No, that's all. That's how you got to break it down.
That's it. Hey, keep it simple, stupid. That's what they say. Hurts my feelings every time. Will, we appreciate you, my friend. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Well, all right, baby.
You're never getting to that episode of The Office, by the way.
What is it? It's only, but I mean, I'm not.
You don't know. Like, why are you
I'm not
pretending
far.
like you know? No, you're not. You haven't watched a single episode. You've
not
told us.
true.
Are you on
I
season
haven't
2 of
watched-
The Office already?
Yeah, I'm on season 2. What are you guys talking
He
about?
saw the Dundies.
So I have watched an episode of The Office.
No, you haven't watched an episode since you told us you were going to watch
so
an
you
episode.
didn't finish the sentence. You didn't finish the sentence.
I'll probably pass you up on me watching Lost probably before you even get to your next.
And you're
Office
watching
episode.
Lost like once a week.
Well, I'm on episode 5 now.
Yeah,
still
you
in the
started
first
like
year?
It's like it's like
ago.
once,
That's
yeah, it's like
psycho behavior.
twice.
Like, that's like, well, that's not even worth doing.
I think we might be able to get The Office in tonight. It's
No,
a busy
you're
night. It's a busy
not.
night in the association. It's a busy night in the association.
I only get to watch
Prize picks less.
I only get to watch Lost on games like Kings aren't playing now and stuff like that. Like if the Celtics aren't playing.
I think
too.
you owe everyone $5 when you say I can get an episode in tonight, and then you don't
Facts.
watch one.
Well, no, I don't, because I can get an episode in. Will it actually happen? We don't know.
Yeah, less. I'm pressing
Well,
the
go Prize Picks. Put that on
Prize
there.
Picks button.
Oh,
we'd be rich if they put your stuff on Prize Picks.
0.5 Office episode.
Less. We'd be. Oh my God, I'd quit.
I haven't said anything because, like I said,
I'd be wealthy like you.
I'm not wealthy, but this is a busy night in the association. I don't know.
So what'd you say it for?
I was thinking out loud.
Why do you
Thinking
always
out
sell
loud.
us on false hope?
I didn't even say I was gonna watch one tonight. I didn't even say that.
Kenny tell me to eat my vitamins and say my prayers.
Yeah,
and
for real.
All for what?
Yeah.
When that goof couldn't take off the shirt.
Only for him to appear at the Republican National Convention.
What's the point of all this, huh?
Talking about his hero.
Did you see that goof could
Oh,
take
I did. He forgot to make the little cut and he couldn't do it. Jackass. I got a Mount.
He looked ridiculous.
I got a Mount Rushmore frame thing that I had created of individual autographs with a big John Cena one in the middle. I got a booklet that was autographed by Stone Cold, Stephanie McMahon, and The Rock. And then I have my picture from Las Vegas with Hogan autographed. I got to block like half of it out at this point.
It's wrestling for you.
Because I'm about done with your boy Dwayne.
That's a wild boy, too.
That dude's a fraud.
That dude is a
Dwayne
wild
is an
boy
absolute fraud.
We'll
We'll come back.
Look, when you come back, I want to.
Well, we'll come back together. You're not. You don't have to leave.
Easy, just quit.
I want to.
He's gonna go home and watch an episode of The Office right now. That's what he's gonna do.
I want to get into the World Series and everything that's going on with that because I'm on an island, on a complete island.
Oh, I think
And
you
wanna-
are.
and I want to
think
get.
you
I want
are.
to get your
Yeah.
thoughts on it, but
Yeah.
we can't leave the Kings just yet because we got to talk about some nonsense.
Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, we've got a lot ahead. We're thrilled that you're here with us. 916-909-1320. If you want to get in on the Elk Grove Kia talk line, James Ham at the top of the 3:00 hour. But yeah, there was a level 10 amount of ridiculous last night regarding the Sacramento Kings. We'll talk about it here on ESPN 1320. Oh, seeing shambles with Casey leaving. D'Lo, not so much. Stop it. That's not true. Man, let's fill this up real quick.
Let me see. Where is? Because to be honest with you guys, there's not a lot going on. But there is one thing that I'll talk about. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to the dope ones. Shout out to Jordan Brand, my people over there. And like I've said at the beginning of what was going on, it's not a whole lot going on in the world of boxing right now. Just potential fights and fights on the calendar. One of the things that we saw last week was that Tank Davis and his fight in December got moved back a week or two, so it lines up with David Benavidez, and they can do a pay-per-view type thing. That's fine. The other thing that we saw the other day was reports, nothing to sign yet, but reports that Canelo may be taking on Eubanks in Wembley Stadium. And I believe that's going to happen because I think Canelo has said a number of different times he wants to fight in the UK, and that would be a nice fight for him, a nice opportunity. It's not going to be anything dangerous. He'll win the fight, but he gets to say, "Hey, I put 100,000 in Wembley." Wembley gets an opportunity to see Canelo, so I'm all for him going up against Chris Eubanks in the UK. So that's all that's going on right now. It's a dead time right now. I said it a couple weeks ago. PBC needs to figure out what's going on because they got to get in the game. I thought they brought a lot of energy to the game when they were going, and they're dead right now. They're not. They're going through the motions right now, and in a lot of ways, with the Saudi, with his excellency putting all these fights in Saudi Arabia at 11 a.m. Pacific time, the game needs a PBC. They need that type of energy, and right now they're not delivering. They're not delivering. So, boxing game. I'm just going to say it's in the lull. It's in the off season. Maybe things pick up, but there's not a lot going on right now. That's the 13th round. Yeah, Leezy, he is. We are there. Thank you. Shout out to my boy over at Crescendo, man. Shout out to my guy, Tyrone. Gotta see what he got going on. You know it was, Kyle. I got you, homie. Oh, wow. Real quick before we come back, this will be quick, but this is 50 years ago today. Do you know what happened?
50 years. It is October 30th. That would be 74, 50. Yeah. October 30th. No?
Muhammad Ali knocks out George Foreman 50 years ago today. I can't remember. I always get confused if this was the Rumble in the Jungle or the Thrill in Manila. I think it was the Thrill in Manila.
Yeah, he knocked out George Foreman.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was
the Thrill in Manila. Rumble in the Jungle was him and Joe Frazier, wasn't it?
Yeah. Where was that? Africa?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or actually,
which one was first?
No, this might have been the Rumble in the Jungle because Foreman was getting mad because they kept saying Ali Boombaye. So this might have been the Rumble in the Jungle.
You know what's sad about this is I have a hoodie that says Thriller in Manila. Frazier was for Thriller in Manila.
Yeah, that sounds right. Because that's what pissed George Foreman off the most because he would go around wherever they were in Africa and Ali
Zaire.
Boombaye. Ali Boombaye. Ali Boombaye.
I think it was Zaire.
I like when I when I was like going back during the pandemic and watching all these fights, this was one of them that I watched, and it's hard to describe.
It was yesterday, I think.
Oh, it was yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Well, okay. Well, it was technically in America. It was today.
It's hard to imagine and like put into words what George Foreman was at that time and where Ali was in his career. George Foreman was a monster. He was a killer. And I remember, a lot of old heads who were big Ali fans said, man, I didn't want him to fight George Foreman. I thought Foreman was going to kill him. And for him to get that, it was a time when obviously boxing was like one of the biggest things in sports. And it was two of the biggest fighters in the history of sports.
You know what's funny that I never think about? That fight had an undercard.
I wouldn't have thought.
No, that was just one of those things where Foreman and Ali showed up and they fought. Like, no, that fight had a full-on undercard.
One of the great moments in American.
That's rope-a-dope.
Yep.
Rumble in the Jungle is rope-a-dope.
And Foreman was so mad he punched himself out basically.
Thrilla in Manila was Joe not answering the.
I think
the round, the bell. He didn't get off the stool.
It might have been.
That was Thrilla Manila because the first one went the distance and Joe won it.
Yeah, Frazier beat his ass.
And the second one never gets talked about because I think
that was the one in Yankee Stadium.
Yeah, I think Ali got him in 6-ish.
Yeah, something. Yeah.
And then the Thrilla in Manila, he didn't answer he didn't get off the stool.
And that's when Ali was like, I was about to not answer the bell, but he did. Like, what's the term he said? He was like, that was the closest thing to death.
Yeah.
Is that fight?
Yeah.
They was going 15 too.
Yep, 15 rounds.
I think
it was
he didn't answer
14th or 15th.
I thought it might have been the 13th, maybe 13, 14. I don't know. It's been a while since I've
seen the fight a million times and can't answer.
That fight was crazy too. That fight was.
Yeah, that fight's insane.
Whew.
Absolutely insane.
Back
Frazier was 31. Yeah, boxing. Yeah, the heavyweight championship meant something.
Now you got clowns like Tyson Fury. How the sport has fallen because of jackasses like him.
Will the sideshow fights?
Oh yeah, I thought you were talking about one in particular. That's coming up in a couple of weeks.
Does anyone still think Mike Tyson's gonna win?
No, I don't think this fight's gonna happen.
I don't see why it wouldn't. All the production and everything.
Yeah, it seems like
the countdown to Paul Tyson.
Like it's that close?
Yeah, it's like November 20th, I think.
Oh God.
And they're advertising on Netflix, like the countdown. They're having a little countdown show. Like,
is that a live? It's a live thing on Netflix, huh?
Mm-hmm.
New confirmed, not the new, but just confirmed rules. No headgear. 8 rounds, I think. Blah blah blah.
I don't know if
it's a real fight.
I don't know if Paul's going to knock him out, but I definitely don't think Tyson's winning.
I mean, he'd be smart not to. Right? That's what Floyd made millions of dollars not knocking guys out he could have knocked out. Like that's the most important thing he did with the Conor fight. Created this whole sideshow because some of these idiots think they can compete with boxers because Floyd let Conor continue to fight.
Yeah,
Floyd could have ended him 30 seconds into that fight and just chose not to because it's bad for business.
Yeah, he carried him for about 8 rounds and then he turned him into Triple H. They had a meme and he looked like Triple H. He said he beat Conor so bad he turned him into Triple H.
Oh, I missed that.
You ever seen that, Jesse? He looked like Triple H.
I just know he beat his ass.
Yeah, he beat the hell out of him.
He absolutely beat his ass. We've got some things to talk about. Let's get to the Elk Grove Kia talk line first. 916-909-1320. Boy, Titus, what's good, baby?
Hey, what's up with y'all, man? How y'all doing?
We good, big dog. How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm good. I just got a couple things. I got one I'm gonna need a real answer to, so I'm gonna do that one second. I got something for y'all to look out for. Now, this was with Keegan Murray. This is the only thing I got against him. This was the 5 to 7 minute mark in the second quarter when they played Portland. He slacked off his brother and let him make a play. He ended up getting an assist, I think, to Simmons or something for a wide open layup. Then Portland went on a run. So that's the only thing I got negative on him. I watched him slack off. Now, let me get to this real quick. Now, everybody said LeBron lost his mind and all this stuff. Remember when he was shooting the threes? Nah, his basketball IQ. He know Mike, no defense Brown. He doesn't teach 3-point defense. He's running a 2-3 zone. So then LeBron decided to shoot the threes. What you think about that?
Well, he shot him. He had to make him though, and notorious. He's turned into a better 3-point shooter, but he's not Dale Ellis. He's not Craig Hodges out there, and he sure looked like that on Saturday. So, and he was shooting from deep too.
Yeah, like also, it's not like he was. Yeah, he was shooting from deep. Like, look at the Anthony Davis 3 too. If you talk about Mike, your nickname for Mike Brown, like Domas was all over AD.
He contested
like Domas couldn't have done anything different on that Anthony Davis shot. Yeah, except foul him, which that wouldn't have been good either.
Yeah. So now I'm not. Titus. Now I'm not going to diss Mike Brown or the defense for what LeBron did that night. He was just crazy, man. He did lose his mind.
Yeah, I mean,
he did lose his mind. He went crazy.
Look, I did not enjoy that whatsoever, but I'd rather it be, LeBron James than Lindsey Waters or whoever that was last night, with all due respect. Was that his name? Lindsey?
Yeah.
Like, who the hell is this
dude
guy?
Came out cooking.
Man.
I said, what the hell is going on here? Yeah, that was
crazy. Casey and I were wrapping things up. We're wrapping some things up yesterday in the KSFM studios, and we pull up the Kings game, and well, I take that back. We tried to pull up the Kings game, and like I don't know what it was. It was like, what's the dude? Shane Sark, the Colts coach, is talking.
Yeah, and
what the hell is this?
Damon starts playing. I'm like, what is this on Twitter? Did you like is this a clip? Like, what's going on?
What is Deuce and Mo playing this for? Like, what does Anthony Richardson have to do with the Kings game against the Jazz tonight? It's like, did I click on the wrong thing? Close the whole thing, open it up again. Okay, Kings versus Jazz. It's right here. Click. Same thing. All right. Okay, it'll switch over. No problem. Ain't no problem. It'll switch over. It doesn't. Okay. Let's go to the NBC Sports California app. Run it from there for now. And that's where I ran it. I never went anywhere else besides that. We are watching regional sports networks around this country die. And this is part of the damn reason. How is this getting executed that way? Like, how what I think the frustrating part is it happens once or twice a year. And like, if I'm Vivek, I'm looking at it like, you're my television partner. This cannot happen. Vivek, I think, has had few missteps when it comes to the orchestration of the business aspect of this franchise. You can feel however you want to about the early years, but from a business perspective, I feel like Vivek has hit a series of home runs. I was listening to Deuce and Mo do the podcast. People didn't even get to see their post-game show because they had to find different means to watch that game. And it's the organization, the owner. They've got to fix this. They need to look around the league and see what's happening with teams like Phoenix and Los Angeles Clippers and some of these other squads there needs to be some changes to the way that the Sacramento Kings are presented to this local market. Because NBC Sports California is frustrating. It is very, very frustrating. And it's a bad look.
You're spot on with that one, but I don't even know if it goes that high or that deep into the situation, because the regional sports networks, my issue, this would never happen with the Warriors. This would never happen with the Warriors. So it's not necessarily like the regional sports net. It's what's going on with NBC Sports and the California Bay Area thing. They treat the Kings like a second-rate team. They barely get shout out Dusamo and all this other stuff, but they barely get the pre and post. They don't get no shoulder programming with the Kings outsiders and all this. Like the Warriors got like 4 shows, and they treat the Kings like the redheaded stepchild. And if the story of, I think you know this, but others don't know the story of the Warriors going to 95-7 the game was. They used to be on KNBR, and the Giants had a regular season game in April, and the Warriors had a playoff game. And this was 2013, before the Warriors were the Warriors. But they had a playoff game, and they put the Warriors on 1050 out there, like the little sister station, and had the Giants on 680. And Joe Lacob said, "Oh, this will never happen again. This will never happen again. This is not how we're going to be treated. This is not where you're going to put us." And they walked. They went over to 95-7 the game. But I don't know what the options are necessarily, but Vivek needs to have that same type of mentality with NBC Sports. This will not happen again. And if you can't take my product, my organization, and my fan base as serious as you do the Warriors, then we'll figure out something else.
And think about what we're talking about here. Regional sports networks. Bitch, you've got one job. One. And you couldn't do it. You routinely can't do it.
Right.
One job. Vivek's got to fix this.
He absolutely has to. That was embarrassing. This is the NBA. This ain't no disrespect. No disrespect, because these are my people over there. This ain't the Republic. This ain't the USL, where, oh man, like, oh, I thought the game was on ESPN Plus, but it's not, and I gotta kind of search for it. This is the NBA. There should never be any issue about turning on the TV and watching the game. Never. It's 2024, and this is the NBA. That was embarrassing. Vivek and the Kings should be embarrassed, and heads need to roll. Not people losing their job, but I'm talking about, like, decisions need to be made. We're never going to experience that again.
That's right.
If I'm them. Never going to experience that again. You either get with it over at NBC, or we'll take our stuff elsewhere.
And Vivek, had the tagline, for lack of a better term, for so many years of, what was it, basketball 2.0 or whatever the phrasing was. Bro, you are the tech dude. Like, you built an arena that people are copying. You built an arena that is studied by people building arenas. You should have been the guy to lead this digital charge.
Facts.
You should have been the guy who led Kings TV or whatever we want to dub this. That should have been you.
Right.
I can have a Coke Zero delivered to my seat through an app. Create an app where everybody can watch these games without wondering, where the hell am I going to watch this game?
Yep. Simple as that. And like I said, if I was Vivek and I'm on the phone with these people, the first thing I would say, or one of the main things I said, you would never let this happen to the Warriors. You would never let this happen. So don't treat us less than. Period. You would never. They be having two shows before the Warriors games. You know, fantasy football.
We're gonna turn over some furniture here in a minute, because I didn't even think about that. That pisses me off a little bit, because they do have 7 Golden State Warriors. Hey, Warriors Golden Circle. Aaron, what the hell is this?
Warriors Golden Circle.
What is this? This stuff airs on NBC Sports Bay Area all day long. You got all of these different shoulder programmings, and then you got if you're lucky, if they put it on, you can watch Deuce and Mo after the game.
Right. Yeah. That was a joke last night. And if I was back, I don't want to hear nothing, because you would never let this happen to the Warriors and the Giants. Never will let this happen. So don't treat us that way.
It's like someone, this is genuinely what I envision when this crap happens, is someone is in the control room and they fell asleep.
Just sleep.
Because I really do think it is a literal switch.
Yeah.
You just flip a switch, and now we're live at the Golden One Center, or we're live in San Francisco where Deuce and Mo are, and then we're headed out to Utah. Someone just fell asleep or someone called in sick
with chips,
and they didn't have a Jesse to go fill in
with chips on their stomach, just sitting there knocked out. I need to hear from them today. Matter of fact, I need to hear from NBC Sports Bay Area. They always the Bay Area, California, whatever. I need to hear from them. What the hell happened? Because at this point, like, look, now I'm going to turn into something else. I paid good damn money for this.
Mm-hmm.
So I need to hear what the hell happened where I couldn't watch the game. I had to go through these back channel apps and all this other stuff. Turn on the TV. I should be able to watch the game. I need to hear from y'all. Don't act like it didn't happen yesterday. I need to hear from y'all. That pissed me off yesterday.
It pissed everybody off because what was the first thing I said? Let's go to Twitter.
Oh, yeah.
Because I was like, this maybe it's me.
Yeah.
Maybe I am an idiot and I just can't do it. Twitter, it took 0.4 seconds. Enough for a Derek Fisher shot. Nope. It's not me. It is not me.
No, that was whack, man. That was whack.
Deuce says, just for clarity, we were told this was a YouTube TV issue and it was out of NBC's control. They're trying to figure it out so it doesn't happen again. Well, YouTube TV.
And out of their control. Get it in your control. Get it. I don't want to hear that. Get it in your control.
I don't know if Deuce wanted me to read that out loud. There's nothing. I just realized that. I just read that out loud.
No worries. I dumped it. Whatever.
No, there's nothing crazy in there. It's fine. There's nothing crazy in there.
No snitching.
Yeah.
Zabo says Hulu didn't work either.
No,
it was a little bit more than that.
Maybe it was streaming stuff. Maybe if you're one of the 7 people with cable
wins again.
Hell, even I'm not with cable anymore. Come on, man. I was
saw
the last one.
How Will Z, the numbers guy, had to create a bar for bar instruction on how he found the damn game. No, the logo says Kings versus Jazz. Deuce, let me click the damn logo and it played a game.
Yeah, I think some of us got Sharks versus LA Kings for that game.
Zebra PT was like the Sharks are on. I was like, Zebra, I don't know. I had to switch to the app.
That's embarrassing. Once again, like you said, furniture be moving if I was with Vecron and DV.
No, furniture's moving because I just realized how much damn programming they have regarding the work. Why? Let me ask you a question. You got Deuce and Mo already sitting in that studio.
Mm-hmm.
Why the hell wouldn't you just let them do the podcast on TV?
Oh no, we can't do that because we gotta make sure sumo wrestling is on.
No, that's not what happens. It starts playing that goddamn music at the end of the post game show. That is always really loud.
They play that music and then they play sumo wrestling and MMA and kickboxing.
Need to get rid of Warriors.
But it's like little person kickboxing.
It's things I've never seen before. Like, why is this
it's
on
the
here?
Fake Doug McDermott's account over on Twitter. What'd you say, Jesse?
So we need to get rid of Warriors Golden Circle.
Well,
that show sucks.
Warriors Golden Circle.
Nobody watches that.
Nobody want to watch that. Brian says D'Lo and Casey on Kings TV. Make it happen. But this show can't be on television. This show can't be on television. And maybe Deuce and Mo can't be on TV either because they're cussing a little bit more. They're a little attitude era Deuce and Mo.
Well, look, me and you and Deuce and Mo. Hello, if we're on TV, we're not gonna curse.
Well, no. Also, if we're on TV at 10 p.m., we can do whatever the hell we want to. We can do whatever we want to.
Oh man, I was so pissed off driving home yesterday. I was so pissed off.
Ridiculous, man. Absolutely ridiculous.
I couldn't wait to be like, Vivek, handle these people.
I really
get him before I kill him. Get him before I kill him.
What's that again?
Baby boy.
Oh, that's right.
When Melvin threw
through
the table.
Yeah.
Get him before I kill him.
I wonder if I put that in the black movies I think I did.
When are we having the second?
Well, so we talked about that this morning. She was scheduled to come in tomorrow.
Okay.
But it's Halloween.
Wow.
So I think like she's, they go all out.
Day. That's an
Yeah,
active day.
that crew goes all out. So we might not do our normal visit with Katie, but she did want to come in with Kevin.
Oh, that's a good look
to show off the.
Well, I don't. That is.
Well, not show off what, not that.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's wasn't great.
No,
I don't think we need to do that.
No, not show off that.
No, yeah, be a little clearer next time, pal.
Okay, no, I meant show off the costume.
Okay, yeah.
Damian Ham.
No,
be a little clearer.
No,
Jerry's not with us no more.
It was a funny. Yeah.
From what I was told, that particular product that was opened on Fun Delivered has been discarded. Everyone decided that this is not.
No, I was gonna say so. No,
bro, I'm sitting here like,
say it.
No, somebody was like, "I'll make sure this gets thrown away. I'll take care of this."
You've got to see the video. The video is just fantastic because Katie was like reading the instruction manual, like because Kevin is just so perplexed by this thing. Like it's small and it's like. Why is it shaped like this? I think this is for a man. And Katie goes, give me this. And she looks at it and she goes, yep, it's for a man. I was told they wrapped it up in different things so the cleaning people couldn't see what it was.
Yeah, I hope that maybe they send it back to the post office. Somebody waiting for that.
Well,
somebody's waiting for that. And they really wanted it. That's why they ordered it.
Too ashamed to get it delivered to the door.
And like, how do you like what do you do in that situation? Like, do you contact the post office and say, look, I had a package that didn't arrive. Well, what is it, sir?
It's a package.
I can't stress this enough. I gotta figure, I'm gonna tweet the video because Kevin was like, what's the charger for? It's so great. It's so fantastic. No, they're not coming in to show that off. They're coming in to show their Halloween. So the next round of Black No Name movie game might have to wait a week or so.
Okay.
Because again, their costumes are very, very elaborate, and I think she was a little concerned about being on the stream, trying to do a serious conversation because you know how serious this show is.
Yeah,
with D'Lo and KC with her in full Beetlejuice makeup.
I love how me and Casey were on the same page there.
Wait a minute.
What do you mean by that?
This is why Will Z can't talk on this show. This stuff right here. We'll come back. We mentioned the Yankees. We mentioned the World Series. KC's got to take. We'll touch on that. We'll take a look around the rest of the association as well. And then we'll get back to the Sacramento Kings. James Ham at the top of the hour. Stilo and KC. Brought to you by Sky River Casino. Get in on the action. Sky River Casino is the place to play with 2,100 of the newest slot machines and over 80 table games. Sky's the limit at Sky River Casino. Yeah, I dropped the ball. Could you bring my smoothie back? It's in there. You'll put it on the top shelf. Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, it's true. Can you imagine New Aaron hearing that for the first time?
Let me find that video. Oh, I love these guys. This is so great.
I've always said we just need to be the FX of radio stations.
How many views does this thing have yet? Oh, yeah, we can get it to more than that. I'm gonna tweet the video. If you guys haven't seen it, it's gonna take you to Instagram.
Leezy, honestly, season's pretty dead right now, but if they win on Sunday, then Super Bowl's back on. You and me both, Poles. You and me both.
All right. I just tweeted the video. Actually, let me fix that. Stand by. Don't use that one. Let me try that again. Go back here. Here.
Soren, I won't say it out loud, but I may have traded Garrett Wilson for a combination of Chris Godwin and someone else. So we're kind of feeling that right now. Peter, they might if they lose on Sunday. I mean, it's not looking good right now, but we'll see. Maybe you trade Tyreek, but I doubt it. I don't think it happens though. Please, I just stay away from that, I guess. The rest I'll watch at some point, maybe.
All right, it's posted. Yeah, that's a good call, Scooter. That's my bad. That's a good call, Scooter. It's a little adult. It's a little adult.
What do they call it? NSFW?
Yeah, it's a little adult. So I think there's a variety of conversations to have here real quick. James Ham's going to join us at the top of the hour. We're going to take a look around the NBA here in just a couple of minutes, and we're absolutely going to get back to the Sacramento Kings, maybe focus a little bit more on the defensive side than the offensive side of the ball here. But let's start with, so the Yankees get it going late. We'll get to all that. The fact that the Yankees win a game. That wasn't really the talk of the game. No. And I missed this live, but you showed me the Mookie Betts clip.
Yeah.
And I had a reaction to it immediately, but I feel like your reaction is a little bit different than mine, and perhaps different than a lot of other people's.
So I tweeted out last night, the guy, Mookie Betts, reaches to the crowd to catch a fly ball. The Yankees fan rips open his glove, gets the ball out, jars it loose, and all this other stuff. And I tweeted out yesterday, man, I still feel the same way. I said, I'm not going to lie to you. This is hilarious. Now, once again, Twitter is I got a radio show, so there's no need for me to expand on it. I'll just talk about it when I'm on the radio. But there's a deeper explanation as to why I thought it was hilarious. I thought it was hilarious, number one, because of the ridiculousness of it. Like, that was crazy. That was that was absolutely ridiculous. And I also thought it was hilarious because I know the outcome, right? So everybody's like, "Oh, he could have got injured." Yeah, if he would have got injured, it wouldn't have been funny. But I'm talking about laughing about it and being able to laugh about it because I know the outcome of everything. Everything that was supposed to happen happened. Mookie Betts didn't get hurt. They called the guy out. They didn't reverse that. He got thrown out of the game. It didn't affect the game at all. So now I know the results of everything. That was funny. That was funny to me. Here's the other thing about it that people are all up in arms. And our guy, Jason Jones, was talking about how it wasn't funny as well. And I want to know if you remember this. Remember at the beginning of these playoffs when, what's my man's name? Jackson Profor for San Diego, went into right field, got that ball out of the stands, and like had a good time with that too. Jason was on this show talking about how did they let him go in the stands and get that? That's fair game at that point. And he's not alone in that. That's what happens all the time. That type of talk happens all the time in baseball with foul balls or home run balls that go into the stands. It happens all the time. So what this guy did is what people say people should do all the time. Now when it actually happens and you see like what could happen and like, oh man, somebody could get hurt or whatever, or it looks ridiculous, maybe now you'll stop saying that because you actually see it. And I give leeway to that as well. But this is what they say all the time, and they've said for as long as I've been alive about baseball, foul balls going into the stands, going over the fence to go get one and all this other stuff. And now I don't know. I don't understand why it's so disgusting now. Is it because it actually happened the way that you guys said it should have happened for so long?
I feel like this guy overdid it. Like there's when it's over the line or whatever, you kind of fight for the ball, but the play was already over with, and the dude was still going at me.
No, he was ridiculous. That was a ridiculous visual to see.
So, one, I feel like you directed the question at me.
No, you never.
No, you did. If you want to step outside, I mean, we could do it. No, so initially, I did laugh, but I was like, oh my God. And here's where it changes for me. They put their hands on him. They put their hands on Mookie Betts. This is the part in sports where I get really frustrated with fans because they believe, and perhaps to a certain degree there is this invisible line that separates us. I can do something, but you can't do anything about it. They put their hands on Mookie Betts. If Mookie had reached up and grabbed that dude by the throat and pulled him onto the field, he would have been perfectly within his rights to do that. And he would have gotten in a world of trouble for it. But they put their hands on him. That's my issue. The foul ball and the ha-has and all of it, you do whatever you want to with that. You go, oh, it's a good old baseball. I don't care. You cannot put your hands on professional athletes. They put their hands on him. They interfered with his ability to do his job. That's my issue. Don't touch athletes ever. No, I mean, unless they fall on you like they do in the first row or whatever, and then LeBron kisses you on your forehead and you have a memory for life, that you can't do anything about that. They made the decision to put their hands on Mookie Betts. That's my problem. If the ball lands in his glove and the guy knocks it out and that's the end of it and he's willing to deal with the consequences, or it bounces off his glove and Mookie's going to get it and he takes it out of the air and you're willing to deal with the consequences of that, like that's whatever. They put their hands on him. And that's my issue.
And once again, me thinking of like it was hilarious to me was all results based. We saw Mookie didn't get hurt. They got thrown out like they should have, and the out was still recorded. So now I'm looking at the results and I'm like, oh, because saying, oh, he could have got hurt. That's no different than if somebody trips on a football field running around. We have a good time with that. He could have tore his ACL because he tripped. Don't nobody say that.
Well, I don't. How is that the same thing though? Unless did a fan trip him?
No, but just in general, like somebody could tear the ACL. Like it's not funny if they tear the ACL on tripping, do they? Or tear their Achilles because they trip. But we laugh at somebody trying to run to the Daniel Jones. We laugh at him falling when he had the breakaway.
Oh, that's funny,
right? But nobody says, "Oh, he could have got hurt."
But
Let's
that's not
laugh.
the same thing.
No,
I think
in general, like nobody says that. Like he could have got hurt. He could have tripped into his ACL. But everybody laughs at that because it didn't happen. And that's all I'm saying. I'm laughing because Mookie didn't get hurt because nothing happened. That's why I'm laughing at.
No, and that's fine. It's absurd.
It's unbelievably absurd.
The whole thing is absurd. And I'm not trying to paint this as a. I honestly didn't think about the injury like aspect to it. All I thought was, don't touch me. Like if I'm Mookie Betts, like I'm furious. Don't put your hands on me.
Yeah.
Like I'd have a huge problem with that.
I agree with you. And the other
that
reason,
to me is not funny.
Well,
in any stretch, it is not funny.
The other reason that, like I said, I don't want to say I didn't have a problem with it, but Jesse, you've watched a bunch of baseball. Damien, you probably have too.
I love that you threw in the probably.
No, I know. I got it. No, I got it. But am I making this up? That people say this all the time. It goes into the field, into the stands. How do you let the opponent catch the ball? Hasn't that been something that's been said forever?
Yeah, but I think this time they took it too far.
Well, I know. I think what happened was it actually happened, and people saw what they've been saying for years. Jason just said this.
The ball out of
Jason
his glove.
just said this 3 weeks ago when Jackson Pro 4 went into the stands and got the ball. How did they let him catch the ball? He just said this. This is something that everybody has said since I've been watching baseball. It actually happened, and now people are like,
I don't think anyone's asking for you to grab jerks and profile or anything.
How do you gonna get the ball?
You going for the ball, trying to catch it. They hit the ball when it's going towards the glove and all that.
Isn't that illegal?
If it's in the field, if it's in the stands, they can do whatever they need to.
The fans can do whatever they want.
Yeah,
I don't know.
You try to bat the ball out.
You
try to bat the ball out of the way before it hits the glove or whatever. But Mookie at that point had caught the ball and they're grabbing at him after the fact. Like that's different.
No, it's absurd. It's absurd.
Can you do a Greco-Roman takedown after he catches it and wrestle the ball?
But I don't think that's what they're asking. Like for jerks and profile, though. I don't think that was what they were saying.
Look. You get in his way. You do whatever you can to make sure he doesn't catch the ball. That's what they've said forever, and it actually happened. And everybody's like, "Oh no, that was wrong." Like, don't tell people to do that no more. I've never been a proponent of telling people if it goes in the stands, make sure they don't catch it. Get the hell out the way.
Help me, because the clips, all of the clips I saw were the exact ones you showed me.
Mm.
Where on the field was that?
It was on the side, down the first base side.
So Mookie was still on the field.
Mookie reached He reached into the stands a little bit.
Yeah, okay. But Mookie's on the field, and the ball's going into the stands in foul territory.
Mm-hmm.
Don't touch me.
I don't think they should. I think even when it goes in the stands, get the hell out the way or help them and make sure they don't hit their head on the seat. It's not, let me knock the ball away or anything like that. I've never subscribed to that. But all I'm saying is, that's what I've heard. That's what we've heard as baseball fans forever. And now it actually happened. And you guys are like, nah, he did too much. I agree. He shouldn't have done it in the first place. Stop telling people to do that. Stop telling people to do that. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I didn't.
I still think it was different.
God damn it, if you want to throw hands over this.
I just think this one was different.
No, I mean, I think...
Because if the ball's
absurdity, they wrestled it out of
you can't do all that. But if me and KC are sitting on the foul line on right field or whatever, ball's coming towards us and right field is coming, but it's over the stands, we're gonna try and knock it down for our team or whatever. But you're not gonna try and attack the guy or whatever like they did. And he wasn't even over the he wasn't even on their side of the wall, was he?
His hand, his glove was.
Yeah, it looked like it was. I didn't see every other situation. It looked like it was what they would call fair game for the fans, but
that shouldn't even be a thing. That's a flaw on baseball's part. Like if a player's making a play on the ball, get the hell out of the way, because it's a lie. Like it can be an out.
Yeah,
it's not like if Mookie or any baseball player catches the ball in foul territory, it's nothing.
Right.
It's an out.
Right.
Which means it's part of the game. Get the hell out of the way.
That's how I feel. That's how I've always felt.
I'm gonna kill the sound. Well, actually, I'm curious what this sounds like, because I didn't see this. We were on KS.
Fly to right by Torres. Betts in the corner. Does he have room?
They're holding on to the man.
Is crazy. They're doing
too much.
And they're going to say that it's an out. And fan interference.
Mookie wants to beat his ass.
So an out.
That is ridiculous.
One gone in this first.
Punk ass New York Yankee fan. Look at them.
It's the second time.
Look at Mookie want to go. Now, I got to kill the sound. Sorry. Look at Mookie's face. Like he wants to fight. Look at this. Look at silent. Sorry. Look at that. Oh, I want to beat his ass too. Look at his stupid ass face. Oh,
that's not the same thing. That's not jerks and profile, bro.
Bro, come on, man.
That's not the same thing.
Yo, Look at this jackass. Look at him.
Hey,
beat his ass. Look at that. You can't be serious.
It's not the same
You
thing.
cannot be serious.
I'm not defending him.
I feel like you are. That's your boy.
No.
That's your boy.
I get what you're saying. No,
that's hilarious.
I get what Casey's saying with the rule or whatever, but that's not the same thing. That's way overboard.
And look, I'm laughing only because everything that was supposed to happen happened. Right? There was no injustice on the game. They got thrown out. Everything that was supposed to happen there was supposed to happen. So I can look at it.
Look at that stupid ass face. Look at his boy. Oh God. He's gonna be tough and touch Mookie's bets. Look at this punk. These are your people. These are your New York people. Aceberg, Pino. These are your people right here. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
Oh man,
The mighty have fallen.
Him going into look at going
Then
into
now
the
look at
glove
his
is
face.
crazy. That is crazy.
This is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in my life.
He's trying so hard to get that glove too. Look at his face.
That is crazy.
That's right
is
there.
Nuts.
Oh, I wish Mookie would have grabbed that dude like the Undertaker used to, pull his ass down there and choke slammed him off of that barricade.
That is nuts. I can say what I'm saying right now because I've never subscribed to that.
No, look at your boy's face.
Get the hell out the way.
Look at your boy's face. Look at his face.
Look at his hat. Why is your hat that way? Why is your hat turned that way, you dweeb?
Look at that little.
Oh man,
look how proud of himself he is.
Hey,
Oh,
look,
jackass.
like I said, another reason why I could have the stance that I have because I've never subscribed to. If they go on the stands, it's free game. Hell no, get out the way. Let them play the game. You make sure you protect yourself. You don't get hit with the baseball or, they're diving on you. They don't land onto the cement or the rail. And that's what you do. That's how I've always believed. But I'm just calling out what they've always said in baseball. And I agree with you, Jesse. It's a little different in that situation. But they've always said it comes into the stands fair play. No, it's not.
That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen.
That
was absolutely ridiculous.
Crazy. That was crazy. I ain't never seen nothing like that.
No one ever says it. I'll say it. Sometimes you just got to acknowledge Ron Artest might have been right.
Oh, Ron Artest.
Every once in a while, someone needs their ass kicked.
I believe in that. Oh, did you see what happened over the weekend? I meant to I tweeted about this too.
That was a weird what?
Well, no, because and they need to get rid. I said it a couple weeks ago. They need to get rid of these little tunnels that allow the fans to see these guys running through the tunnel. Get rid of them because it was Magic Nets and the Nets had lost or whatever, and they walked through or whatever. The Nets are walking through in Orlando.
Okay.
And I think somebody might have asked for a picture or something with Ben Simmons or whatever. Ben Simmons kept walking and they're like, yeah, that's why you sorry or whatever. And then Schroeder sees it. It's like, yo, what'd you just say? And pulls up on him. And hey, get these fans out of here, bro. It's not everybody, but there's always one or two that mess it up for everybody.
But here's the
get them out of here.
Note to the fan in Orlando.
Because Ben should have smacked him across the face for talking crazy.
Here's the other thing, though. You little hoe, you can't ask for a picture and then tell the player that they're sorry. Like you're such a sucker. Like, come on, man. Stop it.
I need to get rid of this stuff.
Who your boys have that. Right? The
Everybody
Cowboys
has it, I think.
The Cowboys have it, isn't that like all of the play?
The 49ers
what was the one where
degree.
was Russ? Wasn't Russ about to
That was
fight somebody?
Phoenix, I think.
No, look.
That was crazy.
Russ walked into the lounge.
You walked through the little fan
They
lounge.
weren't even saying that. They weren't even high-fiving. Russ walked into the row one lounge and pulled up on the guy.
Russ is the wrong guy. Like, how have these dudes not learned their lesson yet? Russ is the wrong guy. He will beat your ass.
And Cole, welcome back, Cole, in the Matthews Mattress Chatty House. He says pretty sure it was a kid he pulled up on Casey. Let Reese do that.
Well,
I'll be like, don't worry about Schroeder. I got it. Shut the hell up.
Like
Well,
I got it. I got it, Schroeder.
but-
Don't trip.
See, but here's
I'm
the
teaching.
thing.
I'm raising the kid the right way.
But here's the thing. Yeah, exactly. Reese wouldn't do that.
Exactly.
Who else can we yell at? Huh?
Well, Dodgers.
We've been on the verge of moving furniture for an hour. Who else wants some smoke?
Dodgers live, or excuse me, the Yankees live to fight another day.
They do.
I think it ends tonight, though.
They do. So tonight,
your boy's pitching tonight.
Garrett Cole. Yeah, tonight is the night where it can become real. Right? You got one last night. It's like, all right, like okay.
It's cute.
I'll
Like the Dodgers winning the World Series, and one of them. It's cute.
I'll be honest. We saw the early part of the game together. Freddie Freeman, hits the hits the shot, and it's like I'm watching it like, oh, the Yankees this is over.
Mm-hmm.
They look beat. Like they look like they've lost the series. They look like they're playing a game in which they know they're going to lose.
Right.
And then obviously we, after a lot of effort, we switched to the Kings game, and my focus came there. I was still monitoring the World Series pretty closely. I think it was 6-4 in the 8th.
Yeah,
and I was kind of like, all right, I feel pretty good about this. I'll check in a little bit. Forgot to check in. Started working, watching post game, all that different stuff. And then Kyle hung out at the house yesterday. He was like, "Yo, the Dodgers got their ass whooped." I was like, "What you mean?" They scored, what was it, 6 in the 8th or whatever?
Ended up being 11-4.
And it's like, okay, it's cute. Like you said, it's cute. But it could get real tonight.
It could.
It gets to 3-2. They're thinking because Jason's not here. They got a history of failure.
Well, this is true.
And this would be a brand new level of failure. To blow a 3-0 lead in the World Series. Again, are they thinking about that today? I do not think so. They're thinking about winning.
Taking care of business.
They're thinking about winning a baseball game tonight, winning a World Series. But I think if they lose tonight, it gets like you get a little.
It's human nature.
You get a little tighter.
Look, maybe it's different for professional athletes or whatever. Thinking about it today. You're thinking about it. You're thinking about it when you go up 3-0.
Sure,
like
that's fine.
You think about it now. You're thinking about it is different than you actually letting it affect your play. Like you can overcome. It's like I think Dirk Nowitzki said it about shooting free throws in the clutch. He's like, everybody gets nervous. Everybody, you wouldn't be human if you didn't have some level of nerves to you. Us professionals and the best of the best, they're able to overcome those nerves to calm down, get back to their routine and trust that. Same thing here with the Dodgers. When they went up 3-0, to think that it didn't enter any of their heads at all, it's crazy. Sure it did. They just got to make sure that they execute and they can calm down in those moments to do what they have to do to finish things off. And I think they're winning tonight. I think the Dodgers win the World Series tonight.
Okay.
It's disgusting.
I'll clip this and send it to Jason Jones.
Nah, it's disgusting. It really is. It's
Big
piece of trash.
Big Dodger guy.
Yeah, I can't believe. Yeah, but like I said, it's one. It's cute.
The Yankees deserve credit though. They deserve credit for one. They were down 2-0 last night. They looked maybe in my untrained eyes, they looked defeated, and then they got going. And like if I'm New York, I go into this game with a lot of confidence. I feel good about what we did yesterday. I feel good about the way we're playing right now. Let's build on that. You have the, momentum is a funny thing, but we have the most recent momentum. And I think that if the game had ended at 6-4, I think it's a little bit different than if you have that big, without that big 8th inning.
Right.
Because now it's like, hey, we up.
Yeah.
The bats are up. Oh, not all of them, but a lot of them.
Well, no, hey, Aaron Judge is back. He got one.
He got one.
Got to base it.
He got a run.
What's that scene in the Little Big League?
How does it go, Casey?
Is that Little Big League or Rookie of the Year?
That was Little Big League because he's the manager.
That's right. That's right.
If you're getting that excited about a CNI single, that tells you everything you need
Rookie
to know.
of the Year is the pitcher?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aaron Judge got a hit when the stakes were at the lowest in that game. Wow. Wow. James Harden got 40 in game one.
That's
it right
in
there.
the first inning, he battled and got a walk.
Wow. Dude hit 60 home runs this season, but he got to walk, guys. Wow.
Have they handed out MVPs yet?
That's at the end of the year, I think.
Oh, you mean league-wide MVPs, like regular season MVPs?
Yeah.
They do it after the year.
Oh.
Which was the better movie, Rookie of the Year or Little Big League? Good question.
Rookie of the Year, the kid busts his shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
And so how does Little Big League happen again? I remember it's the kid, he becomes the manager. Does he get the team from like his grandpa or
Grandpa
something?
does.
Okay.
I think it's
I'm going to go, I think it's Little Big League.
Really?
I think so too.
Little Big League is good.
I think I'm going Rookie of the Year because he actually played.
Bro, Rookie of the Year, doesn't he throw like an underhand pitch and he gets him out that way?
Well, no, because what happened was
does he hurt his arm
Yeah,
again?
he gets hurt again.
Well,
Spoiler alert. Plug your ears, everybody.
This is what happens. So he breaks his arm, and it's like a quick twitch thing in his arm, and he can throw like 102 miles per hour.
Yep.
And he's the Cubs closer because he can't be the starter. He's the Cubs closer, and he goes through the whole season. And in the playoff game, he trips over the ball, falls on his arm, and his arm reverts back to normal.
Yeah, right. I remember. Yeah,
and
yeah.
then he's like, I can't throw.
Mm-hmm.
I can't throw. And then this was ridiculous. His mom says, just float it.
Yeah. Brother, if you don't launch that 500 feet out the stadium.
Ironically, I think the guy did do that. The bad guy, because he hit.
Well, he did get him out, huh? Or no, he did get the home run, huh?
He either got a home run or he hit a 500-foot foul ball. And everybody held their breath on it. He's, oh, my God. And it was a foul ball. I think that's what happened. Rookie of the Year. I'll go Rookie of the Year.
They're both very good.
And then the manager, he just I'm gonna go back to being a kid at the end, right? Right? Okay.
They both did actually.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I want to hang out with my friends.
Yeah, and they go skateboard off or something.
But he has he plays Little League and he has the Cubs World Series ring in Rookie of the Year.
Then we're all in agreement.
Yeah,
Sandlot is like the baseball movie, right?
What happened?
Sandlot's like the one.
Oh yeah, Sandlot.
Okay.
Sandlot
Just checking.
All three of them are better than Angels in the Outfield.
That feels disrespectful. And I don't know why.
Nah, Angels in the outfield. Is Danny Glover in that?
Yeah.
Yeah, Angels in the outfield is
That
trash.
feels disrespectful.
Was Danny Glover God?
He was the manager.
Oh,
he was the.
Was God even in that movie?
Somebody's. I forgot.
Let's see. Was there a God in Angels in the outfield? Let me check casting. Let's see. George, Roger, Maggie. No God.
Sandlot 2 and 3 was really bad too. That's why it feels like a shot.
Well, those aren't even on the list.
Tony Danza was in the movie. Boy,
he was. Yeah. So Sandlot. I mean, the other two, they're not even on. They didn't happen.
Oh, okay. I thought you said that's what was better.
What
than
didn't happen?
The other Sandlots. They didn't happen.
There's more Sandlots?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, the KC.
Oh, I had no idea.
Yeah. I didn't even see 3. Don't worry about it though. They don't exist.
Was there a Sandlot 2? Come on, man.
Crickets.
Come on, man. Come on, man. Now that's funny.
Crickets.
Shut up. Everyone thinks it's funny except for you.
Shout out G Baby, by the way.
Well, that one is.
You hater, KC.
Well, that's not top 3. I'll tell you that.
PW9 would say it's not God in the outfield. Well, who are the Angels' bosses? I was all right. I thought Danny Glover might have been God. Turns out he was the manager. It's fine. And everyone knows Morgan Freeman plays God in all the movies, so it's fine. James Ham at the top of the hour. Back to the Kings next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Little Giants. Yeah, I like Little Giants. With our guy. Oh, what is our name? What is his name? What is Al Bundy's name?
Ed O'Neill.
Ed O'Neill. Ed O'Neill was really good in that movie. He's good in everything he does.
Kyle.
He's a good actor.
KC hates G Baby. It's wild.
I mean, no, I don't hate G Baby. No, I don't hate G Baby. That movie was just kind of. It was.
I think you hate the Biggie scene, right, where they're singing it on the pitcher's mound.
Yeah, that's the one that really just. All right, I've seen enough. That's when I had enough.
It was a heartwarming moment.
I've had enough. Who does this on the mound? Men on a mission. That's who does it.
Who doesn't love the movie of their gambler addict coach who has to coach these kids and teach them the ways?
Don't forget, he has to go into the inner city and do it.
Yeah.
And these are also different categories because, Major League is the one. Like Major League is it. Are you
never been able to get into Major League?
Major League is fantastic.
Maybe we're going to rewatch it.
Even the second one is really good. Yeah, it's good. But that's a different category. We're not talking the kids' baseball movies. So I only say that because P-Dub asked which basketball movie is the GOAT. I mean, that's also another conversation.
Like Mike.
Well, it's not. And it's not even the GOAT in its category, but it's a different category. I don't know if Like Mike was better than Eddie.
You talking about the movie with the dog?
No,
Eddie Whoopi.
Was Whoopi Goldberg.
Oh,
you're thinking about
is that Air Bud?
Air Bud, yeah.
But it's a different conversation because Like Mike isn't in the same category as Above the Rim and White Men Can't Jump.
I'll always say it. Like Mike 2 is just a kid's remake of Above the Rim.
I can see that.
You can literally point like character to character, I feel like.
And I'm one of the few people that watched the remake of White Men Can't Jump, and I didn't think it was bad at all. I thought it was okay. I thought it was an okay movie.
I've still never seen the first. I've never seen the second for the record, but
you gotta see the first one. It's a good movie. I think He Got Game is the best basketball movie ever made. I think He Got Game is the best.
Space Jam 2 is horrible.
Well, that's
horrible.
That's
Capital
horrible.
H.
It is not
horrible.
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 What, you didn't read the paper that day, son?
Well, guess what we got tomorrow, boys? NFL overreactions.
It's that time for the year for the NFL. Kings are back. You never know when they go. And the Niners don't play this week.
I don't even know what tomorrow is. Anyone know off the top of their head?
Thursday. Oh.
Who?
We didn't, to answer your question. No.
What employee are we talking about?
Oh, I thought he said football player. We didn't say happy birthday, nobody. Oh no, that was yesterday.
Yeah, you talking about Kimberly?
Yesterday we said.
Yesterday. You okay, Charlie? You okay? Give me a thumbs up, Charlie. You okay? I don't know if Charlie knows. We can't hear a word he's saying. Yeah, we said happy birthday to Kimberly. Tell Aaron he'll be fine. You got to be kidding me. It's the Texans and Jets. We got the Jets on prime time again.
Is this 4 weeks in a row?
It's definitely 3 because they were on last what?
Well, they weren't on last week. They weren't.
No,
they were.
Oh no, they got beat by the Patriots. That's right.
Yeah, they were 10 a.m.
Come on, man. Hey, CJ beat their ass. CJ.
I think we talked about about this though. Like all 5 of their primetime games were like before week 10 because they don't know how long Aaron Rodgers was going to hold up.
That's hilarious.
So this might be the last one.
That is hilarious. I love that.
This might be the last one.
It's ridiculous.
Damn, that's a Thursday game.
That is. I mean, it's CJ, so it's fine with me.
Nah,
I like CJ.
That ain't fine with me. I need to find out what's going on in the NBA tomorrow.
Well, all right. Well, listen. Well, we definitely don't have the Kings tomorrow. We know that for sure. Is they're off until Friday when they take on Atlanta, which will again be the first night of a back-to-back. We got the Bucks at the Grizzlies on NBA TV. We got the Rockets at Mavericks
That's a good one.
on League Pass.
That's a good one.
We got the Spurs at Jazz
Not a
on
good
League Pass. And we got the Suns at the Clippers on NBA TV.
That's not bad. Okay. Rockets Mavericks is a good game tomorrow. And these are all tomorrow too, by the way,
Rockets,
guys.
yeah, these are Thursday's games. Yeah. These are your alternatives to watching Aaron Rodgers act like his feet are glued in the pocket.
I think I saw a tweet. He credited cayenne pepper and some water stuff or whatever. Now he's feeling great. So
all right.
Oh, good.
Not Devontae Adams. But
Okay,
that'll get him going.
now he's going for 350.
That'll do it.
I'm looking at this little stat line. In the first 4 games of the season, Jalen Green has averaged 28.8 points per game. Wow.
How many?
28.8.
Are they 2-2 right now?
2-2. That's Kamara's team.
The Rockets, yeah, he's high on the Rockets.
That's a good squad too. They got talent.
Well, there's Giannis being a bum again at 28.8, 11.8, and 6 assists a game.
Gosh.
You guys think the Bucks figure it out?
I did prior to our conversation with Trista yesterday. I did think they would figure it out. I'm not as sure anymore.
Do you guys think either one of those two get traded this year?
Giannis isn't getting traded.
Not this year, no. Next year.
Like at all? Or
I don't
this
think
year?
Giannis is getting traded, period.
Giannis already said.
Didn't Giannis just sign an extension?
Yeah, but
I mean, I know
there's
that doesn't
wiggle room.
matter.
Yeah,
Giannis already did the if we don't win the title, then they might have to trade me. No one's safe.
He did put that out there. Just randomly, unwarranted.
Yeah.
Giannis,
you ready for the season?
Yeah, it was like, it wasn't media day. It was like maybe a week before the season. He's like, it's a bottom line business. I am afraid that if we don't win the title, that they'll look to trade me, because that's what happens. If I don't produce and do what I'm supposed to do, they'll look to trade. Well, nobody was even saying that. Nobody was even saying that.
Giannis, how are you doing?
Yeah, Giannis, we just asked about your new shoe coming out, but it's cool. It's cool, man.
So
whatever window they had left, I think is on its last leg right now.
It is. It definitely is.
Yeah, well, that leg probably just went in for surgery.
Well, that's the thing. And people talk about this. Like, people talk about it like it's a bad thing that that window's closed. Yeah, it probably is. Their window started in 2018.
Yeah, they won the title in 2020, 2021.
Well, yeah, and it's not like it was a failure.
Yeah, and they got one.
It's just a failure for one particular player. Dame.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, Dame's there's a realistic possibility. We said this last year. Dame might have just wound up on the Portland Trailblazers of the East. Where they're going to be good enough to get to the playoffs, but are they realistically a championship contender? They might not be. I'm not quite there yet, but all of that stuff, and now Trista speaks with a little bit of vengeance in her heart, but there's obviously validity to it. Yeah, that's concerning. And Chris Middleton this ain't gonna be it.
That's it, man.
And as we've seen this a couple of times. We saw this with Ingram and Zion last night. They scored 30 plus each. They scored 60 plus. We saw I think it was KD and Book the other night scored 60 plus. Like you could have guys getting points. I think the Suns won that game where those two scored 60 plus. Yeah, but Zion and Ingram lost last night. Yeah. And they've had Ingram's played pretty well to start this season. I don't think Zion's played bad either.
I want to see a little bit more from
the Warriors. Kind of punked them out.
I'm with Charles Barkley. That was ridiculous for the Pelicans to play that team without Steph Curry. And the Warriors played really good, but to play that,
but he'll be gonna be all-star, just like whatever ESPN reporter said that.
But you play that team without Steph Curry, and then you go up 20, and then you get beat by damn near 20.
Yeah,
that can't happen.
Pelicans might not make the playoffs.
Well, what do you guys think about this? Zion is a really good scorer when he plays. Do we want to see something a little bit more from him? It feels like, I don't want to call him empty calories, because a bucket is a bucket, and he's unguardable to a certain degree. But it doesn't never feel like, aside from that one moment a couple years ago when they were number 1 seed for 2 weeks or something like that. Then he got hurt. It never feels like his scoring production matters that much.
I want to see him somewhere other than New Orleans. I just don't think this is going to work no matter however you shape it up. I think he can be a good player. Like you're not wrong necessarily either, because he puts up numbers, but it doesn't amount to anything. But I'd like to see him do it on a different team.
Is he more of a number 2?
I have no clue, to be honest.
Because I don't know. Because you're number 1. I kind of need you to be all encompassing. It feels like, and it feels like he's just a scorer. And I don't know if for what we think of number 1s and being, he doesn't even rebound that great. Don't defend. Don't pass. He's just a problem with scoring. That's what he does, which isn't.
But isn't that what he's always been? Was there an expected evolution?
I mean, he was looked at as franchise as a number 1.
He was supposed to be a top 10 player.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I mean. But isn't that what he's always been, though, is the scorer? Mm-hmm. Was there an expected evolution, or did people think that player that we saw was going to be a top 10 player as is?
That's probably more so what it was, is they expected him to his game to kind of grow and maybe evolve.
Which has been difficult given the fact he's in and out of.
That's true too.
I don't even want to say in and out of the lineup. He's kind of in and out of seasons.
Yeah, that's true too. I think Zion is a hell of a ball player. I don't know if he's franchise, can lead your franchise to championship status.
Will Z says all the talk about Zion shooting more, and he's taken 5 total shots outside of the paint this season. 46 total. He's taken 5 of those shots outside the paint. With all of that said, the Pelicans are only 2-2. It's not like they're. I mean, that game, that's a tough look for them. They got beat. They got beat by a player I've never heard of.
Well, and yeah, yeah, and Winters.
Wow. That's funny. That's kind of funny. That's kind of funny.
But the real problem is
some people that's going to register with people in 2 or 3 minutes. That's funny.
The real problem with New Orleans is they got their hat handed to them by Portland a couple of days ago.
Mm-hmm.
And now you have this situation where the Warriors are playing shorthanded without their best player.
Yeah, right.
And they just kind of work.
No, Draymond Green played last night.
Oh, my bad. No disrespect. They said Draymond Green is 3 for 3 with challenges.
I didn't
challenge 3 times.
First of all, he is such a he's such a jackass when he calls for the challenge. Did you see that one yesterday?
Yeah, the one in the fourth quarter, right?
I mean, you think he's waving a terrible towel the way he's calling for the hey!
And look, and the reality is that play could have went either way.
No, then that's what I mean. We were watching. It was like I don't think he's winning that challenge. Kyle's saying out loud, he's not winning that challenge. Come back from commercial. The Warriors retain their timeout in another successful challenge. What? What? How? All right, hey, cool.
He's
just look at your coach and go, hey, coach, run. Hey, just man, come on. I can't stand that dude. That dude is ridiculous, man. Absolutely ridiculous.
What should he do? Just, hey, coach, hey, coach.
Hey! Y'all are stupid, man. Stop it. In case he finds something real funny, he asks you to do it again immediately.
He's like Shaq.
Well, a new meme was just born.
Oh, no. Wait a minute.
I knew. Well,
what the hell is going on? Let me see this crap.
No, that's that. Kenny.
What? I don't see it.
No. I'm not. Never mind, man. Let's just keep going.
What'd I do?
No, I see what you're talking. I don't know. I think it's player on.
No, keep. It's fine. No, it's fine.
No, man, come on, man. Come on.
Real quick.
Man stopped eating sandwiches on the stream, but
no, I can't even laugh. It's Draymond.
Do you think Zion's the best player you could get back in a trade for Giannis? Talked about
probably
Kuminga and Warriors and all that.
Yeah, I don't. Is he the best player you could get back? Sure.
'Cause I'm
I don't
thinking,
know.
like,
I don't
what
think it
if-
makes you good though?
Like, what if you're the Bucks and you get bounced in the first round? Like, Giannis, this isn't working. Blah blah blah. It's like maybe it's time for a move. Pelicans, like we can't break through. Like, would you do that move if you're both teams? I know if you're the Pelicans, you probably do that, but are you looking elsewhere for like a Kuminga or something like that?
If I'm Giannis, I'm like, don't do that.
Sorry, Giannis, what was say?
Well, hey,
you signed the damn deal 2 years ago. Whatever.
True.
So I'm trying
True.
to think if I'm Milwaukee, I want draft picks, and I probably don't want somebody on their second contract.
Well, you know what else they might do? You can we'll trade Giannis.
Got to
take Chris Middleton.
Oh, Chris Middleton.
Gonna need you to take Chris Middleton too. Y'all really want? That's what I do. Maybe you don't do that with the Pelicans in this scenario, which is I don't feel like that's a scenario that makes sense for anybody. But if it's the Warriors, it's like, yeah, I'll do it. You want Giannis? You wanted him all these years. You've been coveting him. You've been having Giannis night or Greek night or whatever you had.
Yeah.
I got you. You're taking Chris Middleton if you want to get this done. It's the only way we're doing this. But yeah, sure. Let's talk.
I don't even know where. Like, this is what I hate.
The
about
reports from Shams will come out. The Bucks are open to trading Giannis and Chris Middleton.
I don't even. I'm trying to think of like. And this is what I hate about the whole damn Warriors, wet dream for Giannis. I don't know where else he could go. The Knicks are out of play now. That's the one I was always looking at.
Yeah.
The Knicks are out of play. I don't think you go to Philly.
Does Miami make sense?
Absolutely, but what is it? Bam, Tyler, and picks. So maybe.
Yeah. Let's bring in James in. Yeah, James, don't mind us. We're trading Giannis. It's fine.
I was wondering, what in the world? What would cost you? Bam.
Well,
we're trading Giannis.
So check it out. This is what you would. This is who could always get it done if they really want to. Is OKC.
Oh yeah. Yep.
They've got picks. They could.
And that could be disastrous.
They could trade. They could trade one. Like, I'm not saying they'd have to or whatever, but they could trade Jalen Williams or Chet.
I think it probably cost you both and some picks. And that's a steep price, but that's what happens when you have a superstar.
You could only get one. If I'm OKC, like I'm giving you, like I got 7 picks I'm about to give you, and I'm giving you one of my franchise.
And I have
guys.
to take Chris Middleton back.
Well, damn. So you can't get Chet and Jalen Williams, but you can get one of them and these 7 picks.
Yeah.
You either keep Chris Middleton and I send both, or you leave one and you send Chris Middleton to me.
Yeah.
That's how I do it.
It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money that would have to move for any of that to happen.
Well, Chris Middleton might have to retire. God bless him. I hope that's not the truth, but
yeah,
I mean, that's
Second round
just tough
pick.
for him. That's just tough for him. As we welcome in our Kings Insider from the Insiders, our man James Ham here with us. Hammer, let's switch our attention from a completely fictitious trade that's got nothing to do with nothing involving Giannis Antetokounmpo to the reality of the Sacramento Kings now being at 2-2. And let's start here. Hammer, we put any stock into the fact that the Sacramento Kings won these last 2 games while holding their opponent under 100 points?
I mean, look, I don't want to go crazy about the defense at this point because those 2 teams are not good at all. Either one, the Blazers and the Jazz are both just a hot mess. And so I don't want to go overboard. But look, that's how the season goes. You're going to have 30 games against teams that aren't very good, at least, and maybe more than that. And so when you get teams like this, you put stock in the fact that they went, they took care of business at home after dropping 2 games, and then they went out on the road on a really weird back-to-back that's not always an easy one. And they made the Jazz look like a JV team. And so I do put some stock in the fact that they won and that they won convincingly. But I also like the long game here. I don't know where their defense is and how long it's going to take for it to be like NBA competent.
You think it's not NBA competent now?
I mean, for right now, but let's see what they look like not against the next 4 teams, but let's see what they look like after that. Like I kind
Do
of
you
want to
think
see
that what we saw the last 2 days, and I won't find anyone who says this was a product of their opponents more than anything else.
I don't think it's a total product of the opponent. I think that, but you can't discredit who they're playing. So yeah, it's a little of both. Like I think they played better defensively, but they also played against 2 teams that just don't have LeBron James and Anthony Edwards and Anthony Davis and all Julius Randle. They don't. Those teams don't. And to be honest with you, neither do the teams coming up. We're seeing like a weird kind of twist here early in the season where you're playing a bunch of teams that are very, very beatable. And that's not always the case for the Kings. So a lot of times they come out of the gate. I don't love their schedule. I don't love that, this trip is an 8,000-mile trip. That doesn't make any sense to me. Even the, Atlanta, all the way to Toronto, all the way back down to Miami and then home. That's crazy. But at the same time, like none of these teams are teams that you just pencil in as a loss. And, so yeah, I think I want to see how they handle this, how they handle playing bad teams at this point, and whether or not they can start racking up wins like we think they can.
And you're right about that, Hammer. I talked about, these last 2 games when, you started off 0-2, you needed to get a win. You needed to get yourself back above water. You got 2 teams that if the Kings are who we want them to be and expect them to be, yeah, it's no problem saying, yeah, we should beat Portland and Utah. And I wanted to see how they handled that. And they handled it perfectly. That's exactly what you do to those types of teams. And one of the things that I'm pretty confident in, especially after seeing yesterday, is I don't think they're going to lose too many of those games. I think the talent on that team, the maturity brought on by DeMar DeRozan and all these guys just being a year older. Mike Brown talked about it a little bit yesterday as well. I think they're going to go into these type of games, and some of them being like the next 4, and they're just going to look to handle business. And like I said, it was like a snake. They're just going to suffocate these guys after a while. The teams that just don't have enough talent to keep up with what they're trying to do.
Yeah, I really hope that that's the case. And I think this team has 3 guys that for any team in the league are very tough to defend. DeMar DeRozan has been doing it for 16 years, but Fox and Sabonis are both extremely high level players as well, or high level scorers. They're guys that, when they go to put the ball in the basket, there's very few nights during the season where they're just completely off, especially Sabonis. So, yeah, I think when it comes to these teams like this, what we're hoping is that we see the 2022-23 Kings, the team that had resiliency, the team that went in against bad teams and took care of business almost every single time the entire season. I think they might have had 1 bad loss the entire year. And that is a sort of a mentality and a personality that I hope they develop this year. And, you can look at the 2-2 schedule so far, and man, both Minnesota and the Lakers, they're playing pretty well, and they're playoff teams, and they have really, really good star level players, superstar level players. And so what do you look like against all these other teams? And that's, again, they did not take care of business at all in this way last season. And you hope that personality is gone, and they've developed a new personality, and some of it can be some of that 2 years ago personality.
Well, let's stay talking about the superstar level players, because the Sacramento Kings got one right now. They might have a couple, but specifically, they have one in Domantas Sabonis. Hammer, he is off to an incredible start this year. What looks different to you, if anything, for Domas to start this season?
Yeah, we talked about it during preseason. It's like there's no hesitation. He gets the ball. Could he have taken like 8 more shots in the first 4 games? Sure. Like there were shots that he passed on, but he's also one of the most gifted passers in the league and setup men for a center. So you don't want him shooting every single time, but everything that he's doing just feels like it's catch the ball and go, whether it's shooting, whether it's taking somebody off the dribble. It just feels like he really, really worked on sort of the mental aspect and the quick, a second or less. You need to make a decision. It's not even that, 0.5 seconds or less. And all of a sudden it just like fully is materializing for him on the court. I don't even think he's forced anything, and he's averaging 24.5 points per game. I think he can easily average, 22, 23, 24 if he keeps this up. If this is the player he's going to be. And like no one in the league can stop him. He's not Jokic, but he's the next best thing as a center. And so I definitely think that he's on the right path. And if he can be a top 10, top 15 player for the Kings, in the league, they're going to win a lot of games, especially with all the other talent they have around him.
We kind of talked about how effortless, like you just mentioned, it is with what Domas is doing. But what it really shows to both of us and everybody is the work that he put in. You can look at his game and you can look at, his bag, so to speak, and see that he's added to that bag. He's worked on his game. He's shot 1,000 jump shots a day or something like that. And just because it's not, on Instagram or, like I said, Hoop Central didn't post a video, oh, he's in the lab. That doesn't mean he wasn't in the lab, because clearly you see in his game that he spent a lot of time working on his game this past summer. And I love to see the results of stuff like that from guys who dedicate themselves to the craft. And it's clear Domas, and not saying that nobody else didn't. I'm just talking about him specifically. He clearly dedicated himself to getting better and expanding his game this summer.
Oh yeah. I mean, like, look, I think people think I bring up Doug Christie because, he's my friend and we spent a lot of time working together at NBC. But basically, him and Domas have been together nonstop the last 2 summers. And you can throw Leandro Barbosa in that too. I mean, Doug was in Spain with him, and Leandro is like flying all over the place with him as well. I mean, they're inseparable during the summer, and there's a lot to putting the work that he's put in. You can see that it's not that he's working with a big man coach the whole time, that he's working with 2 players, that 2 former NBA players that are completely different than him, but have a lot to offer as far as like on the offensive and the defensive side. So I love what we're seeing so far. And I put a lot of credit into not just, the coaches that have put in the time to work with him, but, Doug has told me, like, he just doesn't take any days off. He's like, it is crazy. I mean, Doug had his house flood because he was away working with Domas and a pipe broke and it flooded their kitchen, and he came back home and this happened like last summer, and it had flooded his kitchen, and Jackie was doing her thing down in LA, and they came home and like, what in the world? And it's because they weren't there. And so, like, look, these guys have put in the work, and it's not just, you can't force a player to want it like this. Either they do or they don't. And Domas is one of those guys that just, he wants it so bad, and he's going to do the work that has to get there. But at the same time, a lot of this is changing his mental. It's changing his approach because he's too unselfish a lot of the time. And right now, what we're seeing, I don't even think we're seeing it at like him being a selfish player. He's just being extremely good. And so I want to see what it looks like, 40 games into the season, and whether he regresses to who the player he always has been, which is the share first guy. But if he doesn't, like, this is going to be a really good season for Domas.
Yeah, this is a guy who had 10 assists, on Monday?
Yeah.
Like, it's not like he's just boycotted passing the ball. Like, he's still, the guy who the offense kind of runs through. And you talk about the work that he put in. Some of that work was with DeMar, and obviously he's been with De'Aaron now for a few years. And James, you laying out the work ethic of Domantas Sabonis like that, and of course we saw the work ethic of DeMar DeRozan. We know Fox, like, that's got to play a part in why it feels like our big 3 is playing so well to start this season as a collective.
Well, and I think that's the crazy thing. You're calling them your big 3, and like I legitimately look at these guys as like a version of a big 3. You've got the incredible low post player who's the second best passing big man in the league. And then on top of that, you got the speedster, and then you got the ISO guy. Like, there's so much to like about the pairing here. And to be honest, it takes the Keegan Murrays and the Kevin Huerters and the Trey Lyles around these guys to make it all work, because you need the floor spacing. But that doesn't change the fact that the Kings have 3 guys that on any given night can go for 30 or 40, and all 3 of them can go for, 25, 30 together. And then you have all of these other pieces that they have to go with it. I really do think that the construction of the top end of the line of the rotation and the roster is really good. I think you still need, some pieces here and there to shore up the defense and, maybe get a true shot blocker in there and stuff like that. But at the same time, I really do think that they've built something here that if you're going to have 3 star level players like this, you have to have these other pieces. And if you don't, like, they're just you'll see it the whole time. It'll stand out that they're just not good enough around them. And, again, I don't want to compare them fully to like the LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, and Chris Bosh team. But look at how that team, again, Chris Bosh is probably the best 3-point shooter of that group during that era, during their time together. And you had to surround him with Mario Chalmers, and you had to have all these other pieces. And that's what I think the Kings have done a nice job of doing as well, is just building out the whole thing. But again, I still think that there's some pieces needed.
Another level to an aspect to what they're able to do or what they're trying to do is I last night it was on display for me, their ability to finish games in different ways. And it wasn't a close game last night in the fourth quarter, but I think it might have been 15-16, something like that. And it was just like, all right, it's time to put this one to bed. And they went to DeMar DeRozan creating. And he either dribbled the ball up, and it was a small-to-small pick and roll with him and Malik Monk, get the switch. DeRozan's at the elbow, and he just orchestrates everything, whether he's going one-on-one, whether he's dishing off to Monk if they help too much or whatever. And it was just another aspect of they've got this to be able to go to now. Fox didn't even play at that point. Fox could be the guy that initiates that. In the third quarter, we saw him and Domas with the high screen and roll doing their thing. And I said when they get about 10 more games into this season, you see how this offense orchestrates. And it's going to be a problem for teams, I'll just say, that aren't prepared to deal with what they're going to be bringing to the table. Very dynamic, very versatile.
It's going to be hard for the teams that are prepared. I mean, I think that's the thing. Like, if you look at the last 2 years, like the Kings offense wasn't as good as it was the first year of this build, but it was still really good. I mean, this was still a top, like, 13 offense, right? 13, 14. Like, they were, the way that they, they move together, the way that they run the DHO, and, they get wide open looks all the time. I think when you add a guy like DeMar DeRozan, you just added a completely different element to this team, where I think this team over the last couple of years has gotten a little, even though it's flowing and it's a really cool style of offense, it got a little predictable. And now you have a guy who's totally unpredictable that you can throw into this. So when things do kind of get gummed up, or when a team does do something to take away Domantas Sabonis, they throw 2 small guys on Domantas Sabonis, all of a sudden you can go to a guy like DeMar DeRozan and he can just cook you. Or you can, go to a guy like Malik Monk or a guy like De'Aaron Fox, and all of them can cook you. So I don't think that there's a lot of ways to take away from the Kings, especially if you look at the starting lineup has been incredible, like off the charts, like plus minus net rating, all that stuff. You look at their closing lineup, it too has been off the charts good. Even the new Keon Ellis and Malik Monk tandem coming in first with Domas and Keegan and DeMar has been so good as far as net rating. So if you can start filling in the other gaps and figuring out why this group or that group isn't working as well, once they start to get into that, I think this team can take even a much more substantial leap forward as far as like offensive rating and points per game. And like, look, they haven't had to score 130 a game or 127 a game like they did in the opener, right? They've been able to get it done by controlling the pace of the game and just being the better team. And Kenny, to your point, like I think the best way to not worry about the fourth quarter, who's going to score and all that stuff in the fourth quarter, is to just put teams away early. And I think this team has potential for that. We did see them slip up against the Lakers where they gave up all those points to start the fourth. But I think that there is a way that this team will put teams away really early, especially bad teams. And that's what you're hoping, that, you don't have to run all these guys out there 38 minutes a game because you're trying to win. You can shut them down after, if you've got a big lead 9 minutes into the fourth, it's over and you can start resting guys.
Hammer, is what we saw in these last two games, because you talked about the pairing of Keon and Malik coming into the game, and of course that was after Mike was questioned about Keon's lack of playing time, the DNP CD versus the Los Angeles Lakers. Do you think games like the last two nights help Mike kind of figure out what he wants to do with rotations, find out pairings that he likes together, find the lineups, or does he look at them kind of more in a microwave, in that, like, yeah, that was Portland, yeah, that was Utah, but when we're in a tight game versus the Knicks, or even if we're in a tight game versus Atlanta on Friday night, we might not be able to do that?
Yeah, I think Keon specifically, I do think that we're going to see from Mike a very similar rotation, at least for the next week or two, while he sees how his team reacts. I think we'll see the first rotation the first people in the game will be that Monk and Ellis combo. Whether Keon gets to play, 8 minutes or he gets to play 17 minutes, I think the really big thing for Keon was that he had a breakthrough game last night. And for me, he did not look like himself. He did not look like the same player, all the way through preseason and into the first, he plays the first game, he doesn't play the second, he plays the third game and he was better, but he wasn't quite himself. Man, when you see him flying on the floor to go grab a loose ball, when you see him fly in for that putback or the chase down steal that he had, like, that's the player that we all saw last year and that we were excited to see this year. And he does, if he's going to be in that second unit with Monk and with Trey Lyles, he is going to have to be more of a scorer. He's going to have to crank that up because that second unit right now is not holding their own against, anybody. Like, they're getting outscored by their bench unit is getting outscored massively. Part of that's because Mike isn't going deep to the bench and he's also limiting some of the minutes there. But I think Keon showed everybody, hey, look, I'm back. This is a player I was last year. I figured it out. Whatever was going on got out of his head. Maybe it was a little bit of starting, sitting, not knowing what's coming next. But whatever it was, like 5 points, 4 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals, 3 blocks. That's the perfect glue guy to throw in your lineup. And so kudos to Keon for finding himself, and I think he'll be in the lineup a lot more.
I think he should be.
Well, I think a lot of people think
he should be,
including Keith Smith, who will join us tomorrow at 1:00.
Yeah, man. Just watching him in the last two games, but specifically last night, I thought he was incredible last night. I thought what he was doing on the defensive end, the activity that he had on the defensive end, was phenomenal. And it's you've got to find minutes for him. I don't think me and Damian were talking about this earlier. He's not saying he's a starter necessarily, but he's more than a situational guy. Like, I don't know what the minutes are, but you got to find some minutes for him in a game to give him the opportunity to see if he can put his imprint on the game.
Yeah, I totally agree. But I want to point out that, like, look, we're 4 games into this thing, right? And we saw how bad Kevin Huerter sort of looked in the first game, how he improved in the second game, but had like the worst plus minus ever. But game 3, how all of a sudden he was really good. And then game 4, how he was even better. And so while I think a lot of people are focused on Keon Ellis, I'm pointing out that Mike probably did what was best for everybody here by forcing Kevin Huerter to get back on the court and work through it and get in game shape and be the player that he has been in the past. Because now all of a sudden you have this dynamic 3-point shooter who's playing well defensively, who's a good passer, who somehow has like 4 blocks on the season. Anyway, Kevin Huerter, to me, like, you don't want to just, it's like the throw the baby out with the bathwater thing. You can't just like abandon people. And I know that Keon maybe felt like he got abandoned a little bit, but Mike's already brought him back into the fold. And
Well, Kevin did get abandoned. He got abandoned last year.
we got abandoned, but when? Like when he got hurt?
Well, no, I mean at the beginning, like Mike's fuse with Kevin was short last year. I agree with what you just said about letting Kevin play through it. Like I 1,000% agree with that. That's what should have happened last year.
Well,
and Mike should be commended for that, because if Mike, in my opinion, I think Mike made that mistake last year, and if he made a conscious decision to correct it, I think that's 1,000% the right thing to do.
Like, look, he didn't abandon Kevin completely, though. I mean, Kevin still started, and I would also tell you,
Akala started too, but it didn't really mean anything.
No, I get that, but I would also say, like, there was a reason. Like, you got into training camp, and it's not like Mike was just doing something willy-nilly. He clearly had an idea of something going wrong with Kevin already, and then when they got into the regular season, it was like, oh boy, like he was
manifested
searching
it.
for answers,
Yeah.
answers, and he thought he might have found something with Chris Huerter, and then very quickly realized that was not the answer. Went back to Kevin, tried to get Kevin through it. But look, like sometimes that's what you're dealing with, and I think Keon is a different type of player and a different type of personality, where maybe he could handle what just happened a little bit better, especially as a guy who's fighting his way into the league. So I don't know if Mike did everything right here, but at the same time, like, this team moving forward is so much better if Kevin Huerter is a player that we've seen in the last 3 games.
100%. What Mike is doing right now is on point.
Yeah.
I agree.
I absolutely love what Mike's doing. As a matter of fact, I think Kevin Huerter warrants more conversation. We should talk about how well he is playing, and we'll do that with James Ham, our Kings insider from the Insiders. Dealing with Casey return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Guys, I saw the new clip. That's a reach. I got to do a little better than that.
Uh-oh.
That's a reach. You guys are a little thirsty with that one, man. A little thirsty. The other one's legit. The original one is legit, but that one,
I said the play on.
yeah, you're a little thirsty with that one. That's just simply not good enough.
What's going on, everybody? Yeah, Chris Duarte's been a hot mess. Like, I don't know what happened with him. And to be honest with you, like, I've had plenty of time with Chris Duarte, like, because he was a guy who was in the locker room quite a bit. He's a very nice dude. Like, I hate to see somebody just, like, his career be on the brink because he can't figure out something, because he was really good as a rookie. And sometimes it's just about, like, the whatever opportunity, but sometimes it's about living up to what you're supposed to do. And unfortunately, I feel like he hasn't been all that good, and it's tough. Good dude. Nice guy. What are we saving him? I don't know what you mean. Yeah, Biggity Blake, I still would like Bobby Portis on this team. I don't know if that ship has sailed or not, because I think there is a possibility for the Bucks to do something wild here. Change everything.
Milwaukee might need to, so.
Oh, you know what? JTZ, we didn't talk about, sorry, Jesse. We didn't talk about the game, the debacle. Oh, my shirt is Say Ferris. Yeah.
Ferris Bueller's Day Off. I've still never seen that, like, as an older kid, and, like, seen the whole thing.
Is that, like, supposed to be a classic?
Yeah, it's a classic.
I've never seen that, I think.
Oh man, Ferris Bueller's Day Off is amazing.
I've seen Breakfast Club. That's fire.
Yeah. I mean, it's fun. Well, that's more serious. The whole John Hughes collection is amazing. Like, all of those. Pretty in Pink and why am I drawing a blank? Well, I mean the Brat Pack, like the St. Elmo's Fire.
Then 16 Candles part of that whole
16 Candles. Oh yeah, 16 Candles, amazing. Yep. We will figure out another off the record soon. Sorry, Devin. We've been running around like crazy. Yeah, it is. It's more like Fast Times, although Fast Times is a little racy and is pretty heavy. If you go back and watch Fast Times now, like they deal with like all kinds of like heavy moments, teen pregnancy, and Planes, Trains, and Automobiles is amazing. You're going the wrong way.
Well, actually, that's not the title of the song, but that's what he says. Be it plane, trains, or automobile. How soon can you get here?
Tyrese looked nice tonight. Tyrese looked nice tonight.
Tyrese all business tonight. They need one.
I felt like his clothes fit properly. I need to get the rest of my prize picks in because I got Tyrese in the less.
Ruh-roh.
I got Tyrese in the less. I didn't finish my lineup. Shoot. They dropped the king. They dropped the king to 22.5 points.
They be changing them. They be changing.
Yeah, they dropped the king. Dropped him to 23.
Richard Jefferson went with a different style this year, and he still got it wrong.
He's on the games now, though, right? Or is he in the?
He's right there in the studio.
Scout Recycler asking what about John Collins? John Collins makes too much money, and he makes too much money next year too. It's like $26 million.
We're coming back, Hammer.
All right.
And setting my prize pick lineup for the night is Anthony Davis going over 26.5. Man, I got LeBron going over 23.
You know when I got?
Man, this is tough.
You know when I got that people kind of sleeping on a little bit? I got Zach LaVine more than 22 points tonight.
Who they
got? LaVine been hooping. They got
Orlando.
But Zach LaVine been hooping. They've been hooping.
Oh, man, this is tough.
Oh, there's Tyrese, 18.5. Less.
I'm going less.
He has not been scoring.
Going less. James Ham here with us. James, we were talking just a moment ago about Kevin Huerter and kind of the way Mike is just let him go out there and play after playing through kind of a rough first game, really getting going a little bit against the Los Angeles Lakers, played really well in these last two games. I think Kevin has had a really nice start to the season, Hammer, and we looked at the numbers, and the 10 last year, the 15 the prior year, we had hypothesized all offseason, could he find a happy medium in the place between his best year of his career and the worst year of his career? And right now, 4 games into the season, that's exactly where he's at. He's in the middle of those two.
Yeah, he actually is right where he was in the 4 seasons before the Kings traded for him, like right at 12 points per game. But he's shooting the ball really well, shooting over 40%. You can see his confidence growing. I talked about this with Kyle on the Insiders. He leads the league in 2-point field goal percentage. He's shooting 90% from 2 so far this season. So it's not just the 3, but I also think look, he looks really good coming off the screen. And this is exactly the type of, if the Kings didn't have Kevin Huerter, they would be looking for a player like him, or they would be playing Doug McDermott more minutes. They need this type of player. And whether he's going to be able to keep this going all season long, I don't know. He's probably going to hit a wall, especially trying to fight back after all this time. But I'd also tell you, I think he's in better shape than he's ever been in his entire life. And so that's a good thing for the Kings. I didn't particularly think he came out last season and was in all that great shape.
And he acknowledged as much.
Yeah.
Yeah, he acknowledged as much last year.
That's not the case this year. And I'll tell you, too, I talked to somebody the other day about the Devin Carter situation. Hey, when is, how's Devin Carter doing as far as in the process? It was he's already been cleared for shooting, but nothing else. He can work out. He can, he's still they won't reevaluate fully until January. He won't be cleared until then. the person I was talking to said, like, look at what Kevin Huerter did, and when Kevin Huerter was cleared to come back for different steps, he was so ready and so far ahead of where he should be that it was like a no-brainer. As soon as he got to one step, he was able to clear that and go to the next step, and then clear that and go to the next step. And they gave a really, really big nod to Kevin for being ready, but also now the team is hoping that they have a pathway for Devin Carter to get back on the court before the season's over. It really does depend if he does the work that, just like Kevin did, to get into the perfect shape and to be ready for when you are cleared for contact, or you're cleared to, whatever, like full workouts and all that stuff, which is still, probably 2.5 months away. But you're hoping that as a young player, he takes it to heart and he's learning and he's getting ready to return as soon as possible.
There was a play last night with Kevin Huerter that I was just really happy to see, and it told me a lot about where he's at mentally and physically. There was a leak out a little bit, outlet pass from DeMar DeRozan. Huerter had to wait for the ball to get to him, so he wasn't able to, like on the run, go lay it up. So he got the ball. Jordan Clarkson had caught up with him, and he was on Huerter's left hip, and Huerter dipped that shoulder in, bodied him up with the left shoulder in all one motion, laid it up with the left hand, and I said, "Oh, he's feeling good." That's the surgically repaired shoulder, and he didn't think twice about looking for that contact, about getting physical. And it goes into a number of the things that you just talked about. Number one, him being in great shape, being strong out there. Number two, the confidence he's playing with. And number three, seems like he's not even thinking about, the injury or not playing hesitant at all, man. So I loved that play last night.
Yeah, look, it's going to be a process. Like anybody who takes that much time off, it's not easy to just jump right back in and have like a straight ascension to the top, back to who you were as a player. But so far, I think the early returns are really good for Kevin, and he's a lot more versatile than just a 3-point shooter. And even 2 years ago, he was number 20. He finished number 20 in the NBA in 2-point field goal percentage. I think we all just look at him as like this 3-point guy, but he has a lot more versatility to his game. And if he settles in and gets comfortable with this group, there are times where you can almost use him in the same play sets that you use DeMar DeRozan. You can also get him in the 2-man game with Domantas Sabonis a whole bunch. Like there is a lot of versatility that he brings to the court. And again, this team, they're better having Kevin Huerter than they are not having Kevin Huerter. And I know that's not how a lot of people felt last season, and is not how they felt like early, like when Kevin started to return in game 1 and stuff. But at the end of the day, like this is a very good NBA player, and you don't just want to leave anyone behind, but specifically a guy who's still like 26 years old, under contract for this year and next, has an elite skill in shooting, and you just hope that he gets right on, that he stays on this path that he's on right now.
Man, the better he is, the better this team is.
Yep.
I love the start he's had to the season. What do you think of the start De'Aaron has had to the season? Has he pulled back a little bit to kind of let this all come together?
Yeah, I would like to talk to him about it a little bit more. He doesn't come in the locker room until like the last 2 minutes of our media availability on regular game nights. And, you don't want to ask him in a big scrum setting about like where mentally he is. I think he's trying to be a good teammate and trying to watch how the team is blending and where he fits into it right now. And I think like he's always one of those players that he's kind of a thinking man's player, and he's trying to figure out how he can best like apply his talents. And that's not easy to do on the fly when you drop in again a 35-year-old NBA legend, a guy who's going to be a Hall of Famer, and DeMar DeRozan. It's just not super simple. And so I think Fox is searching a little bit for like his moments, and he's had a few of them. He's had a 28-point game or whatever, but consistently he hasn't been like the offensive force. And I think the team wants to get they want to get DeMar DeRozan going so they can show teams around the league like, look, we have this other element to who we are. And they also, like, Domantas Sabonis is just rolling on his own. There's, what he does is so specific, and he has the ball in his hands quite a bit. And then you hope that there's a moment where De'Aaron just goes, okay, I see my lane, and this is how I'm going to be successful with this group. And he takes off from there. Like, he's not doing anything wrong. He's averaging a career high, like 7.5 assists, although it's only 4 games. He's over 20 points per game. His shooting percentage from 3 isn't great, but neither is anyone else on the team, especially early in the season, except for maybe Kevin Huerter at this point, and Domas from 3. But you're seeing that this is kind of who he is, that he likes to get comfortable in a setting before he really starts to sort of blossom. And you just hope that it's sooner rather than later that he starts to, really put his foot on the gas. And don't discredit too, like, this team's on the road for 8 days, and like, these kids have a lot going on at home. Like, De'Aaron Fox has a little baby girl and a little boy that, is learning to live with a little sister. And, like, there's a lot going on for these guys. So when they do get away, they're going to spend time together. They all went out to dinner last night. Chris Biderman told us earlier on the show. You know, you want these guys to spend time together and bond and sort of find their way. And really the only way to do that is to go hit these little road trips, and hopefully they come back and they're just, better connected. And it's tough, but I think Fox will find his way. What I don't want to see him do is to slip into the mode that he did with Tyrese Halliburton, where he never really felt like he found his role alongside of Tyrese, and then eventually you had to trade one of them. And I don't think that that's going to be the case. I think he's trying to ease into this season and let this thing kind of grow organically before he starts putting his stamp on games. And I think we'll see more and more of it over the next couple of weeks.
Yeah, I'm with that as well. I also think, I was telling D'Lo this earlier, I also think that, at his core, I think De'Aaron Fox is like a true point guard. I think he can score. He may even, be, if he's asked to score 27 points a night, like, he'll do it. He can do it or whatever. But I've always believed, and I think, Amber, you've seen it a little different, and you're a little closer to it, so maybe you would know. But I've always thought he was just a pure point guard. And if you put him in a situation where he is right now, where he could be 21, 22, 7, 8 assists a night, I think he's more apt to doing that as opposed to score 29 a night with 5 assists. Like, I just always looked at him as a little bit more of a point guard, and I'll get mine when I need to, as opposed to like an Allen Iverson type guard.
I think you're probably right, but that's not who he wants to be this year. Like, everyone knows that if he's all NBA, that, he gets a gigantic boost in pay. And so let's not fool ourselves here. There's going to come a moment where De'Aaron Fox is putting up 30 points every single night and, like, get the hell out of my way, I'm going to score. Because that's how you get paid. That's how you, I see people that in the chat saying he doesn't care about, like, the awards. Oh, no. This year he does. Like, and it's not because he's selfish or anything else, but it's because that's the NBA rules make it so if you want to get paid, you got to make all NBA. And if you want to make all NBA and you're dealing with, 8 other guards that are around you in the Western Conference, or, well, between the East and the West, that are all, doing amazing things, you got to win, and you've got to put up a bunch of points, because points is how dudes in the NBA still get paid.
Man. So I speculated earlier, he approaching this season like, yo, I did 30 for the first 3 months of the season and no one cared. I'm just going to do it the last 3 months of the season.
Yeah. Or, like, start in December, mid-December, and just start rolling just as the NBA, season officially kicks off. You're still going to have, like, the in-season tournament. What are they calling it now?
The NBA Cup.
The NBA Cup. There we
There it
go.
is.
So you're going to have that, where, again, he's going to get more exposure and everything else. But I think we're going to see him start to ramp up very quickly because he knows what's at stake. And for that matter, his teammates know what's at stake too. And they all want him to succeed. They all want him there, and they all want him to get paid. They all know that it's going to, eventually, like, you do run out of money as a franchise. But no one in that locker room is hoping that De'Aaron Fox doesn't make All NBA because they're worried about how much he makes. They all want him to get paid, and I think we're going to see this team really make a push for him once he hits a green light and says, "Okay, it's go time." Right now, I just think they're trying a lot of things. They're trying to get comfortable with each other, but then there's some hidden things, and I'll point out, like, I don't think the crash zone has worked out as well as they thought early in the season, although the last 2 games they've had 9 offensive rebounds.
Can you
But
explain that again?
the crash zone, yeah, the offensive rebound. So what the crash zone is the 2 guys who are in the corner,
I
the
think
corner.
Mark referenced it the other night too. That's why I wanted you to explain it. I
Yeah.
think Mark referenced the crash zone a couple nights ago.
So this season, the corner 3 guys, when the ball goes up, they are supposed to crash for the offensive glass. And the Kings were, most teams worry about transition buckets, right? But the numbers state that teams that are better at offensive rebounds, they don't necessarily give up a bunch of transition buckets because when you go in for an offensive rebound, guys have to put a body on you so they're not leaking out. Guys have to, like, everyone is going up for a rebound. Plus, it kind of log jams everything in the middle. So there are guys that are able to get back and set the defense. So the Kings' goal this season is for anybody who's in the corner, as soon as an offensive shot goes up, they are breaking for like right in front of the free throw line. So they're all trying to converge and try to get the long rebound, and that's how you get the spray threes. And it's exactly what Kevon Looney did to the Sacramento Kings a couple of years ago in the playoffs, when he just sat there and kept getting like 8 or 9 offensive rebounds and then popping it right out to wide open shooters for threes, which killed the Kings. So the Kings are trying to make that a point of emphasis this year. And so, like, it depends on how everybody does with that. But I don't think it's gone all that well to start the season. They had, I think, 9 total offensive rebounds in the first 2 games. They're 30th in the league in offensive rebounds right now, even though this was a point of emphasis. So it's clearly something that they're going to have to get better at. And guys are going to lose minutes if they're not doing it. That's it. Like, the team wants this as one of their things. But my other point would be that while that's not working, we used to see anybody who got a rebound could take off and start running with the ball, right? How many times do we see Chimezie Metu leading a break and everyone's like, oh my gosh, Chimezie Metu is leading the break. Domantas Sabonis doing spin moves at half court, all that stuff. This season, if you watch, they are firing the ball up. They're looking for outlet passes and trying to skip that whole dribble the ball up and go straight down court. And I think it's been really good. This is one of the best fast break teams in the league already, and it can get way better. I think that they can get much better at sort of that open break, especially if teams aren't ready for them and sort of this sort of mentality that they have right now.
Hammer, these games coming up over the weekend, we've kind of outlined them. 2 teams that probably don't have aspirations of being contenders. Maybe the Hawks do. I don't know. But, is there something specifically that you're looking at in these 2 games coming up on Friday and Saturday, or is it just win? That's obviously the most important thing. But is there something a little more? Do you want to see De'Aaron Fox take over or anything like that?
Yeah, I think so. First of all, De'Aaron Fox has always played extremely well against the Hawks, partially because Trae Young is there. So I think that's just naturally he's going to go at Trae. But they also, I think Dyson Daniels has played really well. I think Dyson Daniels is dinged and might not be able to play, and that would be huge because he's been excellent. And Bogdan Bogdanovic had a procedure, and he is out as well. We had this discussion on the Insiders earlier about Bogdanovic and his procedures. Some reason his people don't like to call whatever he has surgeries, so they're always procedures.
The facelift.
Yeah, Yeah, I don't know. I'm not quite sure what happened here, but
Well, tummy tuck, and he needs a couple days off.
yeah. So
James, do you know what BBL stands for?
No.
Okay, that's okay.
That's okay.
That's all right. That's all right.
Okay. So anyway, like
don't look it up. Don't look it up, James.
I won't. I won't.
Okay. All
yeah,
right,
I won't
go.
also look up Fournier either ever again.
Oh my.
Oh,
no.
All right.
Oh my gosh.
Evan Fournier? No. Don't look up what his last name actually means. There's no.
Oh dear
So,
God.
Yeah, go now you're all wondering, and now you're all going to be upset.
I'm not going to look it up. I will
Yeah.
take James Ham's word for it.
Yeah, take my word for it. I think these two teams coming up, they're just both really beatable. I mean, Scotty Barnes is out. He
right,
broke
yep.
his eye orbit. He's out like, I don't know, it's a
He'll
while,
miss
right?
both. Yeah, he'll miss both Kings games coming up here. His reevaluation date is set for, I think, 3 weeks. Yeah, 3 weeks.
Yeah. The one thing I will tell you is that both of these teams are physical in the post. And so Okongwu is playing really, really well. Clint Capella has given the Kings fits like multiple times in his career. You got a young guy in Risachet that we have no idea what he's going to look like. But I think there is going to be a little bit of a battle there. And then when you get to Toronto, same thing, a little bit of a battle. They're strong, they're physical. And you asked me whether Keon Ellis would play. Man, Keon Ellis better play against these two teams because between Trey and what he does, how he can get on a heater, and then again up in Toronto with Emmanuel Quickley. Emmanuel Quickley is so physical and so tough to defend. I think you're going to need a guy like Keon Ellis in the next couple of games.
I chuckled because Reese say, did you hear his quote last night or something? He's like, yeah, back in France, I was super athletic and I was, one of the most athletic guy. And now I'm just another guy.
You're just a dude.
Oh, that's tough. That is tough.
Poor young fella. You'll get there, young fella. You got to go through the rookie wall real quick, but you'll get there.
Oh, the rookie wall. 4 games in.
4 games in.
Oh man, that damn
I even
rookie
think
wall.
He might have said, "I'm just regular now." I think.
Oh, that is.
Yeah.
tough. Oh, buddy, don't say that out loud.
Man, look at what Sasha came here like, oh boy, like look at the athleticism. He's gone back to Europe and he's going to win the MVP. He's a superstar again. He's been incredible in Europe.
Yeah, so let's dead the EuroLeague talk moving forward.
Yeah.
Let's it's the second most competitive. That might be true, but let's stop it.
Hey, but Dame, the one time you didn't take the EuroLeague star, look what happened.
It wasn't me. I wasn't I wasn't in the war room that day.
That's true. Everyone else was, but
that's your boy.
Yeah.
Who Kenny wants to give a standing ovation every time he walks in the building.
It's Vlade Divac. Yes.
He doesn't need a standing ovation. He doesn't need a standing ovation. Ladies and gentlemen, Vlade Divac. Okay. Sit down, sir. That's all we need. He's fine. He's always welcome in Sacramento.
They give Seth the Entertainer an ovation. Give Vlade Divac.
Well, Cedric the Entertainer didn't draft Marvin Bagley.
It was Reggie Jackson and Cedric the Entertainer there the other night. I forgot about that. Yeah.
Reggie Jackson was probably angry to be here too.
That's what I've heard about him.
I've never heard anyone say, "Hey, you know who's a really nice guy? Reggie Jackson." Never heard that before.
I'm with you.
The baseball player, not the basketball player. Let's be clear. The baseball player, not the basketball player.
Mr. October.
Yep. Yankees can use him right about now with Aaron Judge out there.
Well, no, Aaron Judge is back. He got a base hit. No. And he had a walk in the first inning too.
Man, that's the MVP.
He's back.
Allegedly.
Yeah, he's back.
Oh yeah, Ron Artest was there too. Thank you, Katrina. Thank you.
Got to walk in the first inning. So
well, it's meta.
Change it again.
Is it Meta World Stanfield?
No, it's
what is it?
Ron Stanfield.
Artest. Oh, it's Ron is back.
I thought. It was
I don't
Meta.
think Ron's back.
I think Meta because
I think it's
Meta.
Meta.
Maybe it is Meta.
It's Meta.
I don't know.
Yeah, he changed the rest of it.
I don't. It's Meta. I feel like
Stanfield.
I don't know if it's Meta World Stafffield, but
No.
I feel like
Peace is gone.
The
Peace
world is
definitely
gone.
Yeah.
World.
And Panda's
World is
friend.
gone.
Panda's friend is gone. The world is gone.
He's Meta Standiford Artest.
Artest.
Wait, really?
Artest?
Artest
Yeah,
is
that's
back?
right.
Yeah,
Artest is
Standiford dash Artest.
Yeah, hyphen. There we go. I don't
All
know.
right.
I don't know.
Hey, what? Okay, show. I think the show's over. Oh, all right, we got to go. Where are we going? Baseball? Run it back and then baseball?
No, just baseball. Go Dodgers.
All right.
Whoa,
go-
whoa, whoa.
Well, we'll
Go
see
Dodgers.
you
We gotta
tomorrow.
go.
Well, see you
Go.
tomorrow.
Vamos, Yankees.
Halloween tomorrow.
Jake Gaden's calling in right now. The show's over.
Oh, sorry, Jake.
You know he loved them Yankees.
Hey, put him. Can we get him on? Hang on. Jake, the show's over. Jake.
Maybe he can't hear you because we're not in program one.
Oh, maybe that's it. All right, bye, Jake.
Bye, Jake.
Jake just sitting there.
He's a huge Yankees fan. Like he lost his
Oh, yeah, he is.
mind after they lost the other night. It was not
That's
a
kind of understandable.
remain stoic in he did not remain stoic in the media area.
I completely understand.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we're heading over to KSFM. We got a ludicrous giveaway to do. We'll see you guys tomorrow, beginning at 10 a.m. with the Insiders.
And come and see Kyle and I because we're dressing up.
Oh,
okay. Okay. Little Halloween. All right. Tap in.
Yeah.
That's right.